보치를 만드는 이유가 제 새끼를 배불리 먹이기 위함이었다. 그따위 마음은 그저 저주받은 본성에 지나지 않지. 주변이 조용하고 관리자는 미리 처분 탄환이라도 쏘고 있었나?
Happy New Year. Should I have maybe been streaming for almost 12 hours last night? Maybe not. But whatever. We get to start off the new year strong. Immediately with the new Canto. Oh, before I even forgot. That. Screw you, Dawn Office. You'll probably get removed. This makes me so scared. Like, I don't think at all that it's connected to Roland, but it very well could be connected to Atelier logic, which is close enough, so I'll take it.
또 한 번 아수라장이 펼쳐질 시간이지. 이번에도 어디서 왔는지 모를 그 예술적인 비석을 구경할 수 있겠어.
Nina Violet. Alright. The Unsevering. most terrifying of all, we're still in H Corp. Like, we've been in H Corp for one intervallo, a Canto, another intervallo, and then another Canto. We've been in H Corp for almost a year. Probably a little, around a year. Damn. Oh, other note. Limbus Company, that thing's covered in blood. Which does not bode well. Ambush in the dark. Alright.
둥글게 감겨 시작과 끝이 맞닿아 있는 실타래가 있었다.
There is a clue of thread, raveled of a single strand whose beginning is its end. Also, I'm trying to make sure that the audio is at least, like, consistently fine. Both for when I'm not in combat and when I am.
모든 순간은 시실과 날실이 되어 짜여지며
Moments become webs and warps that crisscross into a weave,
시간은 흐르지 않고 한 자리에 엉켜진다.
and the flow of time spools in a single spot.
자, 읽어봐.
Go on, read it.
너의 첫울음과 마지막 숨결 사이
From the echo of your first cry to the whisper of your last breath,
모든 순간의 한가운데에서 나는
in the heart of every moment, my eyes catch a glimpse of you.
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라
No, that's not how you read those letters.
요시드라고 읽는 거다.
Yoshihide. That's how you say it.
요슈, 이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
It's prettier and easier.
길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면
Dear lost child of mine, should the way back home elude you,
가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어라.
follow the thread back to the very first knot that hurt the most,
그 떨림이 멎는 곳에는
where the quivering stops.
내가 있단다.
That is where you will find me.
오늘이군요.
Today's the day.
오늘이네요. 팀장님 혹시
Today's the day indeed. Boss, are you
잠깐
Hohenheim?
질문은 하지 말게. 그런 건 스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나?
Oh, please, don't ask me if I'm nervous. Only ordinary, unremarkable researchers with particularly low level of confidence in their own material ever get nervous.
말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는 거. 나 솔직히 좀 꼬여서 나왔네.
I'm gonna off this like a little. Your unfinished query has reminded me of the last academic assembly. There was this fellow who simply could not stop their hand from shaking with the frequency of 5 oscillations every 3 seconds, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. What a miserable sight that was.
아, 그들이 과연 내가 하는 말의 절반 이상은 알아들을 수 있을까라는 불안감을 되새기면 적당한 긴장감에 다리 정도는 떨릴지도 모르겠군. 그래도 자네들이 한번 검토해준 덕이 한결 안심이지. 자네들이 이해했다면 나머지 청중들도 이야기 정도는 따라올 테니까.
This man is insufferable. Oh, of course. Perhaps the fear that the attendees may not possess the intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may source a reasonable source of anxiety, potent enough to make my legs tremble somewhat. But I have been quite relieved of that concern after you reviewed materials. If both of you are able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative.
적어도 지난번처럼 절반 넘게 숙면을 취할 일은 없을 겁니다.
At least you won't be dosing the audience chock full of your verbal sedatives this time.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청은 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
On another note, Have you any clue as to why your cooperation request for additional research is still pending approval?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서 계속 관리하고 있거든요. 하던 연구에나 집중하라고.
LCA R&D team has repeatedly denied a request. Apparently, we're to focus solely on the present research.
관련 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
A rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do you know specifically who denied our request?
지난번 학회에서 송시만을 한 줌씩 먹고도 손을 떨던 그 부팀장분이요. 팀장님이 코웃음을 치셨던 것에 대한 앙금이 아직 안 풀리셨나 봐요.
The assistant manager who simply could not stop their hands from shaking, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. It seems pretty obvious that they're still carrying the grudge from when you scoffed at them.
아, 그랬던 건가?
Is that so?
아마 이번 발표가 끝나면 그자도 별말 못하고 승인할 걸세. 기존 연구는 이제 더할 나위 없을
Well,
정도로
they have no
진척했어.
choice but to approve our request after this presentation. Our present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction, after all.
암요.
Of course, boss, of course.
아무래도 안 되겠고. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해도 회사에 이익이 될 연구이면 틀림이 없네.
This won't do. Though the motivation behind my additional research request was the stated personal curiosity, I have no doubt in my mind that it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line.
마튼, 혹시 내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서는 챙겼나? 예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면
Martin, do you have her additional research proposal with you? Even the LCA will have no recourse but to approve it once they see the projected gains from this success.
그건 따로 필요하지 않을 것 같아. 연구실에 두고 왔는데요.
Oh, no. I left it back at the research hall. Didn't think we needed today.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면 시설실의 전력 효율도 높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 실험이 워낙 전력을 많이 잡아먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지 않나.
A successful outcome of that research should also be able to boost the efficiency of our electrical systems. I'm sure the need for more power is a mutual concern. We already have precious little to spare with how much energy our present research consumes.
연구실 난방기에 쓰는 전력도 아깝다고 다 같이 추위에 떨면서 실험했었죠. 저는
Yeah, we know.
에고 장비 덕에 따뜻했지만
We even had to conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from the heating system to save electricity. Well, I stay toasty thanks to my ego gear, but still.
아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요. 팀장님이랑 마튼 씨는 발표 준비에 집중하세요.
Anyways, I'll go grab the proposal. You two should focus on the presentation prep.
지원 요청. 여기는 LCA 부서. 북도 YS 보부근. 긴급하게 지원 요청한다.
Requesting support.
코드.
This is LCE Department, Corridor YS4. Requesting immediate support. The situation's code.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데. 유감스럽게도 의식을 잃은 것 같으니 대신 전하지.
Apologies.
코드라고 하기에는 너무 거창하고.
I didn't wish to unnecessarily cut him off, but as it seems he passed out, let me be the messenger instead. Though I won't bother you for the fancy code speak.
이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않았다. 아마 그렇게 말하고 싶었을 거야.
The situation here is entirely hopeless, was probably what he wished to say. A few hours later. So we're back in a transport truck. A good deal of time had passed since we said our heartfelt farewells to Shai Shichen, yet we still remain stuck in Hongwan.
오늘 출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
You sure we're setting off today? I can got the date wrong.
그건 아닌데. 베르길리우스 씨랑 파일럿 씨를 데리고 오신다던 소드 씨까지 늦으시네요.
I'm pretty sure I did it, but even Sod's late. She was supposed to get Virgilus and Pilot.
홍원 밖으로 이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을 볼 때 이번에는 확실할 테지.
Right ahead lies the road that leads straight out of Hongwan. Given Sod's memo telling us to drive to drive out here with a truck. There should be no room for error this time. We still have not been on the bus in like over a year almost.
그랬으면 좋겠네요.
I sure hope that's the case.
대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 아예 홍원의 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
When we left Dongguan earlier, the guards at the gate actually asked me what time we'd be coming back. They probably think we're taking up permanent residence here at H-Corp. I mean, we've been basically living here for a year.
그럴만하지. 지난번부터 계속 떠난다면서 잔치상도 성대하게 2차례나 얻어먹었는데 계속 안 가고 미적지근하게 있기만 하니까.
Not surprising. After saying goodbyes left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets, we're still sitting here on our butts without any sign of leaving.
그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하고 말해줬잖아. 그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하고 말해줬잖아.
That's so... I love her. Exactly. By now, Vert should appear out of nowhere with his usual time to move on to our next destination, Dante. Like he always does.
하루는 내 피에 출발할게, 부릉부릉 하는 말도 못 들은 지 너무 오래됐고.
She's so... Then Chara would say, off we go, my fille. Vrum, vrum. It's been hours since I heard her last.
베르길리우스님이 지금처럼 오랫동안 저희를 떠났을 때가 있었나요?
I don't think there was ever a time Virgilus was gone this long. There wasn't.
계약 위반에 따른 추가적인 업무 배정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수 있으나 그것을 고려하더라도
The breach of contract may have led to extra workload for him, but even so, his prolonged absence remains unusual.
설마 저희를 도와주신 일 때문에 아직도
Yeah, he's still being punished for what he did back in T-Corp. All this just because he went out of his way to help us?
그렇지는 않습니다.
Not necessarily.
당시의 계약 위반 사항으로 인한 징계가 남아있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는 가시춘 씨가 가주가 된 직후에 모두 마무리되었죠.
While it is true that the penalty incurred for breaching contract yet remains, the LCC's operation in H-Corp, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Jai Chichen's inauguration as the family hierarch. Wait, so...
다른 이유는 짐작 가는 바가 없구려.
I fail to think of any other reason apart from that. So he should have been back to us by the Intervallo. Virgilus and Caudon would always be away whenever we travel to a new place, but yeah, never this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Maybe he's off doing whatever he usually does when spending time with Caudon? Everyone turned to look at Faust.
베르길리우스 씨가 자리를 비우는 이유에 대해서 아직 여러분에게 공유드릴 수 있는 정보는 없습니다.
At this point, there is no information that can be shared regarding Virgilus's absence. Maybe we can ask Virgilus when he gets here?
그 양반이 자기 목적지를 밝힐 리가 있겠어? 우리한테 맨날 어디 가야만 한다고 말하지.
You honestly reckon that that he'd say a word of where he was? That bloke never even tells us where to go. That bloke only ever tells us where to go, never where he's off to.
맞소! 만날 카롱군과 둘만 아이스크림 먹으러 가고.
Verily, and never have he deigned to bring any of us his ice cream trips. Save young Chadon.
혹시 불굴순회하면서 그곳의 특산물을 꾸준히 섭렵하고 돌아오는 것은?
Perchance his path is that of a culinary journey to sample the unique specialties of each district.
이게 무슨 맛집 탐방 모임도 아니고 그딴 이유겠냐?
Be serious for 1 second, lass. This ain't a foodie tour.
저희의 길을 안내해 주는 것과 별개로
Aside from guiding our path,
베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할 자신의 길이 있을 뿐이겠죠.
it may simply be that Virgilus has a path of his own to walk. got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Virgilus. We know neither the path he has walked, nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
길잡이야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다
Leviathan.
치고 소드는 왜 안 오는 건데?
Suppose he's being his usual absentee self, but that don't explain why Sod's not here, does it?
늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서 우리를 이렇게 내버려 둔다고?
We've been late plenty of times, yeah, but it ain't like the last to keep us hanging. He's right. This is the weirdest start that we've had in a long time. Like, no Virgilus. We're not on the bus. We're not on a souped up version of the bus. No Sod. And we've been in the same place a lot longer than literally any other time. We're in a very unique circumstance.
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
Maybe there's been a change of plans?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는
When an operative goes dark without warning,
변경이 아니라 변수 때문일 가능성이 높지.
it's usually due to an unforeseen variable, not a change of plans. As if to prove Otis right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Saw it?
자기 어떻게 된?
What happened to you? Sod stumbled into the truck, short of breath. She was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glistened with wild anxiety. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible to not notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. A broken pistol? The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm used to be. What happened? The spider's thread. Slashing wrath. She has no wrath skills. She has one. Because my only options would either be or R&B chef, hell no. Slashing and wrath, so we'll go with the
뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
Chief Butler.
함께.
걸맞는 곳.
연료는 잔뜩 준.
아 뭐야?
Actually, you take the position
준비는
first.
상상되어 있습니다.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Jesus.
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요.
Prepare for battle immediately.
저는 보다시피 더 이상 작전을 수행할 수 없는 상황이라 여러분의 도움이 필요합니다.
I am no longer able to operate, as you can plainly see. I need your help. Sod collapses on the floor before we even have a chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm.
베르길리우스 씨와 접선한 직후 기습을 당했어요.
Immediately after rendezvousing with Mr. Virgilus, I was ambushed. Who would ambush the Red Gaze?
머지않아 이곳까지 올 거예요.
And the attackers will be here any minute. For once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death. A grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격 인원은
How many hostiles? Two?
한 명은 베르길리우스 님이 맡고 있었고 저는
Mr. Virgilus was dealing with one of them.
베르가?
Who is strong enough? Correction. What 2 people would be strong enough that Virgilus needs to focus on 1? Color returned to Rhodia's face upon hearing Virgilus's name.
그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고 여기로 오는 중인 거 아닐까?
Then maybe Virg's already on his way back after wiping the floor with both of them?
아니, 아닐 거예요.
I don't think so.
카론을
It's Charon.
제가 카론을 놓쳐버렸어요.
I lost her.
카론을 붙잡고 도망치던 팔이 통째로 날아가서
They tore off the arm I was holding onto Charon with.
제가 끝까지 놓지 말아야 했는데
I never should have let go. I never should have let that happen.
카론군을 놓쳤다니 그게 무슨...
Thous could not hold on to young Charon? How? What? Why? Oh my... Cool. Sod grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self.
혹시 카론님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
Did they take Charon hostage?
네, 카론이 그자들에게 붙잡히는 걸
Couldn't stop them from taking Charon.
파일럿이는요?
What about Pilot?
상처가 깊지만 의식은 마지막까지 남아 있었어요.
Was heavily wounded, but the last time I saw him, he was conscious.
우선 전투부터 준비하죠.
We should prepare for battle now.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요. 쫓아온 습격자를 처리한 뒤 카론을 구하면 될 것 같습니다, 관리자님. 비록 적의 의중은 아직 알 수 없지만
At least our current objective is clear, Executive Manager. First, take out the pursuers, then rescue Charon. While the exact motive of the perpetrators is yet to be revealed.
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도 몰라요. 아까 이곳으로 도망치던 와중에 본사에 무전이 흘러들어왔는데
We may be facing multiple fronts. I briefly picked up a transmission from HQ while running this way and... A sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. Any station, respond, respond. Sod froze up, staring at the radio speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
This is LCP. I read you. What's your situation? Over. HQ Research Facility.
연구소?
Research Facility. Under attack. My darling daughter, I hope you've been doing well for yourself out there. But don't you think it's about time you stopped playing and came home? Utter silence descended as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate. And it was easy to guess who the daughter was. Your turn, Ryoshio.
시계 거미줄이 쳐졌다.
The spiders have spun their web. Clock. Web?
피할 수 없는 길에 근사하게도 늘어놓았군.
And it's woven so intricately that there's no way around it. We're in a trap. We can't escape. We have to cut our way through. That's when I recalled something Lei Hang had mentioned. The House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Ryoshio reacted then. Do you think these attackers have something to do with that Lei Hang guy from earlier?
그럴 리가.
Unlikely.
그놈은 스쳐가는 과외 선생들 중 하나였을 뿐이다.
He was just one of my many passing tutors.
그럼 도대체 누가?
Tutor?
다른 것도 아니고 본사잖아요.
Then who could have... It's the headquarters for crying out loud.
모르겠어요. 본사는 침입자들이 원한다고 막무가내로 들어올 수 있는 장소가 아니에요.
So it is not exclusively the thumb. I don't know. The HQ. It's not the kind of place someone can just force their way into.
그곳에 무단 침입이라니 생각조차 해본 적 없어서.
Breaking into a place like that, it's completely unthinkable. What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the centers during a mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we were left without a guide. Dante is running completely solo on this.
그래. 그들이 날 직접 찾아올 리가 없지.
Fine. I didn't expect them to come find me themselves.
거미줄을 쳐놓으면 먹이는 알아서 걸려들기 마련이니.
Once the spiders have spun their web, they tend to wait for the prey to stumble into it after all. I guess they just got tired of waiting. The plume of cigarette smoke lingers for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshi's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria.
류슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게는 이 모든 상황이
Ryoshi, is this all
그저
just
재밌는 일에 지나지 않는 건가요?
some amusing diversion for you? Saad shot an incredulous look at Ryoshi, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash.
그래.
Sure is.
그토록 고대하던 시간이 마침내 제 발로 찾아왔다.
The long-awaited moment has finally found me.
두근거리는 게 당연하지 않나?
Why wouldn't I be excited?
그런
That's just...
하지만
But don't presume.
착각하지 마라. 유희에 대한 기대와 진심은 별개의 영역.
My excitement for the coming pleasure will not interfere with my effectiveness.
나는 단 한순간도 맡은 일을 유쾌하게 즐길지언정
I've never
가볍게 여긴
once
적이 없다.
let enjoyment get in the way of taking the job seriously.
이전에도 지금도.
Not ever. Not now. I'm gonna like this Canto a lot.
곧 이곳까지 올 거라 했지. 버스 기사를 데려간 놈도 여기로 오고 있는 건가?
You said the assailants will be here soon. Is the one who took the driver coming too?
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면
If anything happens to Miss Caron, I
붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
wouldn't be able to bring myself to face the red gaze.
대화가 안 되는군.
This isn't going anywhere.
거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다.
The spiders won't hurt the driver.
버스 기사는 커다란 먹잇감을 낚기 위한 미끼일 뿐.
She's just their bait to lure out the bigger prey. Her and Virgilus?
그러니 볼썽사납게 떨지 말고 세팅이나 하도록.
So stop panicking and set us up. It's unsightly.
네?
What?
이 트럭의 뒷문. 지금 당장 본사 연구소로 연결할 수 있는 건가?
The back door of this truck. Can it connect us directly to the HQ research facility right this instant? This is probably the most that Ryoshi has talked, like, on her own in a long time. If not ever.
잠시만요. 가능하긴 한데
Wait, it can, but...
본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면 좌표에 맞는 보안 코드를 확인해야 해서 조금 시간이 걸릴 거예요.
To use the backdoor portal that leads straight to the HQ, I need to verify the security code written specifically for each coordinate. It's going to take some time.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고 들어가면 딱 맞겠군.
Gives us enough time to deal with your pursuer. As Saad navigated the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm, the sinners all began to keep watch on the surroundings, weapons at the ready.
그런데 본사로 가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요? 함정에 제 발로 들어가는 기분인데.
So, are we sure it's a good idea for us to head to the HQ? I feel like we're walking ourselves into a trap here.
차라리 대관원에 도움을 요청하는 건 어떨까요?
What if we requested assistance from Dongwon instead?
방법은 될 수 있겠지. 하지만 본사가 엮인 이상 친분이 있다 해도 날개의 손을 빌려 해결했다간 차후 어마어마한 대가를 치러야 할 거다.
That can be a solution, yes. However, as this concerns our HQ, resolving this crisis would with help from a wing, even one whose leaders we're on good terms with, will require an enormous favor to be repaid.
관리자님, 어떻게 하시겠습니까?
Your decision, executive manager? Yeah, we either ask H Corp for help, but then we would have to significantly owe H Corp, and that can come back and bite us in the ass. Not even necessarily out of malicious intent, just something that we might want to do that Shichin might not want us to do. And if she can hold that favor over our head, that'll stop us. We'll head straight to the HQ, research facility as soon as Sod opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. Yeah, this is also a thing for her. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time. Walking directly into the spider's web.
각오하는 게 좋을 거다.
Better prepare yourselves. She is fully aware of a bunch of bullshit that is about to happen.
이 앞은 분명 나락일 것이고.
What awaits us without a single shred of doubt is hell.
나락은 언제나 기다리고 있던 게 있었음.
And there in its depths lies something that has always been waiting for me.
천장의 소리. 아무래도 습격자가 차량을 발견한
Oddstrom's above us, walking the vehicle's roof. We have been found.
부서지기 전에 일단 넓은 곳으로 나가는 게 낫지 않겠냐?
Then shouldn't we get out of the truck before it caves in over our heads?
이 트럭은 피사의 특이점이 적용되어 있다고 했잖아요. 외부로부터 안전하게 보호해주는 거요. 오히려 안에 있는 게
P-Corp Singularity protects this truck, remember? Something supposed to keep whatever's inside safe. We should lie low in here until... Okay, so, yeah, the shelter.
안전한 건 맞지? 지금 천장에 살짝 금 간 것 같지 않아?
You sure about that? I can see a teensy crack in the ceiling.
그럴 리가. 분명 탄성이 강해서 어지간한 힘에는 휘기만 할 텐데.
That makes no sense. The ceiling should be elastic enough to bend under most physical impacts instead of cracking.
차량형 이동장치 외벽에 피사의 특이점이 적용된 것은 맞습니다.
It is true that the exterior of this vehicle's transportation device utilizes P-Corp Singularity.
그래서 트럭은 밖에서 볼 때보다 안이 넓고 외부 충격으로부터 방어하기 좋죠.
That is why the truck is more spacious inside than it appears from the outside, and has good defenses against external forces.
다만 피사에서 저희가 탑승했던 실험 모델과 달리 이 차량은 비포팀의 원활한 배치를 목적으로 운영되는 저가형 모델로 보이는군요.
Faust, you're not gonna tell me that we're about to fucking die because the company cheaped out for one car. Unlike the experimental model we boarded in P-Corp, this vehicle appears to be a more affordable model, used flexibly as a shuttle for the 4 team's deployment. We're in the budget car?
충분한 성능을 위해서는 언제나 그에 걸맞은 값이 들고 그렇지 않은 제품은 특이점이란 파괴될 수 있다는 겁니다.
This is insane. This is so stupid. That is to say that for a singularity technology to perform at a competent level, higher level of investment is required. Budget models, even those of singularities, can still end up being countered.
싸구려라는 거네.
So they cheaped out. Yeah, Heathcliff caught it.
그렇다면 거미 집의 아비는 아니군.
Then the assailant is not one of the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders. From the House of Spiders. She was expecting something worse. Hi, Coffee.
Come on.
아비 중 한 명이었다면 이 정도 벽은 첫 소음과 함께 박살냈을 테지.
If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall into pieces. Ryoshu, who the fuck was training you?
처음부터 강한 놈이 나타나는 건
너무 단조로운 전개일 테니.
I suppose kicking off with the top dogs would have made a rather bland story progression.
아비라면 혹시 지난번 뇌행이라는 자가 말했던
Good day and Happy New Year. The Nurse Fathers. Wait, you mean the same people they hang...
사담은 상황이 끝난 뒤에 해도 늦지 않다.
We'll have time for speculations later.
관리자님, 곧 천장 부분이 파괴될 것
This
같습니다.
human's about to cave in. Go for it to kill the moment they get inside. Holy fuck. Hi. Are you from the Thumb?
성원!
At the ready, men. Wait, don't engage. I thought we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside. We had to immediately backtrack on the idea when we saw who he was carrying.
카론,
의식을 잃었을 뿐 숨은 온전히 붙어 있습니다.
She's only unconscious and breathing still.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고 그 흔적을 따라 추적했나.
You cut Sod's arm off so that you'd have something to track her down with.
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온 것을 보니
And she has gone straight to seek help from her comrades.
반응을 지켜본 것은 옳은 판단이었던 것 같군요.
It was indeed a correct decision for us to wait and see how she'd react. The intruder continued glancing towards Sod. As if in response to that, Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. She's really not fucking around. Ryoshu.
괜. 버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을 테니.
Be Dok. They won't dare hurt the bus driver.
그러니 시계. 난장 피우지 마라.
So don't make a fuss, Clock.
네? 그게 무슨... 요시 씨!
What do you mean she's okay? Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed toward the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air.
막았나?
Like that, did you?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는 겁니까?
Have you no regard for the hostage's life?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지. 인질의 목숨으로 붉은 길잡이의 분노를 살 계획은 없을 테니.
You wouldn't dare let her die unless you're planning to incur the Red Guide's wrath. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Karon. Just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault.
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 분씩 상대해드리려 했습니다만
I had intended to face you one at a time, as the propriety of honorable combat dictates, but
스승님이 올 때까지 이 자를 넘겨줘서는 안 되는 상황인지라.
unfortunately, since I cannot let you take her back until my master arrives. The intruder gestures with his hands, and strange bizarre things drop through the ceiling with a
필요한
thumb.
무기를 사용해야겠군요.
He must resort to using some borrowed weapons.
저건 뒤틀림이나 괴물 같은
Are those
건가요?
distortions or monsters of some kind? No. I think they're people.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈 베르길리우스가 상대하고 있댔지?
His master. Virgilus is supposed to be handling whatever that is, yeah? Whoever that is, yeah?
특색날이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서 제대로 싸우지 못하고 있는 것이라 생각한다네.
Color most illustrious must be deterred from wielding his full might on the account of young Karan's capture.
카론을 구해서 본사도 어디든 도망치기만 해도 길잡이가 전력을 다할 수 있는 거 아니냐?
Heathcliff's actually smart, Jesus. Then we rescue Karan, book it to HQ or wherever. And that'll let the guide go all out.
당장할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같긴 하네요.
Yeah, that seems to be the best shot that we have at this moment. Still, let's be careful and prioritize crowd and safety above all else. What the hell are these things? Because my first thought is... Oh...
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면
But they're like
무위무능한 법.
puppets.
우선 전황부터 살피지.
현국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는
The Ring
칼을 휘두르는
Corporist
나는가.
Automatic Combatant. The Ring does this? That's a lot of bleed. Ryoshu's passive though.
나대지 말고 내 뒤에 서 있어라. 주.
Rekindled Exhilaration. Deal plus 10% damage to the House of Spider's enemies. When staggered, immediately recover from stagger at the start of the next turn and gain 1 attack up. She's dealing even more damage than she usually does. They're weak to slashing and wrath. Got it.
전투응대에 나선다.
전탄격발.
다른 부서에 있는 애고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 그만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
Gain automated myofiber activity next turn when hit gain additional. Ooh, that's nasty. So you have to respect that.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
눈감을 준비하고.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요.
Hi Hermit, Happy New Year.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Whoa, what are those unbreakables?
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
괜찮아. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
이번에야말로
참고로 기계는
이 싸움
입에 발린 말 따위
끝내주겠어.
쉽게
Automated
하지 않아요.
myofiber activity. Deal more damage per stack, combat start. 2 stack, convert all points in a unit's attack to unbreakable. What? Oh, that's scary. Alright. Ah. Well, it's illegal.
끝내죠.
The funny die is. I am so glad they're back.
머리 좋다 단테.
Hate it.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
불타버렸나? 끝내 타오르시게.
옳다.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
And the fact that you just, like, if they get hit while blocking, that's nuts. Question of how much damage you want to aim. That's unfortunately... Wait, he's an overheat. This sucks, but I'm gonna have to deal with that.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Ryoshu, though, is having the time of her life.
눈감을 준비하고.
That also... Oh no. But she was fighting with her sword in the scabbard. Oh my god.
개체가 다소
fun with the
불리한
warp
조건에
crew.
놓여 있습니다. 이 기회를 효과적으로 노려보죠.
I'm being very preemptive and presumptuous and just like riding. I'm gonna see how far I can ride through this with
순식간에 끝내죠.
this fire team. And it's gonna probably have to stick on Maid Ryoshu if enemies continue being
인감을 준비하고
weak to
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
slashing and wrath,
관리자님은 당신이
which
생각하는
would be
것보다
fitting for the Canto.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
격정 속에서
There we go.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
And Team Warp Barrier when needed.
나갈 수 없어.
훌륭한
That's smart for
지역
keeping them
선거를 낸
safe.
직원이 있군요. 효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 보내면 좋을 것 같네요.
있는
물론
힘껏 찔러놓고
진심까지 담길
웃겨놨지만
필요는 없습니다.
저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
My playstyle has been very consistently just kind of kill them before they can kill you.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다.
And I think that's been consistent even in Ruina
이제 다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
textbook. Keep it simple for right now. Fixed. She has to be in this fight. No known affinities. I'm going to be cautious. Because I don't know what to expect.
좀 채울까?
Warp Marcel is the fastest unit goes slash fertility. You,
얘들
the
상태가
thumb
너무 안
apprentice
좋은걸?
Lucio. Yeah, so you are a thumb. What is this? Wait. Why does everybody
가까이
have
오지
this
마세요.
hostage
다치십니다.
situation? Aww. That's probably the cutest little icon they had. When clashing with the Thumb Apprentice. That sucks. So that means that Ryoshi's gonna have to be the main one clashing with him, or just dealing the most damage. Tremor and Burn. I'm already not feeling great about this. It's better to do this. I don't need to attack either of these. I remember to start a study at the Nightmare was funny. 3% of gatekeeping and industry resources. That's absurd. That's all okay then. 1, 2, 3. Blow the sword, then I can deal with you. Resistant to lust. It's still weak to slash.
순식간에 끝내죠.
훌륭합니다.
먹어 치워라.
Some additional correction. His clash power went drastically down when clashing against Ryoshu. I like that sword though. Wait, but... I'm concerned, and I don't want to ask why he's not using bullets.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Everybody who clashed with him got one of these.
어우, 안 뜨거워? 멀리서 말해도 들려.
The duel escalates. Max Sack 99. The Thumb Apprentice Lucio gains skill power and deals more damage with every clash with this unit. Expires at turn end. The unit did not clash with the Thumb Apprentice Lucio. You have to keep rotating around who clashes with him. That's so cool. If the target has the dual escalate, convert all the coins into unbreakables. That's so cool. I like that. Last sniper without freeze. That's scary. Because I only have 3 people who can clash with this without the effect, but the other 3 they can still clash fine. But then I still have to worry about these. Okay, I just have to be a little bit smart. Yeah, and they're resistant to blunt. So now I'm definitely playing this a lot more just by the status effects. Artwork of Liberation. Huh? Wait. Base power +1 for every 20% missing HP percentage of this unit's core. Max 4. So that can stack up to 4 times. So if it's missing 80% of its HP, its base power goes up by 4. And it gains additional coin power for every 3 bleed on target, max of 2. So at maximum, it can get an additional +6. Lose 30% of this unit's core HP. Okay, so that's the... On hit without cracking, trigger amplitude conversion to tremor hemorrhage? What the fuck are we fighting? Hi, Lena. Or past Cecil here. Overcharge kept nerfing them. Kingdom Come, Nucleus, and Donria. Shit, but didn't really care if Lucia got the power gain. This is a cool fight. I like this. I can't set that up for a counter. That's on Clash. Like, hang on. A textbook with a singular purpose. You're 65. You're already 5 levels ahead of us. In Clash against Ryoshi, class power -3. And convert the coins on this unit's base attack skills into unbreakables. So Ryoshi will still take damage, but she's guaranteed essentially to win the clash. Almost. Oh. Fixed panic, normal panic. If this unit's skills trigger the effective Tremor Burst, gain 2 offense up. Fuck you. Didn't need that. On clashing, if like one duel escalates against the target, the clash target, clash against targets with duel escalates, heal 3 SP for every duel escalates on target. That's why you're positive right now. No, Because that would have happened after. For every stack. Gain effect based on the target's dueling. Escalate. For every stack, deal 5 plus damage and take 5 minus damage from the target. So Ryoshu can't consistently deal with him? Theoretically. She still gains more... She'll deal more damage. Hang on. Math. Deal minus 20. She has a plus 10%. Assuming that this is House of Spiders. He is. Okay. So... Every stack, deal plus 5% and take 5% less damage. So, she's dealing plus 10%, which means she can take 2 of these at mitigation, at like minus, and be fine. Everyone else is effectively already at the minus 20%. So everyone else cannot afford to have the dual escalates. Ryoshu can afford to have 2 to 3. At 4, then she becomes like, it's not as worth it. It's a bell curve. For every 3 turns, select an enemy except Ryoshu, reduce their speed to 1 and target it with all this unit's skills. What the fuck? $1,500. I'm better off killing the ads faster. Like, I genuinely need them dead faster. What matters right now is inflicting burn. This sucks. Is this a Clash Ball counter? It is... Okay, so then this is switching. No. I really like this fight. I'm counting. 8, 11, 14. I don't want to use one of my manager skills already.
당신의 판단을 따를게.
Are you not staggered yet? That got really close. That's nuts.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
And I got more tremor.
더 싸울 수 없으면 걸리적거리지 말고 비켜. 거기서 계속
And a
서
one-on-one
있으면
duel.
처분 탄환이 날아올 테니.
What is that? That's new. That's new. They never did this before. Cannot be staggered before using this skill. Target is fixed. For every attack skill this unit that lost its clash this turn, final power -2 and attack weight -1. Minimum attack weight 1. Trigger F2 conversions, Fuck. much. Alright. He's not gonna win that. Ryoshu can win that. Is that a clashable counter? No. This is gonna be a little rough. But as long as I can keep stacking burn, Rodian can at least still get more clash power. My baby boy. That skill's awesome.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러
Textbook.
가자고.
Clash power plus one clashing against target. Sure, whatever. Clash lose. Gain one fragile upon turn. Clash power plus saving clashing against targets with no escalates. Clash lose. Okay. That's all relatively normal. Actually, hang on. Which one of these would be better? Less than 30% HP. Nope. On hit, if target had burn, inflict 1 plus wound of random enemies. That's... I honestly could use that. He has not corroded yet. Who's closer to you? This skill scares me the most. Does Gregor have it? No, he does not. Good. Sooner I can kill this guy, the better.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 낙인을 새겨드리죠. 망설이지 마.
Perfect.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
That's a lot of bleed.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
He's almost at the first stagger threshold. Come on. My sword's cooler.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건
Oh, there's no point getting rid of the ads, they just come back. Ryoshu's still too far off from getting... Okay. So change of plans then. That needs to go off so that he can get his load. this entire situation sucks right now, but... kind of fragile. Hit by an attack, gain 3 and deal 20%. And deal plus 20% damage when attacking the enemy with a type or affinity the target is weak or fatal to. So this is set up for next turn. While also being an easy win for a clash. This is the tricky part.
순식간에 끝내줘.
Come on. So close.
이것밖에 못하는.
He's involatile.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여.
Perfect.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
It's not ideal, but right now it's the best that I can do. My only concern is this thing. I need that, I need that, I need that one, I need that one. I prefer frontal assault hit. And I also get the Wrath Resonance here. Absolute Wrath Resonance. Yisong's just gonna have to take a hit here.
그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
You left? You coward.
뒷문이 있는 쪽을 저쪽에 빼앗겼어요. 이러면 포탈이 열려도
Sees the back door side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't.
상황은 똑같아. 저자를 처리하고 기사 양반을 데리고 본사로 가면 돼.
Doesn't change what needs to be done. We take care of him, get the bus early, and head off to HQ.
진짜
Fuck's sake. Can't even fight full out. Despite Ryoshu's assurance, the Senators did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Karan. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Ryoshu was the only one in phase enough to raise her sword against the assailant in this cramped battlefield.
미련한 새끼. 팔을 더 직선으로 뻗으라고. 도대체 몇 번을 말해야 알아쳐먹지?
Bothersome little half-wit. Armed straight, I said. How many times? Just how many times must I repeat myself?
그거 맞았다고 엄살은. 일어나. 안 일어나? 뭘 잘했다고 누워서.
Stop making a fuss. You couldn't have hurt that much. On your feet. Get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break?
꼴불견같이 굴지 말고 다시 검 잡아. 똑바로 구워. 그래, 할 수 있잖아.
Quit being a whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Slash straight. See? That wasn't so hard, was it?
한 번만 더 엄살 부리면 그때는 머리카락을 다 뜯어버릴 거니까.
If I ever hear you whining again, I'll rip your hair clean off your head. So get your act together.
너
You.
이 검술에 대해 알고 있군.
You're no stranger to this sword style.
그렇습니다. 팔레르모. 저 또한 그 검술을 배웠기에.
The Palermitan style. I've been trained in it as well.
팔렌치나. 매번 술에 쩔어 있는 그놈에게 배웠나?
Did you learn it from Valencia? That booze hound.
그런 저속한 단어로 그분을 욕보이지 마시게. 스승님께서 팔레르모를 전수해 주시며
I
담보하신
must ask you not insult her with such a crude epithet. My master gave me an order when she imparted me this style to me. Not exactly equals, but this guy is on par, at least in some capacity, with Ryoshu.
당신의 검술과 한없이 닮아질 때까지 단련하라.
To temper and hold it until my mastery of it becomes indistinguishable from yours. So you're still just a pup.
이제 제 팔레르모는 거미 집에 있던 과거의 당신과 비슷한 수준에 도달했습니다.
My swordcraft is now on par with that of your past self when you still belonged in the House of Spiders.
검술을 배워 이해하는 것도 아니고 그저 날 베껴내려 했다. 라.
Learning it without understanding anything, and only obsessively copying me.
그깟 흉내내기를 위해 시간을 할애하다니 우습지도 않아.
Wasting time over such mimicry is beyond ridiculous.
모방뿐이라면 검을 쥔 손목의 각도, 두 발의 간격, 검의 무게중심 그 중 하나라도 어긋났을 때
If you're no more than a copycat, then the angle of the wrist, the distance between the feet, the balance of the sword itself. Every one of these has to be exact, because even a single incongruity.
왜 처맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 자꾸 달라지니?
Are you actually that incompetent, or do you enjoy the beating? Maintain your stance.
하지 않은 대가리 쓰지 말고 알려준 방법대로만 해. 외운 것만 빼먹지 말고 그냥 움직이라고.
Don't bother your stupid little head trying to be clever and just stick to what you've been taught. Take what you memorized and move.
하루라도 빨리 네가 모든 것을 배워내는 검으로 완성되어야 나도.
The sooner you become the blade that cuts through all, the better. Only then can I.
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술.
Will break your form, making your swordsmanship as precarious as a tightrope walk headed straight for a fall.
너도 저기 있는 인형과 다를 게 없군.
You're no different from those wind-up dolls over there.
태엽 인형이어도 상관없습니다.
Call me a wind-up doll all you want. It doesn't matter.
당신 또한 팔레르모를 제대로 기억도 구사도 하지 못하니
You, likewise, are unable to recall and properly wield the Palamidrian style,
저는 제 필요성을 다시금 납득하고 있습니다.
which tells me my usefulness has not yet run its course.
같은 자세를 1000번, 안 되면 10,000번을 반복해서라도 당신이 배운 모든 자세를 완벽히 구현할 수 있어야만.
I don't like you. If I must perfect every form you've been taught, even I must repeat the same stance 1,000, no, 10,000 times over.
당신만을 위한 완벽한 교본이 될 수 있을 테니.
If I'm to be a perfectly tailored textbook for you.
내 놈 같은 애새끼 학습지 교본은 필요 없다면?
What if I said I have no need for childish study aids?
거절은 의미가 없습니다. 제 교본으로서의 역할은 이미 시작되었으니까요.
Your rejection is inconsequential. My role as your textbook has already begun.
그렇다면 나만의 예술로
Then I will illustrate my very own art for you,
형체조차 남지 않게 갈라버려야겠군.
until you're slashed and cleaved beyond recognition.
아씨, 눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까 여기 맞네. 우리 티켓 있는 곳.
My eyes torn up again. Yep, I landed on the right place. That's my ticket, all right.
내가 말했잖니, 루치오.
You have to be another soldado. That also explains why you weren't cutting off her tongue the second she was speaking. I told you, Lucia.
너는 몇 년을 더 노력해도
You could spend years honing your skills.
우리 요시대 따라잡으려면 한참 남았다고.
That still won't be enough to catch up to our Yoshihide. The man staggered a little, his head jerking to side from the impact of the blow. Did you hit him for disrespecting her?
어때? 직접 보니까 느껴지지 않니?
Isn't it obvious now that you've seen it yourself?
지금 네 수준이 얼마나 형편없는지.
How sad and pathetic your progress is.
이래서 전쟁도 못 겪어본 것들은 한눈만 팔아도 모가지가 터져버리는 곳에서 진짜 굴러봐야.
How old are you? This is the problem with greenhorns who haven't had a taste of the war. They don't know what it's like to crawl through the muck and grime of the battlefield where the slightest inattention can get your head blown clean off.
강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지 말고 칼끝을 걸어 공격을 흘려보내라고 내가 몇 번이나 강조했잖아.
When faced with a superior opponent, don't just rely on brawn, but redirect the force of their attack to the side by locking their arc with the tip of your sword. I've said it time and again.
다수를 상대할 때는 자세를 낮추고 궤적을 가로로 크게 휘두르라고도. 내가 목이 쉬도록 말해줬는데 그걸 까먹어?
And when you're outnumbered, lower your form and draw wide arcs with your sword. Did you forget I drilled it into you after shouting myself hoarse?
구석에서
Secure a corner.
한 놈씩 불러들이게.
Force them to get to you in a single file.
위치 선정을 하라고도 했는데.
Because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all this before?
우리 요시대가 하나라도 더 내가 가르친 걸 떠올리려면 교본에 하자는 없어야지.
If Yoshihide is to recall even one more lesson from me, the textbook can't afford to have any defects.
죄송합니다, 스승님.
그래도 이거 챙기라는 명령은 잘 들었네. 아주 쓸모가 없진 않아.
But you did manage to collect this one as instructed. Maybe you're not completely useless after all. Hatred thick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed, the thumb nurse father, under her breath as a shift in her blade-drawing stance against the second assailant. As she shifted into a blade-drawing stance against the second assailant, she is the only other person, aside from Lei Hang, who she's threatened to actually use her sword on. The thumb nurse father.
야, 잘 지냈어, 티켓?
Hey, how have you been doing, Ticket?
역시 못 보던 사이에 자세가 개판이 됐던데. 검을 그딴 식으로 쥐는 걸 보니 한숨도 안 나오네. 그 버릇 바꾸려고 나한테 그렇게 쳐맞았었는데 기억은 나니?
Your form's really been a wreck since you were away. Just seeing that sloppy grip makes me sigh. I had to beat that habit out of you back in the day, remember?
그래도 간만에 제외니까 기본 예의 정도는 차려줄게. 옛날처럼 뺨따기를 쳐 맞아야 정신 차릴 나이는 지났잖아.
Still, this reunion's been a long time coming, so I suppose I owe you a bit of courtesy. You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you?
티켓이라.
Ticket?
날 아직도 그렇게 부르는 걸 보아하니.
Still intent on calling me that, huh? Your name is important.
내 놈도 여전히 그 구렁텅이에서 벗어나지 못했나 보군.
Clearly, you're still just a sad sack of shit stuck wallowing in a sinkhole of your own making.
네 놈? 지금 나한테 말한 거지?
Did you just call me a sack of shit?
이 개새끼가 이제는 위아래도 모르고 기어오르네.
Bitch. You should know your place before barking at your betters. Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse father snatched Chardon into her arms and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Virtuous! Yeah. She got a few good looks in. Oh!
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으껴놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도
This isn't an official assignment.
이번 일에 대해서는 미안하다는 말을 전해야겠군요. 관리자 단테.
Manager Dante. It seems that I must apologize for what has happened today. Virtuous?
저의 개인적인 일과 과거에 다 풀어내지 못했던 것이 남아 있었던지라 생각보다 돌아오는 것이 늦었습니다.
I was stalled by my personal issues and a certain unresolved business from the past.
베르, 상처가...
He's actually hurt.
저들에게 입은 상처는 아니니 쓸데없는 걱정은 하지 말도록.
They're not from these assailants, so don't worry needlessly. You're dealing with the ring.
공교롭게도 저들과 대치하기 전에 골치 아픈 일에 휘말렸을 뿐이다.
It just so happens that I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them.
죄송합니다, 붉은 시선님. 제가 끝까지 지켰어야.
It's all my fault, Red Gaze. I should have protected her. Sod's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Virgilus.
아니, 내가 저놈을 제대로 붙잡아두지 못했기 때문에 벌어진 일이다.
No, this happened because I couldn't stop him from going after you.
하필 팔이 잘렸나?
And of course, he had to go for your arm.
상처가 점점 벌어지고 있군. 상황이 종료되면 곧장 치료부터 받도록.
That wound's looking worse by the second. Go get it treated the moment we deal with this situation. Virgilus met the thumb nurse father's gaze head on.
엄지, 겉으로는 명예를 앞세워도 비겁한 수단 없이는 제대로 된 임무를 수행하지 못하는 손가락.
The thumb. The finger that makes up for their incompetence with duplicity and cowardice. Only then to hide it all behind their mask of honor.
본사연구소가 습격당했다는 연락을 받은 동시에 당신들이 나타났다는 건
You appeared exactly as we received transmission that the HQ research facility was under attack. So the thumb is not responsible for the attack on HQ right now. So whoever is setting that up is one of the other fingers.
인질이라는 고전적인 방법을 써서라도 나를 어떻게든 묶어두겠다는 건가?
At least one of the other fingers. And your purpose here must be to stall me by any means, even if you have to resort to an old and tired method like taking a hostage. Leviathan.
그 반응 역시 내가 제대로 찾았네.
Yes, the way you're reacting to this. I nailed it.
이게 당신의 케이크였어.
She's your cake.
티켓, 기억나니? 네가 교양 없이 입가에 크림을 덕지덕지 묻히면서 처먹었던 그날.
Remember,
내가
Ticket?
했던 말.
Remember what I told you when you so immodestly stuffed your face with that cake and smeared cream all over yourself?
그 더러운 꼬라지로 내 앞에서 웃고 있으면 케이크를 바닥에 쳐박고 싶어지니까.
Smiling like an idiot in such filth makes me want to smash that cake to the floor.
케이크가 아무리 달콤하고 맛있어도 내 앞에서 안달난 티 내지 말라고.
So don't you dare let on even a hint of craving for that cake while I'm looking, no matter how sweet and delicious it might be.
내가 말했잖아, 티켓.
What did I say, Ticket? What did I say?
자꾸 칠 거면
If you're gonna start trouble,
내가 눈치 못 채게.
better not show it on your face,
표정 관리부터 완벽하게 하라고.
else I'll catch on.
지랄하지 말고 똑바로 말해.
Stop fucking around and tell me straight.
한 이유가 뭐야?
Tell me, why are you...
아니. 그냥 말하지 마. 계속 그렇게 입 다물고 있어봐. 한번.
You know what? Be like that. Keep mum and brood in silence all you want.
직접 그 찾아서 버릴 테니까.
That... I'll find that. And I'll split... mangled memory.
내가 이 눈으로 너 하나 못 막을 것 같아?
You're not getting past me. You think this eye is just for show.
글쎄, 발렌치나, 네가 그 눈을 얼마나 신뢰하고 있는지는 모르겠다만.
Oh, Valencia. I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but...
반쪽짜리가 된 그 유물로는 내 시간이 그리 오래 허비되지 않을 것 같군.
I doubt you'll stall me for long with that half-functioning relic of yours. A trickle of blood began dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye.
아, 이거?
I'm not gonna say anything until I get to kill her. But she grinned without a care.
그래. 티켓이랑 가까워지니까 욱신거리기 시작했지.
Oh yeah, it started hurting more and more the closer I got to Ticket.
하지만 곧 괜찮아질 거야. 티켓은 이제 여길 떠날 거거든.
But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see?
내 놈, 날 죽이는 게 목적이 아니군.
Shithead. You're not here to kill me, are you?
근데 이 새끼 아까부터 자꾸 건방지게 꼬박꼬박 반말을.
Shithead. Rude bitch. Have you forgotten all about manners? The woman seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on. She is... Ryoshu's goading the fuck out of her. Like, even aside from everything going on with the thumb, well, which is one, why none of the other sinners are speaking, but like, Ryoshu specifically is digging into her. She's also a lot more well-maintained in comparison to when Lei Hang was speaking to her.
그걸 알면 뒷문이 열리는 대로 여기서 꺼져.
Glad you finally figured that out. Now fuck off as soon as that back door opens.
다른 아비들이 기다리고 있으니까 거기 가선 예의 있게 굴고.
The other nurse fathers are waiting for you there. So show some proper manners.
아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라 바로바로 떠올리기 힘들 텐데. 기다리면서 다른 아비들에게 할 말이라도 준비하지 그러니?
Oh. Or is that brain of yours too messed up to remember who's who and which is which? Why don't you take this time to think of what you're gonna say to them?
잠깐만요. 그냥 보내줄 생각이라면 당장 카론 씨부터.
Hold on, if you're gonna let us go anyway, why don't you let Karan?
아가리.
Zero tolerance. Zip it. The thumb nurse father muttered viciously.
나는 버릇없이 주제도 모르는 게 끼어드는 걸 제일 싫어해.
I hate presumptuous idiots who don't know their place, butting into conversations.
티켓, 네 친구들이니?
Friends of yours, Ticket?
그렇다만.
Yeah.
그래? 뭐 그럼 다 보내도 괜찮겠네.
That's so. I don't suppose there's anything wrong with sending them all there.
먹잇감들이 알아서 날아오겠다는데 굳이 막을 이유는 없으니까.
After all, why discourage a swarm of flies from flying straight into the web we've spun? Her eye fixed intently on Virgilus, the thumb nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened a way for us. The back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Charon first, then.
망설이지 마십시오, 단테. 당신이 수감자들을 데리고 가야 할 길은 그쪽이 맞습니다.
Do not hesitate, Dante. This is indeed the path you must bring the sinners to. Virgilus continued coldly, as though he was reading my mind.
오히려 당신이 저자의 뜻대로 뒷문을 통해 가는 게 카론을 위한 일일 것입니다.
In fact, you should go through the back door like she says if you want to help Karan.
이건 저만을 묶기 위한 상황이고 저건 당신과 4번 수감자를 부르기 위한 상황이니 말이죠.
This entire circumstance at the back door has been engineered to hold me, and only me, back. And what awaits beyond the back door is what they have orchestrated to summon you and Sinner number 4 there.
그 말대로야. 차놓은 거미줄에 붉은색이 걸렸다가
Correct. I wouldn't want your dash of red.
기껏 엮어둔 그물이 다 끊어지면 곤란하지.
To snip our elaborate web to pieces.
본사까지의 포탈 전개 거의 끝났어요.
Portal connection to HQ almost established.
그런데 이건 도대체 본사로 연결하는 보안망이 전부 뚫려 있는데.
But every firewall protecting connections to the HQ has been bypassed. What?
보안이 무너진 뒷문을 통해 침입한 것인가?
Then it must be via the defenseless back door, or back doors, which the intruders have broken in.
본사 연구소와 연결됐어요.
Connection to HQ
따라올
established.
텐가?
Coming with.
파우스트가 가면 이 뒷문 조정기의 사용법을 숙지한 사람이 저밖에 남지 않아요.
If Faust goes, I'll be the only one left who knows how to operate the backdoor calibrator.
저는 베르길리우스님이 카론을 구출할 때까지 남겠습니다.
I'll stay behind, at least until Mr. Virgilus rescues Charon.
그럼 먼저 가지.
Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Ryoshu did not prolong the conversation. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye, as she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor. I give Sod a nod in her style.
단테, 4번 수감자의 실은 팽팽하게 당겨져 있습니다.
The fourth sinner's thread is pulled tautly.
언제 끊어져도 이상하지 않으면서 동시에 어떤 날붙이보다도 예리해 닿는 것을 끊어버릴 수 있다는 점을
It is precariously close to snapping, but it is also sharper than any blade, that it might sever all that it comes into contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Virgilus talking about? Snapping, severing. It hasn't yet. I wasn't sure yet what exactly he was referring to, but it won't be severed. Not when the chains bind us together. I replied absent-mindedly, rubbing the area where the chains that connected me to the sinners had burst out of.
가시죠, 단테.
Let us proceed, Dante. With Virgilus's words hanging heavily over us, we made our way into the back door connected to the HQ research facility. Starting off getting ambushed by a goddamn thumb soldado? Cool.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는
The red thread. Mutilated memory. Okay.
LC 부서입니다.
I'm gonna take a quick sec to use the bathroom because I can only imagine how much more of a nightmare this place is gonna be. And so, be right back. Alright, time for the nightmare to continue. I am both, like, deeply excited, but absolutely terrified by whatever Ryoshu's about to have to go through. Holy shit. The sight that greets us was nothing like what we remember from our last visit for a regular checkup.
이미 상황이 끝났군.
We were too late.
본사 쪽에서 제압하는 중이거나 적어도 교전이 진행 중일 거라 예상했는데.
I thought HQ's reinforcements would be holding the line, or at the very least that I'd walk into a battlefield. That I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped around along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게 당했을 줄은
This is awful.
못했는데.
I never thought the ship would go down this badly.
파우스트 씨, LCE의 전투 가능한 인원의 비율이 어떻게 되는지 아시나요?
Faust, have you got any idea how many of the LCE are actually combat ready?
직원들이 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에 활용할 수 있는 수준으로.
The eager gears they were researching and extracting with researched and extracted with combat purposes in mind.
LCE는 다른 연구 부서에 비해 전투 테스트 및 실험 빈도가 잦습니다. 그렇기에 직원 대다수가 기본적인 전투 훈련을 이수한 뒤 입사했습니다.
The LCE tends to encounter more combat tryouts and experiments compared to the other research-focused departments. The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training pertaining to the aforementioned.
착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에서 충분한 성과를 거둘 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었지만
As for the ego equipment, although the current research and extraction process may be sophisticated enough to see more considerable results in
계획적인
combat,
급습을 원활히 대비할 수는 없었던 것으로 보이는군요.
it would seem that we were ill-equipped to handle a pre-planned ambush such as this.
실험실 속 샘님들이 거미들이 뛰어다니는 실전을 막아낼 수 있을 리가.
It is terrifying to see her smile. Okay. Fat chances lab nerds could do anything in a real fight, let alone against the spiders out on the prowl. The memories came flooding back. Researchers jotted down the checkup results on piles of paper, and Hohenheim with his droopy, tired eyes, leafing through the files. We barely exchanged goodbyes when we rounded up the burnt-out lab staff. Burnt-out lab staff who were already pulling their hair out from the sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Result: if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP.
신원을 파악할 수 없는 시체를 세고 확인했으나 신장이나 복장 등을 고려하였을 때 호헨하임일 가능성은 확률적으로 매우 낮습니다.
I've identified 3 bodies in various states that make immediate recognition challenging. However, their stature and the attire make it extremely unlikely that any of them are Hohenheim.
시신의 상태를 보니까 대부분 제대로 저항해보지도 못하고 당했다.
From the looks of it, they probably didn't even get the chance to put up any meaningful resistance before they were killed. With a glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies thrown across the floor.
32구의 시체 중 26구의 시체가 동일한 외상을 보유하고 있습니다.
Out of 32 bodies, 26 show identical physical trauma. Identical?
공통적으로 흉부 중앙, 심장이 있는 위치에 나선형의 관통상이 있으며 흉기는 시체들의 손에 쥐어진 나선과 유사한 물체로 추정됩니다. 관리자님.
Every one of them has a spiral-shaped perforation at the center of their chest, over where the heart is. Their cause of death seems to be the same type of spiral weapon they are holding in their hands, manager.
이 나선 이분들이 스스로 뽑아낸 것 같아요.
These spirals. I think they pulled them out themselves, but why would... I'm going to presume. The ring.
부드럽군.
Soft. Ryoshi cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and a contemplative look on her face, I could have easily guessed that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past. Touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture, in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know we would be revisiting her past together. However, so this is a completely different case than Dawn, because Dawn's thing was repression. Ryoshi's memory is outright mutilated. What I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Within Ryoshi's memory, something did indeed rest in her palm. However, I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to white or black. Was it some kind of food, a weapon, or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it, and the words that slipped from her lips in that moment escaped me. One thing I saw for sure, though, was that the person who, in all likelihood, had given it to her was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling into the air, watching Ryoshi's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshi's memory that flashed before my eyes. How long is she going to not smoke? Ryoshi, is there anything you remember? Saru.
기억나는 건 이름뿐이고.
That name's all I can remember. She's pretty. Like, no duh, I thought she was pretty before, but like, the more I can kind of just look at her without a cigarette in her mouth, like, no. She's pretty. You mean...
시계. 너도 들여다봤듯이 내 머리 안은 난도질 당해 있다.
As you've seen, Clock, my mind has been hacked into tatters.
순서도 모습도 제각각 엉켜 있지.
The sequence and the shapes, everything is in tangles.
그러니 나는 기억에 대해 설명할 수 있는 것이 없다.
There's nothing I can explain about my memory.
상황 파악은 어느 정도 된 것 같군. 이곳에서 일어날 수 있는 최악의 사태는
It seems we've gotten the gist of the situation. Worst case scenario here would be
외부의 침입과 함께 환상체나 뒤틀린 최종들이 동시다발적으로 탈출하는 상황이다.
a breach from the outside happening while abnormalities, distortions, and peccatola break containment all at once. Gee, that sounds really fucking familiar.
와, 그건 진짜 상상도 하기 싫은데. 침입자들을 상대하면서 탈출한 괴물들까지 같이 제압해야 하는 거잖아.
Now that's a situation I really don't even want to think about. We'd be fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose.
그래. 그리고 우리는 지금 그 최악의 사태에 휘말렸지.
Precisely. That sums up our present circumstance.
그렇구나.
Alright. Otis wasted no time delivering the conclusion that kill everyone's morale.
순서대로 나열하자면
Let's start from the beginning.
1차적으로 이곳 LC 부사가 정체불명의 세력의 기습을 받았다.
First, the LC8
시각은
department
지금으로부터 약 2시간 전
found itself under attack by a group of unidentified hostiles 2 hours prior.
연구원들을 살해한 무기는 일정하지 않고 다양한 무기를 사용한 것으로 보이는군.
The weapons used to massacre the researchers are not uniform. The victims appear to be killed with a various assortment of arms. My darling daughter.
가장 긴 궤적을 그리는 직선의 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me when using straight weapons that leave the farthest reaching arc.
나를 보렴. 작은 틈새로 목숨을 앗아가는 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me when using weapons that kill with the tiniest incisions.
나를 보렴. 닿은 것을 으깨버리는 유연한 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me when using flexible weapons that crush anything they make contact with.
그놈답게 엉켜 있군.
What a tangled mess. Just like that bastard.
어떤 무기들이 쓰였는지 파악하기도 쉽지 않은 거군. 이거.
Non-uniform weapons. Hard to tell what kind of weapon were used here. Damn. Ryoshi whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance.
최소 3개 이상의 무기를 능숙하게 사용하는 자라고 봐야 되겠군.
Safe to say that the killer is adept with at least 3 different types of weapons.
다시 이어서 말하자면
Moving on.
침입자들의 기습은 예측할 새도 없이 순식간에 수행되었고 LC에서는 제대로 된 반격조차 이뤄지지 못했다. 학살에 가깝다고 볼 수 있지.
This was a surprise attack carried out without any delay whatsoever, and the LCE had no time to even plan a counterattack. It was, for lack of a better word, a massacre.
주목해야 하는 사실은 여기에 있다.
Now here's something that demands our attention.
이들이 환상체의 격리실 문을 개방한 것은 습격이 성공적으로 종료된 이후로 보인다.
It appears the invaders had the abnormality containment units opened, only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully. This is the first L-Corp building again.
이상하긴 하네요.
That sure is fishy.
보통은 그 반대로 하려고 하겠죠.
You mean, shouldn't it be the other way around?
먼저 격리실 문을 개방시켜서 상황을 혼잡스럽게 만들고 나면 그 혼란을 틈타 마무리를 하는 것이 더 수월할 테니까요.
Unlock the containment units first, let the monsters wreak havoc throughout the facility, then swoop in during the chaos and finish off the stragglers. That'd be an easier course of action.
그래. 일반적으로 할 법한 전략은 아니지.
Indeed, the enemy's strategy is highly unusual.
이런 변칙적인 수를 둔 이유는 두 가지 정도의 추측을 해볼 수 있다.
As for why they resorted to such an unusual move, there are two plausible explanations.
첫 번째로는 이들은 양동작전 따위가 필요 없을 정도의 실력자라는 것.
Firstly, that the enemy may be comprised of fighters skilled enough to forego a diversion tactic.
트럭에서 카론 씨를 붙잡은 그자 정도의 실력을 갖춘 이들이 여럿일 수도 있다는 것이겠네요.
You mean there could be more who are as strong as the woman in a truck who kidnapped Karan? Yes, because we're dealing with fingers.
두 번째는
Secondly,
일종의 후속 대처를 위해 일부러 환상체를 탈출시켰을 가능성이다.
that the enemy may have purposely unleashed the abnormalities from the cages as a follow-up measure. That is what I'm kind of leaning on.
후속 대처? 혹 그들이 습격했다는 사실을 숨기기 위해서라는 말인 겐가?
Follow-up measure? Art thou implying those villains sought to disguise their vile attack?
아니, 위정책은 가능성이 낮다. 시체를 집어먹는 환상체가 있었다면 모를까. 이렇게 특징적인 상흔을 남겨놓고서 할 만한 기만 작전은 아니겠지.
The chance of a cover-up is almost non-existent, unless they had precise knowledge of scavenger abnormalities that could devour the corpses clean. Mountain of smiling bodies, maybe. The enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims. It's about sending a message.
좀 더 타당한 건 우리와 같이 후속으로 진입할 본사의 지원군을 지연시키려는 목적이 있을 거다.
It makes more sense that their goal was to delay HQ's main reinforcements and keep them from reaching the scene on time as we did. So again, a delay tactic. Well, we were forced in here sooner. This is a really intricate plan just to get at Ryoshu.
시간을 끈다는 건 그렇군요. 뭘 찾고 있나 보죠?
A delay tactic. I see. Maybe they were looking for something.
그래. 분명한 표적을 갖고 침입했을 가능성이 높다.
Possibly. They must have had a specific objective in mind when they broke through.
저들이 찾는 것이 이곳 어딘가에 있다는 거겠군요.
Which means whatever they're looking for should be here somewhere.
찾는데 오랜 시간이 소요되는 것이어서 저희의 발을 묶어 놓아야 하는 걸 테고요.
Something elusive and so well hidden that they had to distract us to just buy themselves some time.
서둘러야겠어.
We need to hurry then. Because if they were going straight for Ryoshu, then why wouldn't they... Abikyokan. Oh my fucking god. Whatever.
사냥감인가?
I love fighting Pekatula and abnormalities.
세피라 중 최고의 전투부서 징계팀이 나설 시간이야. 환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
Most of this I should be fine. Until something like this happens. You're rolling high. Alright, this should be good.
이번에 끝낸다.
It also means that we have to deal with this when making our way through. Which means it keeps their forces strong, but keeps us on an endurance run.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
뭐가 쏘라.
오, 아 이런. 아무튼
She's
놀라운
close to
한방이네.
severing. She can't even remember her memories.
한놈.
상황이 끝나면 티피리트에게 방금 상황 녹화되어 있냐고 물어봐. 이 정도면 엔젤라님에게도 증명할 수 있을 거야. 이 일에 토끼 따위의
순식간에
협력이
끝내죠.
필요하지 않다는 걸.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아프네.
I'm terrified, but I just have to hold on.
끝내. 전수하리.
I literally just needed one head.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
놀라운 명령이네요. 보냈고 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Ryoshi has higher probability on getting through with this. This music rocks though.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건
부족해 차려졌지
우리만도
않게.
충분하잖아.
시계.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
My beloved. We'll make do. At least for this turn. Wait. Nobody's attacking that one. That thing should die. Where are you? Okay.
한 번에 끝낸다.
It's not like it took any damage though.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 아차!
총알까봐 떠올리는 한군.
저
이번에야말로
부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
이
제1
싸움을
사냥감이겠네요.
끝내주겠어.
가서 끝장내죠.
And kill this one.
파격감.
I could've let the burn kill that one, actually.
전력으로 상대하라.
전탄격발.
우위 파괴. 이제 좀 볼만하니까. 자, 기회 주지 말고 계속 제압으로 이어가.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
That was a lot more damage than I was expecting.
조금 무르긴 했지만 제압은 성공.
Just these ones. So,
뭐 별건 아니었지. 안 그래?
fight's over.
파격감. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수.
망설이지 말고.
아차! 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 있는 힘껏 찔러놓고
Easy.
웃겨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만
Abikokan.
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
If all this is Pecatola, then I really don't have to worry about anything.
한 상체가 탈출했어. 죽지도 않으면서 오래 고통을 느끼는 괴물 새끼들. 너희들이 겁쟁이는 아니어야 할 거야. 머뭇거리다가 아차하는 순간 죽어버릴 치고는 필요 없거든.
받아볼 텐가.
다른 부서에 있는 애고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일은 없잖아. 더 먹어치워라. 징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생각하는 게 좋겠지?
Nothing short of hell.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Nobody's taking this one? You do not need to be hitting that one. Neutral with the Wrath Resonant should help with that. So many people are just taking unnecessary hits. I feel like I'm miscounting. Okay, I'm recognizing the significance now, because it means that I have to be general purpose enough to be able to deal with multiple issues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. Assault can deal with that. Bleed. Sinking. No, that one's worse.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지. 아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한방이야.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
It's a lot of bleed.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
Come on.
한놈.
Yeah, that's the one. Alright.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
이 싸움을
베르게 그 인간도
끝내주겠어.
이건 인정할걸?
He also should be in volatile ego, so this should be fine. Praying and hoping. She has a higher potential ceiling.
화격검.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아. 부위 파괴. 무기를 휘두르는 걸 멈추지 마. 이제 시작일 뿐이잖아.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
How many
베르게
more?
그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
That's a lot. Alright. How many do we need for... Need gluttony. I'm not getting any gluttony skills here. Outer Bossum would probably be the closest. I'm not gonna worry about that. Flashable counter. That to help. Then use this for a kill.
여전히
Alright.
무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
자!
보냈고.
That sloth resonance really safe right there.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
상황이 끝나면 티페리트에게 방금 상황 녹화되어 있냐고 물어봐. 이 정도면
Perfect.
엔젤라님에게도 증명할 수 있을 거야. 이래 토끼 따위의 협력은 필요하지 않다는 거.
In the event that that one lives. Should do this. And switch this. Alright, let's see.
버티나 보자고.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고
He's gonna have to reload soon.
더러지 같은 놈들.
부위 파괴. 돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었어요.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
전력으로
Let's see if you can one and done this.
정탄격발.
완벽한 한 방. 시원한 거.
Almost.
좋아. 부위 하나를 박살냈어.
Last here.
순식간에 끝내죠.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
이것밖에 못하면 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고
Easy.
웃겨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼.
That looks like a Shiromoku.
완벽하게 그지없는 나만의 지옥인.
확실한 승리였어요. 돌아가면 저번처럼 홈파티라도 할까요?
Paradox of the Spiral. As we were battling our way through the escape Pecatola, Gregor came to a sudden stop.
잠깐. 어디서 숨소리 같은 거 안 돼? 좀 희미하긴 한데.
Wait, do you fellas hear something? It sounds like breathing. It's faint.
들린다.
I hear it
이쪽 부근이군.
in this general direction. Michelle stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground, smashed in innocuous.
최종이나 다른 적해체일 가능성은?
How likely is it that it might be a Pecatola or an enemy combatant?
낮은 편이다. 소리의 호흡이 불안정하고 작으니 부상당한 인간의
Unlikely. The breathing is unstable and shallow, like that of a wounded human.
이거 오티스 씨. 생존자의 가능성이 조금이라도 있다면 구하는 게 맞지 않겠어?
Hey Otis, it'd only be right that we try to save them if even there's the smallest chance that they're a survivor, right?
본사에 나쁜 인상으로 작용하진 않겠군.
I suppose that could leave a not so negative impression on us of us on HQ. We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers under debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud metallic creak. Underneath the door was a woman, breathing shallow.
이분은
It was one of Hohenheim's researchers, who guided us through the regular checkup.
알리사예요. 이름까지는 기억 못하실 것 같아서.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd remember my name. Alyssa slowly shared her name, her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain.
알리사 씨, 상태는?
Are you?
숨을 크게 쉴 때마다 통증이 심해서
Every breath hurts so much.
살려달라고 소리를 지를 수가 없었어요.
I couldn't call out for help.
팀장님이 말씀하시던 게 생각나네요. 우리는 주인공이 아니기에 동전이 던져진다면 앞이
Reminds me of what Boss
나올지
used to
뒤가
say.
나올지 그저 기다릴 뿐이라고.
We're not the main characters of this story. So upon the proverbial coin flip, we can only wait to see if it'll land heads or tails. Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐.
Lady, it seems to me you're in plenty of pain. This is hardly time to be joking about. Hold on. This stake. Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallways were holding. You can't pull that out.
Come on.
She's just going to slowly die. Thank you, coffee.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
What happened here?
경고음이
The alarm system.
경고음이 울리지 않았어요.
The alarm didn't go off?
Yeah.
How did it not go off?
저희 부서는 조금이라도 뭔가 잘못되면 곧바로 경보가 발동되도록 설계되어 있었어요.
Hi, heck. Even the smallest accidents or issues triggered the alarm to go off in our department. Also, you're fine, coffee. It was just what like I knew full well what was happening when I put in those sound effects.
호헨하임 씨가 로보토미 코퍼레이션의 최후를 답습하게 되고 싶진 않으시다고 강력하게 주장하신
Hohenheim
덕택이었죠.
was adamant about installing that system. Said that he didn't want to repeat the fall of the Banii Corporation. Cause yeah, because the bells would go off, but when they went off, like, people were already dead or dying. A pain grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just what was staked through her chest.
당신들이 습격을 알아차리기 직전까지도 아무런 경고음도 발동되지 않았군요.
The alarm system didn't go off, not even when the employees realized the facility was under attack.
네. 그래서는 안 되는 거였는데.
It's not supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. He waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down.
갑자기 불이 꺼졌어요.
The light suddenly died.
이번에 진행하고 있는 실험 때문일 거라고 생각했어요.
We thought it was the experiment we were conducting.
전력을 많이 잡아먹는 실험이라고 팀장님이 종종 투덜거리시곤 했거든요.
Boss groused from time to time about how much energy it eats.
그때부터 이상하다고 생각했어야 하는 건데.
I should have noticed that something was off. Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint.
그래서 시간이 지나면 자연스럽게 복구가 될 거라고 생각했어요.
So I thought it was just a temporary power outage.
다른 직원들도 마찬가지였죠. 대수롭게 여기지 않았어요.
No one thought much of it because
경고음이 울리지 않았으니까요.
it didn't trigger the alarm system.
네, 이해해요.
So somebody was in HQ. Like, somebody had to be inside for this to happen, because that's what happened in the first LabCorp building. Like,
저는 실험실에 가지고 와야 하는 자료가 있어서
I was heading to the research hall to retrieve something, and
그러다가
that's when I heard.
어둠 속에서 또렷하게 누군가의 구두 소리가 들렸어요.
The sounds of dress shoes, click clack, echoing through the dark hallway.
느리지도 빠르지도 않은 여유 있으면서도 절도 있는 걸음걸이였죠. 그렇게 걷는 사람은 저희 부서엔 없어요.
Not too slow,
다들
not too
바쁜 마음에
fast.
종종 걸음으로 빨리 걸어 다니거든요.
A relaxed but disciplined gait. No one in our department walks like that. We're always so busy that we always walk in a slight jog.
그 직후에는 누군가가 단말마 같은 비명을 지르는 것을 시작으로
Then a terrible dying scream followed.
끝없는 아비 교환이 이어졌어요.
Before the massacre began, like a hellish nightmare that just won't end.
무슨 일이 일어나는 건지
No one knew what was going on.
살려줘.
Help.
누구야?
Who's there?
앞을 향해서 달리는 것밖에는 도리가 없었어요.
All I knew was that I had to run,
그러다가 가볍게 스쳐가는 바람 소리가
and something whistled through the wind, and
곧 가슴이 뜨거워졌어요. 고개를 내려보니 이미 여기가 꿰뚫려져 있었고
felt something hot across my chest. I looked down and saw this thing had pierced me.
잠시 정신을 잃었다가
It was
깨어보니
thrown?
이미 격리실에 누군가에 의해 강제 개방되어 있었어요.
Then I passed out. When I woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units.
온갖 환상체와 죄종에 이어 뒤틀림까지 탈출하고 격리실 문이 튕겨 나가지는 바람에
Abnormalities, peccatula, even distortions running amok. I was pinned down by a containment door that got knocked off its frame.
호엔하임 씨나 다른 분들과는 같이 있지 않았던 것이군요.
So you weren't with Hohenheim or other people when it occurred.
팀장님, 팀장님은 발표실 근처에 계셨을 거예요.
Boss must have been by the conference hall.
혹시 제 주머니에 있는 종이와 펜을 좀 꺼내주실래요?
Did you get the pen and paper from my pocket? Alyssa drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper.
다른 분들이 무사할지는 모르겠어요. 하지만 이 방향대로 가면 아마 행방의 단서라도 찾을 수 있을 거예요.
I don't know if the others are safe, but follow this map and you should at least be able to see for yourself. Or at least get a clue of what happened.
그래, 그래. 대강 알겠으니까 이제 상처 좀 살펴보자고.
There. We get the general idea. Now let's have a look at that wound. Gregor replied calmly.
진짜 피가 안 멈추잖아.
It's bleeding.
평범한 무기가 아닌 것 같은데.
This ain't your usual weaponry.
넌 뭐 좀 보이냐?
Oi, you recognize this? Heathcliff asked Otis with a palpable concern.
움직임이 클수록 체내로 파고드는 구조로 보인다.
From the way it looks, the more the victim moves, the deeper it will drill into their flesh.
살상보다는 제압에 특화된 공방 제품 중 하나인 것 같군.
Perhaps a workshop product, designed to stall and take combatants out of commission rather than to outright kill.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건 죽이고 싶었다면 충분히 죽일 수 있었던 거겠지.
If the assailants had the wherewithal to use weapons like this, they could have very easily killed the victims then and there too. So why didn't they?
발을 묶어두고 싶었던 건지 아니면 악취일 뿐인 건지.
Was the purpose really just to stall them, or is it some sick fascination?
가만히 있었기에 오히려 무사했다.
It seems that staying still is what saved your life. That was wise of you.
현명했기보다는 너무 아파서 움직일 생각도 안
I don't know
들던데요.
about wise. It hurt too much too. I even think about moving anyway.
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면 무게를 뽑을 수 있지 않겠는가?
Perhaps ought that closes a wound or rapidly heals it be the remedy? Were we to extract the vile weapon?
그래, 영영 저런 걸 달고 있을 순 없잖아. 빨리 뽑고 상처를 치료해서.
Yeah, you're not gonna walk around with that thing in your chest forever, right? Let's pull it out, get the wound treated, and
소용없다.
it's no use. Ryoshi spat out a reply.
소용없다니요?
It's no
혹시
use.
뽑히지 않는 장치인가요?
Is it the kind of device that physically can't be removed?
아니,
No.
뽑아내는 것은 어렵지 않아.
Pulling it out isn't the hard part.
그러지 않는 편이 나을 뿐.
It's just inadvisable.
억지로 뽑으면 복도에 있던 그 시체들처럼 되는 거냐?
If we force it out of her, then she'll end up like those bodies in the hallway.
그래, 저 나선은 반대편에 도달하기 위해 끝없이 파고들지만 역설적이게도 그 자체만으로는 관통하지 못한다.
The spiral
도달할 수 없거든.
burrows endlessly to reach the other side, but paradoxically, it cannot punch through all the way, because it will never arrive at that point.
딸, 이건 나선이야.
Sweetheart, this is called the spiral.
한번 박히고 나면 조금만 움직여도 계속 파고들기 때문에 제자리에 가만히 있을 수밖에 없단다.
Once it's lodged inside the body, even the slightest of movements will make it burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain perfectly still.
처음에는 따끔한 가시처럼 느껴질 뿐이지만 빼내려 할수록 파고드는 무기지.
It may not sting any worse than a prick of a thorn at first, but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into the body.
하지만 계속 파고들긴 해도 정작 꿰뚫고 나오진 못해.
But no matter how much it keeps digging in, it will never make it to the other side.
끝에 도달하려 할수록 나사는 점점 늦어서 결국엔 끝에 닿을 수 없거든.
The closer it gets to the end, the slower it becomes. It can never meet its end point.
대체하는 방법은 알지?
You know how to unlock it, yes?
네가 일을 끝내고 오면 알려줄 거란다.
I'll give you that once you return with the job done.
만약 없이 뽑으려 했다간
Remember, if you try to pull it out without the...
파고들며 엉켜든 모든 것이 뽑혀 나올 거다.
It'll tear out everything it tangled itself with as it bore through.
그러니 살고 싶다면 지금처럼 가만히 있도록.
So stay put exactly as you are if you want to live. All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants.
없이 뽑으려 했다간
If you try to pull it out without the...
짝짓는 숫자도 없이 뽑으려 했다간
If you try to pull it out without the matching, then... Once again, I recalled Ryoshu's shattered memories, with the distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. The scenes from her mutilated memories. As was generally the case, I didn't know how exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me. The moment I wished for it to happen.
뭐가 좀 보였나 시계?
See anything, clock? Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers, like a password?
그 나선에 엮인 역사를 풀이하려면 그에 맞는 짝이 필요하단다.
To resolve the spiral's paradox, you'll need to find a correct pair.
짝이 맞는 숫자도 없이 뽑으려 했다간
If you try to pull it out without a matching number, then...
검과 검집, 음과 양, 과거와 미래, 나와 너.
The sword in the
모든 건
scabbard.
지독하고 지긋지긋하게 짝지어져 있는 것 투성이니.
Yin and yang, the past and the future, me and you. Everything, regrettably, is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection.
죽는다는 게 뭔지 아니?
Do you understand what it means to die?
뭔가를 벤다는 건
What it means to sever something? For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face.
긴 머리.
White hair.
말씀하시죠.
Do speak.
나선은 해제할 수 있다. 시계의 말대로 그 해제는 숫자와
The
연관이
spiral can be
있을 테지.
disabled. It must have something to do with numbers, like the clock said.
하지만 정확히 무엇이 필요한지가
But I
기억나지
don't
않는다.
exactly remember what it needs.
거북나선이라는 이름을 가진 나선 무기에 대해서
Know anything about a spiral-shaped weapon called the tortoise spiral?
파우스트를 사용하는 방법을 조금이나마 깨우치셨군요.
It seems that you've come to understand, if only marginally, how Faust is to be used. A walking encyclopedia?
제가 해당 장치를 시각적으로 확인하였고 류슈 씨가 범위를 좁힐 수 있는 단어들을 제공했으니
As I have visually observed the
알수
device,
있습니다.
and Ryoshu has provided certain keywords to narrow the results, Faust can now know. You are... You have access to a certain limited number of general knowledge, but on more specific circumstances, 1, you need to observe something. 2, somebody else needs to provide a certain keyword. Then the Gesellschaft can help with the rest, only as long as you have connection to it.
사용하는 방법이요?
Did you say how you're to be used? Ignoring the curious looks from the sinners, Faust carefully walks up to a body and unclasps the spiral from their hands.
제 눈에 거북나선. 파우스트에 의하면 해당 장치는 그렇게
Zenon's
불립니다.
tortoise spiral is what Faust calls this device. After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch.
자물쇠입니다. 대응되는 숫자는 7자리군요.
It's a lock. This spiral requires 7-digit combination to release.
또한 알리사 씨의 피가 멎지 않는 이유는 나선이 심장을 관통하지 못할 뿐 파고드는 성질 자체는 영원하기
Also,
때문일 겁니다.
the spiral's infinitely burrowing nature, despite its inability to ever penetrate the heart, explains why Miss Alyssa's bleeding will not stop.
잠겨 있다면 요정으로 열 수 있지 않나?
If it's locked, can't we use a fairy to open it? Fairy?
F사의 특이점을 말하는 것이요.
She speaks of F-Corp's singularity.
잠겨 있는 것이라면 그 무엇이라도 열어주는 기술. 좋은 방안 아닌가?
If the spiral is locked, as you say, then would not a technology to unlock anything make for the perfect countermeasure?
요정으로 여는 것은 가능할 테지만 해당 나선 무기에 적용된 기술이 어느 정도의 가치를 지닌 장치일지가 중요하겠죠.
Theoretically, a fairy should indeed be able to unlock it. However, what must first be considered is the value of the technology applied to the spiral weaponry.
확실하게 하려면 고가의 요정이 필요하겠군. 그런 물품을 당장 근처에서 구할 수도 없는 노릇이고.
Then only an expensive fairy would guarantee its successful outcome, which would be hard to come by at this immediate moment. Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force the 7-digit lock.
안 될 거라고 생각하긴 하는데 0부터 계속 맞춰볼 순 없는 거냐?
Heathcliff, I love you, but you're so fucking stupid. This probably won't work, but can't we just start from 0 and go from there?
보편적인 잠금 장치와 동일하게 일정 횟수 이상 틀린 번호를 입력할 경우
As is the case with most locks, a certain number of incorrect attempts would...
됐어. 그냥 개죽음 당한다는 거잖아.
Point taken. It's death in it.
마음 같아서는 솔직히 무서우니까 두고 가지 말아달라고 하고 싶거든요.
Leave me alone. I'm scared. That's honestly what I'd like to ask.
하지만 실험실 근처에는
But there might be
살아있는 사람들이 뭐가
survivors by the
있을지도
lab.
몰라요. 저희 팀장님 아시잖아요.
You know,
쉽게 당하실 분 아니에요.
our boss, he won't go down so easily.
차라리 그 사람들을
Just go help them instead.
하지만 이대로면
But if we leave you like this,
연구원이 멍청하게 죽는 100가지 방법에 나오는 것처럼 죽어서도 놀림받는 상황보다는 나은 것 같네요.
this isn't the worst way to go. This way, at least, I won't be going into some trivia book of stupid deaths like 100 dumbest researcher deaths. Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness even in situations like these, but it was clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence.
알리사군, 다시 돌아오겠네.
Shall return to thy side, young Alyssa.
반드시 다시 돌아오겠네. 그러니까
I give thee my word. So,
적들이 다가오는 것 같으면 최대한 몸을 피해 있게. 부탁이니 포기하지 마세나.
hide as best as thou canst while enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now, I beseech thee.
참고로 얘는 한다면 하는 놈이니까 그리라 듣지 마라.
You better listen to the lass. She ain't one for empty platitudes.
그럴게요. 감사해요.
Don't give up. Thank you. That's so nice. For Dawn. Haruka. I hope you're having a good day too.
C485.
C485. Ryoshi quietly muttered to herself.
시계. 방탈출 해봤나?
Glock. Never play a game of escape room. What?
이건 일종의 방탈출 게임 같은 거다.
This is very much like a game of escape room.
풀이를 위해서는 단서를 모아야 하지.
To find a solution, you begin by gathering the clues. A game, huh?
저 연구원 놈 살리고 싶은 것 아닌가?
You want to save that researcher, don't you?
그렇다면 저 나선에 쓰인 고유 번호가 필요할 테니 봐둔 것뿐.
Then you'll need the serial number on that spiral. Each step we took away from Alyssa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if we could save her life. Shadows beset the path ahead. That's tragic. Not the lighting around her is gorgeous. Charm. Also, you can see clear stats. Oh, you can see which teams. Interesting. This is a boss. I don't like this. I'm switching her to Edgar family chief butler. This is making me scared. Like, I don't know. This has to be a boss. Is that Midsummer? Ishmael, who'd been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks.
이스마일 씨, 왜 그러세요?
What's the matter?
뭔가 의아해서요.
Something about this seems off.
이스가 지도를 보고 있는데 길을 잃을 리는 없고. 뭔데?
I don't suppose that she would ever read a map wrong. What's the matter?
길은 잘 찾아가고 있는 중이에요. 다만
Yeah, we're heading in the right direction, but the thing is,
너무 수월해서 문제죠.
this just seems too easy. What's wrong with that?
우리가 지나온 길을 떠올려 보세요.
Think back to the
다른
path we
길들은
took to
별의별
get
상태로
here.
전부 막혀 있었어요.
Every other route was crammed with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour.
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는 통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는 방향은 잔해로 막혀 있었다.
The corridor to the left leading to the welfare department was closed off, and the one to the right leading to the facility management room was blocked with debris. We're being led down a path.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
It's as if they're corralling us down this route.
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔
I
미끼를
can't shake
따라가고
off the
있는 것
feeling
같아요.
that we're chasing after bait hooked on a fishing line.
뭐 그렇다고 해서 이곳으로 가는 거 이외의 방법은 없잖아.
Can't say we've much of an alternative, huh?
찝찝하지만 어쩌겠냐.
A bit dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can do about it.
각오는 해둬야겠구려.
It would be wise to stand wary.
잠깐, 파오. 이것 좀 봐봐.
Foul, check this out.
환상체가 탈출한 흔적이 보이는군요.
These are traces of an escaped abnormality.
개체명은 요정 초롱입니다. 거울 던전에서 몇 차례
Also known as the
조우해본
Fey
환상체죠.
Lantern. You've encountered this abnormality more than once in the mirror dungeons.
그 나무 원본이 이거야?
Oh, the tree thing. So this one's the original? I don't think Fey Lantern's the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. For the brand survivors who stumble into here, that'll be trouble. Oh, so we're fighting Fey Lantern?
저것들이 뭔가 한 것 같네요.
That's
다들 얼굴이 썩은
concerning.
변태 마냥.
Also, why are there
이번엔
three?
방어적으로 가시죠.
Based on the number of units in the encounter, like charmed on centers with the slowest speed, the number of charms increases every time fairy card is restored. simple then.
순식간에 끝내죠.
흐드러지게.
저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
당신의 판단을 따를게.
끝내. 부위 파괴. 무기를 휘두르는 걸 멈추지 마. 이제 시작일 뿐이잖아.
Yay. Alright. All of these are struggling. Six, 8. This one. Favorite, but it's still not clean.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
We have to be very careful here.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
저것들이 뭔가 한 것 같네요. 다들 얼굴이 썩은 동태 마냥. 이번엔 방어적으로 가시죠.
한 번에 끝낸다. 차! 하! 차! 차!
Hang on, what's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. If we are to delve deeper, it appears to mirror the one we encountered. Fraction Railway. Motherfucker. This is hell. Alright. Well, Hohenheim does harbor some interest in this subject. He is not a great enough genius to turn this curiosity into reality. Why could this possibly be happening? Hold on. Someone left this here. It seems to be a torn out page of a note. It's covered in fluorescent paint, so it would be easier to spot. Where I left it couldn't have known we were coming. It's probably a note meant for possible survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record. Irregularities. Written by Moses. I really do have to read Distortion Detective. Fuck. LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader. This entity abruptly escaped its containment during the assault. Readers of this note should be warned that this entity showed some irregularities that have not been observed previously. When a high number of employees within a research facility were killed, the Fey Lantern breached containment. We're back to lobotomy court rules! Under the LCE's abnormality control protocols, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits the attunement level exceeding 75% of the LCE Ego Fey Lantern, or when the outcome of the material's work is determined to be above very good. We are literally back at the LC. We're back in Limbus shit. Fuck. The Fate Lantern, whose escape was triggered by the deaths around it, has deviated from its expected behavior pattern of preying on the charmed victims one by one. Instead, has begun consuming multiple targets all at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Urza destroyed the the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy in the LCB observation log, the Fate Lantern's aggressiveness significantly lowered. At that point, Urza was no longer affected by its charm. Based on these observations, I was about to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence. As this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be much of use to most researchers. However, I shall leave the note to it to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum: when the Fate Lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet, due to the limited sample size, further confirmation will be necessary. It's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, now I think they've got the rough of it. How to deal with that. Alright, let's further the record for the intel and try to suppress it again.
그래, 그렇게 가라앉지 않을 분노를 담는 거야. 오늘은 쓸데없이 말을 내릴 필요 없겠어.
We're back to Limbus. We're back to Banii Corp gimmicks, but in this game. That's a nightmare.
남길 말은 없겠지.
아까 작살내놓은 부위 덕분에 한층 더 수월해질 것 같네요, 관리자님.
Keen observation. Cannot be targeted for charm. Deal 25% damage to the fairy. So based off who is the last person to kill it, then they get the status icon that is just Moses. Trying to think which one of these would be better. I think Regret would be. At the start of the combat phase, if targeted by 2 or more skills, unit skills have +1 base power and have fire. No. +1 skill and dashboard loses 1 base power and gains 2 coin power. At the start of the turn, if speed is -4, gain power. Yeah, Regret's better then. Absolute Wrath Resonance. Actually, this would also give her a good chance to use this.
순식간에 끝내죠. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 자, 이쪽입니다.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은
나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
모두가 말한 대로 방어적인 대응은 확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적군. 하지만 이래서야 환상체에게도 지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가?
전투응대에 나선다.
좋아, 부위 하나를 박살냈어. 머리 좋다 잔테.
So close.
방금 완전 좋았어.
I know everyone knew that it was nothing more than a bait.
얻어볼 테니까 끝내 전수하리.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
모두가 말한 대로
Kill.
방어적인 대응이 확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적고
꿈을 꾸러가도
That's
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고
dangerous.
웃겨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시
앞에 나선 보람이 있어.
That felt like a real actual enrage, where if you did not kill it fast enough, it will kill you, and you're just trapped. That's another one. Whatever.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Oh fuck.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Hi, Wayward. How much worse are you now? Fuck. Who are you targeting, actually? Yi-song. I don't want her to have Dimensional Rift, but... Which arm has the lowest? But they're equal. So I'm better focusing on one arm.
전투응대 나선.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
제압된 제게 맞는 공격 수단도 못 고르면서 왜 징계팀이 남아있지?
That slash damage, that's really bad against her. Oh, what the fuck?
뭐 하려는 거지?
What is this? Core gains plus 20% extra possibility. I have to break these. Is this? Oh my god, this is greed again. Oh, this is a nightmare. Limbus company. Oh, this is King of Greed, but worse. This needs to go. This cannot be allowed to stay. Oh, I don't like this. It's either speed or just outright damage. Oh, I'd rather deal with the speed.
받아볼 텐가.
Oh, these things are sturdy.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸? 방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간
Wait, so it takes turns. No maidens, huh? Because you'll just... It comes from any of the portals. This is a nasty fight. I like it. Like, oh, this is a really rude. I have to stop that attack. I can't let that go through. So that means it's better off when, like, it starts to burn them down. Or at least burn 1 to 2 down instead of trying to deal as much damage to all of them. This is a nasty fucking fight.
단번에 끝낸다.
He sticks his little arm out.
그렇게 서 있으면 몸이 떨어질 수밖에.
이것 봐. 한 상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
Tremoring dimension. Oh my god. Yeah, no. I genuinely have to actually really pay attention to this. Right blade is closest to getting staggered. Alright. That speed differential actually was really bad. I shouldn't have let that go through. I do regret. Yeah. This music is great though. 3,
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Like Typhus turns us off. I really I really prefer to keep that shit on because of situations like this.
자, 이쪽입니다.
I have to completely shift tactics.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기에
Like, this is mean.
턱없이 모자랐지.
But no, I'm genuinely really liking that my mentality has to shift back to heading in another dimension again.
밀려올 것만 같은 그런 냄새가 나요.
My mentality has to shift again to like actually playing a lot more like how I played in Ruina. This one sucks. I can't let it have that one. This one also sucks. I can't let it have that one. I can deal with this. This I really don't want to deal with. So it is a choice between these two, because these are the two most like pressing ones. This one's annoying, but I can manage. This one effectively non-existent. If I take hits anyway, it's my own fault. That coin power one needs to go. I'll even make doubly sure.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
I'm telling you some plays we're implementing combat color-coded warnings and continues. No more nerfs. I was gonna say that too, because I'm like, didn't I read a patch note that was like, hey, yeah, there's an error where like you like if you continue then it messes stuff up. And like, alright. That means that they're gonna make things harder.
오, 아, 이런.
A lot harder.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
Gregor needs to reload. He still has... He can at least burn through what he has left. They did also add that thing where you can see what other people use for their teams. They're learning. That is also kind of why like I am like sticking with Burn, because like I can imagine like yeah people are probably using Heisho like because why not? But no, this is the Burn season, so I want to get used to using it again because I really liked Burn and Rona. Like Burn's biggest issue in this game for the longest time was just the fact that like you couldn't maintain it or like really build consistently around it. Hell, even right now, I don't have Otis, like, in my team. She's on the back burner, but, she's not, like, in the middle of it. Get up here. No, she doesn't need that. Thank you for petting Fifi. What do I do here? Is he loaded? No, he's not. Not yet. Red Eyes should kill this. So I'm not gonna worry about that. If it doesn't, then that's my fault and I'm stupid and that's my mistake. Frontal assault here. Yeah, they'll both empower each other. Okay.
받아볼 텐가.
지켜보고 있었지.
That's two.
일격에 저렇게나?
Please, Queen. Please, Queen. I need you to hit heads.
총알까봐 떠올리는
저것들 상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가 기운을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
Not good. Ten. Wait, this arm's open. Don't know if that's worth it. Actually, I'll do this. Actually... So if I'm doing that anyway, then I can do this and still get a lot of benefits. I'll even use Crow Eye. Come on.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 무불아위. 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Hate you.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생각하는 게 좋겠지?
If this fight's been anything to go by, it'll soon emerge from one of the dimensional rifts. If we can intuit it's the next point of emergence, maybe we can deal a fatal blow against it before it fully emerges from the dimensional rift. Can you intuit the next point of emergence? He is the best that we got. He'd need to hit both though. Whatever. Soon the entity began crawling out into the dimensional rift that Sinclair selected. Though it sensed the sinner's presence before it emerged, it didn't have enough time to act before Sinclair swung the weapon at it. The entity had hurriedly closed the dimensional rift as it fled back to its safety. That seems to have destabilized the dimensional rift. Opportunity. 3 offense level down. 3 offense level up.
죽지도 않는 것들이 겁을 집어먹다니 역겹군.
Three offense level up, 3 offense level down for Sinclair. He is still not in volatile ego though. This boy is gonna kill me.
Come on.
The music for this has been really great. Also, thank you, IDFT. wonder if I should just use Snack Harpoon. No, no, because it's Bloom. That's why I benched. Like, it'd be really nice if he was in Volatile. It'd be really, 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 really nice. But I guess he's just tired today.
이 파괴 이제 좀 볼만하네. 자, 기회 주지 말고 계속 제압으로 이어가.
Yes, Queen.
끝내. 정수아리.
This one, some praying to God. The name of football tails.
뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나 봐요.
If I'm smart, I can kill here. Whenever it is a character's Canto, I keep... It sucks. Target has no burn, flex burn. Lost affinity. Wait a minute. But it's not gonna be in a row. We'd still get the resonance. Yeah. Whenever it is a character's Canto, I very much prioritize putting them on the team. Regardless of practicality, I try to make them fit as best they can, but this thing, the opener being a lot of slashing, did not help her case. Fuck this guy in particular.
완벽한 한 방. 시원한 걸.
Oh, now you're volatile. Sure, whatever. 370. I just need to get you below like 250. This should still be checkmate. Yeah.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 괜찮아. 거의 손방망이인데.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시
That's a nasty fight to just throw at somebody in the middle of the story.
다시 교체되는 것처럼.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았고 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
I'm thinking. I want fourth match. I will want fourth. No. Yes, because I can't build. No. Eyes open is fine. Red eyes. I can't build gluttony. Not with this team. So blind obsession would be better.
벌써 화끈하네.
This is the most exhausting, but the fuck.
정신 못 차리긴. 우리 부서에 아직도 겁쟁이가 남아 있었나 봐. 그 괴물 새끼들에게 홀리는 건 정신력이 부족한 거야. 기한만 있으면 충분히 풀 수 있어.
This is the like. Oh, just +6. What the fuck? This is like distressing, but at the same time, this is legitimately why I love doing these things like as soon as possible. I don't know anything about your new gimmick. It's like 2 bind and all. This lasts until the roots are broken. Okay, so priority, I need to focus on the roots. With that +6 though, fuck off. +6. Okay, +6. 17. 9, 12, 15. 15. 17. 15. No. 11 plus, oh my god, I can count. 11 plus 3, 14. Plus 3 again, 17. The highest that she is consistently rolling is 17. What the fuck? Okay. Fuck. Root parts gain +3 attack power for every unbroken arm part and does not gain this effect if the root is broken. Okay. Gain +3 for every unbroken arm part. For every unbroken arm part. Fuck. Does not gain effect if the roots are broken. So roots have to be the priority. This mirror dungeon. So where's that can happen? I win rate until I get obliterated. Alright, yeah. Priority has to be the roots. Also the lowest amount of HP, so yeah, I do need to focus that. How do I do this without bashing my head into the wall? I don't like this, but I have to. Means Ryoshu has to block this.
순식간에 끝내죠.
낙인을
Endure. Endure and persist.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
전탄격발.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
I'm swearing by this point. What's your colorful vocabulary though? Oh my god. It's very select games and titles that can get me like this. That's what makes Limbus so special.
징계팀이 나설 시간이야. 환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
I'm sorry, what does that one say? On hit without cracking, inflict some potency from all negative effects on target. Bleed or rupture, max 30. They really just said, yeah, we're not nerfing it anymore. Who's that targeting? I might have to use an manager skill for this. Ebony Queen Apple's come a long way since when she first started, and she wants to show you. In the most painful way possible. I can't redirect that one. If I can't redirect that one, then just screw it. She can't break that on her own. But she needs to win that clash. Oh my god, bleed. This is the best right now. But we made fun of it prom 10 years ago. Later, I took it to heart. I respected her then. I don't deserve this. I'm blocking whatever ones I can, but like, no, I'm prioritizing the roots. Ryoshi was not lying. No, this is just hell.
꽤 끈적거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을걸?
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
My baby boy, you can go a little bit insane, please. I desperately need you to go insane a little bit. Shit.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
What the fuck is that?
이걸 인정할걸?
The audacity, max stack of 4, deals plus 20%. Cool. Close enough. Welcome back, Library Runa. You know what? You know what? Considering we are at the point of being a star of the city, or like that approximate power range, no, it's fitting. It's fitting, I say, like, gritting through my teeth. It enhances the narrative, I say as I chew my tongue out. Snack harpoon might just be better here. That's going straight for Ish. This is all just cost benefit. Like, this is all trade-offs. I can't just completely avoid damage as much as I used to anymore. She got angry because I hit the apple? So you can't just mass attack your way through this. She's not gonna win this one. She guards and payback, so whatever.
그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
I'm liking this a lot, though. I am suffering immensely. But the tears are tears of joy. Elation, I'll say. Joy is a little bit too high.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
남길 말은 없겠지.
한 상처는 피해를 받을 뿐 소멸하지 않아. 죽지도 않을 목숨.
Masochist. I made it all the way through. I made it all the way through Library Runa with no mods, including that no farm mod. Like every time that I lost that fight to Shadow, my ass went straight back to grinding the 2 previous fights, so I could even attempt to fight her again. Still probably one of the best games I've ever played, but god damn was that painful. Does he have a buff on? No. I need one more pride skill. I'd rather do that, so I'll wait for it. Who's not targeting? She's not even gonna win that fight anyway. Well, +1 coin power, +6. Very, but +6. But I'm not gonna get a less resonance. So then is it even worth it? If I'm gonna lose that anyway, then I might as well just build up the resource. I don't need that much firepower. I know that this thing's gonna die.
대가리 딱 떼든.
Jesus. She won that? I am begging you. You are at 20 sanity. At least roll 1 heads.
잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지? 파괴.
좋아.
무기를 휘두르는 걸 멈추지 마.
잘했어.
이제 시작일 뿐이잖아.
She's incredibly close to a stagger. Red eye is almost open. I can use this because I'm getting it again. Clash power +4. She has no burn on her. I need to stack it back up immediately. I'm wondering. I'm gonna hit the apple. But if it breaks the apple, then who cares? This clashing. Alright.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Okay, I got scared for a second.
으타! 더 먹어 치워라.
Compulsion, I love you. What unfortunate tragic children.
그지. 해거를 펼 수.
쟤네 정신을 못 차리는 걸.
Rapid growth. There's one defense level for every stack. This effect when all arms are broken. Whatever. More damage. Can't. Ooh. He's almost at 3 anyway. I can get to it naturally. Spend it.
단번에 끝낸다.
She had a lot of bleed on her.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
365.
그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸? 단번에 끝낸다.
180.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
102 on top of the 20 burn. No, you're dead.
가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만 있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으겨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
Not as bad as the others, but
내가
still, Jesus
부서지고
Christ.
파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼. 이 얼마나 완벽한.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려. 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 타올랐어.
Tangled fate. Thank God.
이
Thank
검법도
God I'm
제법
free.
손에 띈 듯하오.
That is a nasty gauntlet.
이쪽인 것 같아요.
Hey, we fought these things before. Yeah? Did you? Did you? I think it's this way.
이곳에만 불이 들어와 있네요. 방송 섹터라고 적혀 있어요.
This is the only area with lights on. It says broadcast sector. Should have put a fort have no end. I guarantee it's not gonna end with this. It's not gonna end after this part. Part 2 is gonna have just like another set. I
여기로 오는 게
guarantee it.
맞는 선택이었겠지?
Can someone tell me? Can someone tell me? Coming here was the right decision?
방송 섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는 전부 막혀 있었다고 보아도 무방하다.
All the other routes were blocked off, save for one leading to the sector.
이러나 저러나 여기로 올 수밖에
That's gonna
없었던 거고.
filter a lot of people. A lot more of like the newer players, I'll say. Looks like we have ended up here one way or the other. It's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라 문이 잠겨 있진 않을 거예요.
Most of their power down, the door shouldn't be locked.
멈춰. 한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할 거야.
Take another step closer and you'll be forcing our hand. A familiar voice boomed through from the loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning. Yeah, it sounded familiar.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치되어 있어. 만약 그걸 뚫고 들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할걸? 이쪽은 전부 전투 수행이 가능한 사람뿐이야.
Not very convincing. This entire area is laden with security landmines. Even if you somehow manage to get past the minefield, you'll have to face the rest of us. I'm warning you, every one of us in here is combat ready.
만약 자신 있다고 해도 우리에겐 자폭 장치도 있어. 초소형 미세 톱니들이 박혀 있는 폭탄이.
And if you think you're stronger than us, we have self-destruct devices, bombs filled with super mini saw-teeth shrapnel.
잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야? 뭐? 나보다 악필이 심한 사람은 처음 보네.
Hang on a sec. What's this supposed to say? The bull. Heck? Can I tell my handwriting was bad?
이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내 폭발이 일어나.
Oh, here. Throwing this bomb will result in an explosion that covers a 100-meter radius zone from the detonation point.
야, 그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아. 좀 그럴듯하게 적어대.
Hey, that's a taboo violation, you know? At least try to come up with something actually convincing.
아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게 깔리고 싶은 게 아니라면 당장 돌아가.
Anyways, turn around and walk away right now, or we're gonna bury all of you with us under this facility. We can hear everything, you know?
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다. 폭발물에 해당하는 모든 폭탄은 머리가 규정한 바에 따라 반드시 무언가에 설치되어야
It is highly probable that the bomb is a bluff. Any bomb that falls under the category of explosive must be planted on an object or surface per the rules set by the head.
범위도 터무니없어. 그만한 반경을 일순 폭발시키는
And that
것은
boasts the blast beggar's belief.
규제와
In such a wide radius, is sure to break a bounty of bands and bounds.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야. 더 다가오면 과출력된 전기가 너희를 순식간에 지져버릴걸.
Sure, but I wasn't bluffing about the landmines. Take one step forward and bolts of overcharged electricity will make barbecue out of you. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I've heard it somewhere before. Yeah, we had.
알리사 씨 말에 따르면 이 부근에 호엔하임 그 양반이 있을 거라 했는데.
According to Alyssa, Hohenheim should be around here out somewhere.
잠깐, 방금 알리사라고 했나?
Did you just say Alyssa?
이 목소리 착각이 아닌 듯하군요.
That voice. It seems we are not mistaken. Now I clearly recognize this voice.
그다지 반갑지 않은 그
Rather unwelcoming voice. That voice I would rather not welcome. That voice I would rather not welcome tells me
이곳에 들여보내도 무방한 이들은 많네.
that these individuals are good to be let through.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가 들리는 걸 봐서는 저희가 접근해도 무방한 이들 같군요.
That voice Faust would rather not welcome tells Faust that these individuals are good to be approached. A heavy thunk, and then the doors of the broadcast sector inched open, but before we could even take a proper look at the people holed up within.
뭐야, 너희들이었어? 진작에 말하지.
You guys, you should have told us sooner.
나 기억나지?
She's big, but also really cute. Remember me?
에즈라 씨.
It's Miss Erza. We came to face with Erza, who video called us with a plethora of information on blood fiends prior to our mission on La Mancha Land.
라만차랜드에서 대활약을 해냈다면서?
She towers over Sinclair. Jesus Christ. Having a nerd slap fight. Listen, it's cute in its own way. Giant golden retriever girl. I'm... A lot of thoughts about that one. Okay. Heard you saved the day in La Mancha Land.
역시 우리가 도움을 준 덕분이지? 아, 그래서
그 너희 중에 있다던 그 무진장 센 혈기는 누구야?
And all thanks to yours truly, I bet. So, care to tell me which one's the Blood Fiend extraordinaire on your team?
네?
What? That's...
안부 인사는 나중에 나누도록 하지, 에즈라.
I have to read Distortion Detective. I have to read Distortion Detective. I believe canonically she's 6'2".
Come on.
6'2". She's... Listen. Interesting, tall, cute girl. Share this in pure thought. Tall... Sometimes a tall girl is just nice. Like... Tall. Just... Like... You feel... You feel... safe, I guess, is a way of putting it. I'm sensing I wish you would physically pick me up and throw me. Not the throw part, but if she just thought, like, if she could just, like, pick me up and just, like, hold me, or even, like, hug maybe tightly, like, I'm not against the idea of, like, she 6'2" is big. But importantly, Moses. Something about seeing her eyes, like, really just struck me instantly. What if she was the big spoon? She deserves to be the big spoon. She is the big spoon. Moses. I've heard so fucking much about you. And now I actually have to read your fucking story. I feel like an asshole, because I pushed it off for an exceedingly long time. Because I'm like, it's a side thing. They said they were going to make a game about it later. I can worry about it later. And then here it is. This is to me, Moses showing up to me is the equivalent of what happened when people were playing Kingdom Hearts 3 ran into, like, Data Riku. Where it's just like, oh, I know where that's from. That's funny. Other people now need to pay attention about that other thing that everyone else thought was not important. Fuck. Either way. Hi, Moses. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Why don't we skip the pleasantries for now, Irsa? The next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in a video call too. Team leader at LCD, if memory serves right.
아까 폭탄이 어쩌고 하면서 온갖 협박을 한 게 당신이었어요?
Were you the one who threatened us about the nonsense about bombs, Irsa?
어쩔 수 없었잖아.
She's
근방에
so...
남은 사람은 우리 말고는 없을 거라고 생각했는데 갑자기 10명 되는 인원들이 떼거지로 몰려오는 소리가 들리니까 봐! 저쪽 화면은 나오지도 않는다고. 다 망가뜨려놨는지.
I want to reach up and, like, squeeze her cheeks. Like, just like press her face. I mean, what other choice did I have? We were starting to believe that we were the only survivors out there, and then bam, a dozen or so footsteps rushing into the sector out of nowhere. We couldn't even check who you guys were because the screens are all busted. Air suggested toward the blank surveillance screens in the broadcast center with her chin.
참고로 저기 무지하게 똑똑하다는 양반이 카메라를 복구시키는 중이래.
little-
전력이 차단되어서 시간이 좀 걸릴 거라나.
She's so cute. Like, Do you need to tiptoe? If I do, it would only make it better. Like, I think she's neat. I think she's cute. For your information, Mr. Genius over there is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's gonna take a while with the power outage, though. Holy shit, you're alive.
자네들과 이런 식으로 제외하게 될 줄도 몰랐네.
I'm honestly surprised you're completely intact. I didn't expect our paths to cross again for anything good, but I certainly never pictured it happening like this. Underneath the array of monitors Erza pointed at, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered, who gave us a faint, unwelcome nod as he fiddled with the tangle of power circuits.
안녕하세요. 다치신 분은 보이지 않아서 다행입니다.
Hello. I'm relieved to see that there aren't any injured among you. Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고 알리사가 우리의 위치를 알려줬다 했나. 같이 데리고 오지 못한 거 보니 치명상이거나 이미 사망했다.
In any case, you say it was Alyssa who let you know of our location, hmm? If she's not with you, she must be either gravely wounded or already dead.
치명상이에요.
She's badly hurt.
하지만
Yeah,
살릴 수
but
있는 방법은
searching for ways to help her. Ishmael gave Hohenheim a balanced look as though he was taken back by this cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate.
물색이라 마치 보물 찾기 놀이라도 하는 듯이 말하는군.
As she was. Searching. You talk as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt, because it kind of is a game.
차라리 숨을 끊어주고 오는 게 알리사에게 더 도움이 되었을 수도 있었겠어.
It might have been better to end her misery than in there.
무슨 우리가 여태껏 해온 걸 보고도 모르겠냐? 가망이 없는 것도 아닌데 쉽게 포기하지 말라고.
Haven't you seen how we handle things? She still's got a shot. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. I love the way that Heathcliff has become.
이해해 주세요. 침입자 중 몇몇은 사람에게 고통을 가하는 걸 즐기는 것 같아요.
He's grown so much since we left T-Corp. Please don't misunderstand. Some of these assailants, they seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what's keeping our boss on edge.
저와 팀장님은 습격이
We have
시작된
literal
시각에
reliance,
시험실
but
근처에
we're still trying to make sure other people can
돌아다니는
at least.
직원들은 많이 없었고
We care about the people who
방송
can't.
섹터와 가까웠죠.
Boss and I were near the laboratory when the attack started. There weren't many employees around, and the broadcast sector happened to be close by.
단지 그런 이유로 사지 멀쩡하게 7가지
Probably the only reason we were able to find cover here in one piece.
알리사 군은 잘 견뎌내주고 있을 걸세.
Verily, young Alyssa shall preserve steadfastly.
우리가 약속했네. 돌아가서 구해주겠다고.
We have vowed to return and deliver her from death.
감사해요. 알리사도 믿고 있을 거예요.
Thank you. I'm sure Alyssa is hanging on to your promise.
잠깐. 훈훈한 와중에 미안한데. 너희가 왔다는 건 그 특색도 여기로 오고 있다는 거 맞지?
I can't look at her face and not just want to grab it. She's so cute. Sorry to break up this touching moment, but you're here. That color fixer should be on his way too, right?
지금 어디에 있어? 벌써 습격한 놈들을 찾으러 갔으려나?
Where the heck is he now? I wonder if he's already off to find the attackers. Moses, who had been staring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze towards Erza. Why were you looking at Otis?
팀장님, 붉은 특색과 합류하면 막내가 없어도 승산이 충분하지 않을까요?
Team leader, if we can regroup with the Red Gaze, I think we'll have more than enough fighting chance, even without our baby bee. Baby bee?
그래. 하지만 붉은 시선은 이곳에 같이 오지 못한 것 같군.
Yes, but it would seem that the Red Gaze is not here with them.
다른 이유를 말할 필요도 없이 저들의 표정만 봐도 알겠어.
Just the look on their faces is enough to confirm that.
뭐? 아니, 왜 너희만 온 건데?
The heck are you peeps doing here without him? Erza's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Virgilus wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like a host shrieking at uninvited guests barging into her home. Lucky.
저희도 저희만 오고 싶어서 온 게 아니거든요.
It's not like we came here on our own because we wanted to.
길잡이 양반은 발목에 붙잡혔어. 휘료슈 말로는 거미집의 엄지아.
Guidebut's held up by an assailant. Yeah, she said she's called the Thumb Nurse Father from the House of Spiders.
연구소를 급습한 자들처럼 상당한 무력을 갖추고 있었겠지.
They're probably a tough adversary too, just like those who were assaulting the facility.
무시할 수 없을 만큼 출중한 기량을 가진 자였다.
Otis is taller than her. Her combat prowess is not to be underestimated.
아르고스 부대의 에우리알로스와 비교하면 어떻지?
How is she compared to Areolis of the Argos unit?
큰 차이는 없을.
Around the same level, I would say.
잠깐. 네놈 그 부대와 이름을 안다는 건.
You. If you know those names, that means... Moses didn't grace Otis with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie. And soon returned to the subject at hand, as if she were done sorting out her thoughts. The fact that that means something to Otis, and she was very quick to respond before realizing what it means for Moses to have known that. Those two are operating on a certain wavelength that I can't parse right now, because I literally just don't have the background book knowledge.
그자가 인질로 붙잡혔나?
Oh, she has a prosthetic. Karon, is she taken hostage?
네? 그걸...
How did you know that?
습격자를 단수로 서술하더군. 생략한 걸 수도 있지만 그렇다 해도 소수의 인원이었을 거다.
You mentioned attacker in singular, perhaps just a slip of the tongue, but I suspect it was a single enemy, if not a small number.
그리고 운전기사를 데려오지 않았음에도 너희는 붉은 시선이 습격자를 해치우고 곧 올 것이라는 말도 믿음도 내보이지 않았지.
Furthermore, despite coming here without the bus driver, none of you seem particularly convinced that the Red Gaze would be able to quickly dispatch the assailant and join you. She's smart.
팀장님은 딱 보면 거의 다 알아채신다고.
Give it to our team leader. Just one look is enough for her to figure it all out.
그런데 너희 오면서 마주친 사람은 없었어?
Anywho, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here?
다행히 죄종들이나 인형들 외에는 없었어. 잠깐, 저희도 질문 좀 할게요.
Just some Pecatola and mannequins. Wait a minute, why don't we get to ask the questions? Ishmael barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amid the barrage of questions.
두 분은 LCD 부서잖아요. 왜 LCE 부서가 있는 본사에 와 계신 거죠?
You're both from LCD. What are you doing here in the HQ where the LCE is?
아, 그건 말이지.
Well, about that.
오늘 LCE 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이었거든?
The LCE was supposed to make an important progress report today.
무지하게 중요한 발표니까 필수 참석이라는 공지가 하루에 몇 개씩이나 날아오던지. 그쵸, 팀장님? 우리도 무지하게 바쁜 부서라는 건 다들 잊어버렸나 봐.
She is so cute, I might genuinely die. Apparently it's a really important presentation too. We've been receiving bazillions of reminders about how it's a mandatory attendance event and everything. Right, Team Lee? Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really busy your department is.
딴지 걸어서 미안하지만 그건 무지하게 중요한 발표가 맞았네.
Sorry to borrow your wording, but it is indeed a really important presentation. Okay. I think I also barreled through like the last ad break, so I'm gonna take a sec to use this break to go and get some water. So I will be right back.
Come on.
Limbus is great. Because not only does it make me more interested in reading, there's also so much goddamn text. That I feel like I'm already just reading a novel as is. And this is only Node 10. Alright. hot women, hot characters, and also seeing my favorite characters continuously suffer in various ways. Now it just so happens to be Ryoshu's turn.
그래, 그쪽 성과가 중요한 건 잘 알겠는데 우리 부서도 무지하게.
I love her. I love her. I love her so much. Yeah, for you maybe, but my department is also really. Hang on, I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now.
발표는 결국 시작되지도 못했으니 우리로서는 그 중요도를 가늠할 수 없겠지.
The presentation did not happen. As such, we are unable to assess its importance as the moment.
결론적으로는 그러한 행사로 인해 우리 팀원들이 이곳 LC 부서로 모였던 거다.
Whatever is the case, the event was what required us LCD members to be present here at the LCE department.
그리고 소개할 인원이 있다. LCD에 들어온 새로운 팀원이지.
And there's one more thing. Allow me to introduce the newest addition to the LCD.
우리 부서도 이제 규모가 커졌다 이 말이야.
Erza is she's so precious. Yeah, our team has grown in size. Take that.
자네들과 구면이라 들었다만.
I was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we did not expect to encounter here of all places.
그대들과의 조우가 항상 이러한 난전 속이라 면목이었군. 강령하셨는가?
I want to squeeze her until she pops. Oh my god, she's back! I regret that we must always meet in the midst of plights such as this. I trust you've been well.
앵두 씨, 오랜만이네요.
It's been way too long.
김 작가님은 아직 회복 중이신가요?
Is Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim still in recovery?
우두께서는 육신이 아문 지 오래이나 마음이 맑아지기까지 시간이 걸리는 것 같더군. 내 기다리는 수밖에.
I'm so happy. She's so... even her little picture is so small. Oh my god. My mentor's flesh has long since healed, but it will take some time until his mind regains its former tranquility. However long the wait, endure it I must. So Kim's fine. Mentally he needs to come back though.
머지않아 좋아지실 거야. 그때까진 내가 그때 저지른 과오를 묵묵히 속죄할 뿐.
I have faith that he will recover in due time. Until then, in silence shall I atone for the transgression I have committed. And you do appear to be referring to how she ran Bamboo-Hatted Kim through with her sword under the monolith's distorting influence.
그래도 LCD 팀에 합류해서 잘 적응하고 계시는 것 같아.
Still, I'm glad you seem to be adjusting well to life at LCD. Because it's also been a while since we reran even Yield My Flesh to claim their bones. Damn. Well, not... Yeah, no, it took a while, but fuck. I'm so glad she's back. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Langdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood.
위탁하고 있는 신세지에 우리에겐 돌아갈 곳이 마땅히 남아있지 않으니.
I would say I was taken in, but I'm deeply grateful regardless. My mentor and I have nowhere left to call home.
하지만 언젠가는 반드시
But someday,
모두와 함께
we will
S사로 돌아갈 것이야.
return to S-Corp together.
저쪽도 섞이기 위해 고군분투를 하고 있나 보네요.
Looks like she's trying her best to fit in too.
어딜 가나 처음 적응해가는 건 힘든 법이지.
It's always hard to get settled in no matter where you start from.
이곳의 인원끼리는 얼추 안면을 틔운 것 같으니
Now that we've all grown acquainted with one another,
빠르게 다음으로 넘어가도록 할까.
let us move on to the issue at hand. I'm so glad she's back. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Please don't let her die horribly. A distinct objective. The ebbs and flow of the red string. It's getting tighter. Slowly, but it's happening.
Come on.
And I do have water.
지금 필요한 것은 정보 공유. 그리고 그것을 기반으로 하는 줄이다.
It's not heat. It's mostly just the fact that I've been reading so much. And I need to make sure that I'm constantly drinking water whenever I'm reading so much. Which is why I have now like 4 cups right next to me. This game is also great because it forces people to read. The first order of business is intelligence sharing and deductive reasoning based on the available information.
나와 팀원들은 발피실로 향하는 통로에서 습격을 당했지.
My team and I were attacked in a hallway connected to the conference hall.
그놈은 그냥 단도직입적으로 말할게. 엄청 강했어.
She's so fucking cute. She's so fucking cute. It's unreal. That guy was, I'll be straight with you guys, super duper strong.
말벌 그 자식이 자리만 안 비웠어도 한번 붙어보긴 했을 텐데.
I would have stood my ground if only Hornet, that dumbass, were here.
말벌이라 하면
By Hornet, you're referring to...
우리 막내인데 진짜 세긴 하거든? 얼마나 세냐면
The junior of our team, but he's really strong. He's so strong that
내가 예전에 말이야 그 뭐였지? 빵이었던 것 같은데 아무튼 그걸 먹으려고 접시에 덜어놨는데 말벌 그 자식이 아니 잠깐 등 돌렸는데 그대로 집어먹은 거야.
There was this time when what was it again? Some kind of pastry, I think? Anywho, I got me some bread to snack on later, and in that split second my back was turned, Hornet, that asshole, swiped it right off my plate. That's not him being strong, it's him being fast.
확 열이 받아서 그대로 명치에 주먹을 팍 꽂았지. 먹은 거 뱉어내라고. 근데 그냥 욱 이러더니 아무렇지도 않게 빵을 꿀떡 삼키는 거 있지? 이게 말이 되는 맷집이야?
The little sound she makes is so cute. Gushing over. She is too cute. Like, she's also taller than Yusong. Damn. God, she's so fucking big. God. Think straight. I got so pissed off that I punched him right in the solar plexus to get him to cough it up. And he just went oof and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys?
잘은 모르겠지만 강하신가 보네요.
Okay, I guess that makes him strong. Although Eris's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well. I can't. Don't be a coward, just let it happen. You're lucky.
그래서 그분은 지금 어디 계시는데요?
What's this Hornet up to now? I shouldn't have calmed down from that heat. She's just so cute and like big girl 6'2", and like super cute. Just like, I don't know, some like cute really just like melts my brain. Not even like in a hot way. Like, Erza is cute. Rodian is hot. Both of them are very tall, very strong women. Zilu is like the midpoint of like both of them. Like, even just thinking about Zilu, they've really been feeding me with tall women. God. Okay, focus. Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector.
그게 말이지. 아마 들으면 깜짝 놀랄걸? 무려
Oh, you're gonna lose your mind when you hear this. Listen up. What he's...
아직, 에즈라.
Not yet, Erza.
무려 비밀이야. 아직 기밀 사항이거든.
Up to is a secret. It's classified stuff. Erza trailed off awkwardly.
나는 관찰과 추리를 통해 적을 파악하는 편이다.
I tend to analyze my enemies with observation and deduction.
어떤 무기를 쓰는지, 어떤 방식을 선호하는지, 사력을 즐기는지 피하는지, 어떤 마음가짐으로 전투에 임하는지에 대한 모든 색깔을.
I try to identify their unique colors, the kinds of weapons they use, their methodologies, whether they enjoy the slaughter or avoid it, their attitudes towards battle, all of it.
이를 파고들면 반격할 수 있는 적절한 시점을 알게 되며 약점을 짐작할 수 있게 되지. 그런 식으로 얼추 길을 열 수 있으니.
Once I have that, I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack, or what kind of weaknesses of theirs I can exploit. And that's how I've usually opened my path forward.
하지만 그자는
But Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment.
모든 것이 난잡해 어떠한 패턴도 읽을 수 없었다.
Was chaotic. I could not identify a single pattern in his behavior.
그놈은 껍데기다.
He is an empty shell.
사람을 죽일 때 어떠한 감정도 담겨 있지 않지.
His act of killing lacks any emotional touch.
그러니 무엇도 읽을 수 없었을 거다.
And that is why you couldn't get a read on it.
반대로 너는 너무나 선명히 보이는군.
On the other hand, you appear so clearly to me.
어지간히도 뭔가를 베고 싶은 건가?
You seem so anxious to cut something down. Is that correct?
산산조각 났지만 그 파편 하나하나가 예리하고 투명하니 마치 수많은 칼날이 되었어.
You're broken, shattered, but every shard is keen and transparent, like a hail of small blades.
끊어내고 싶으면서도 끊어낼 수 없어서 더 가련해 보이는 유리와 같은 검.
A glass-like sword of many edges, so fragile with its futile wish to sever away what cannot be severed.
그 상처투성이 손에는 무얼 그렇게 쥐고 있는 거지?
What is it that you grasp so tightly in that scarred hand of yours?
너 이 새끼, 멋대로 뭘 보고 있는 거냐?
Scarred. Little shit. What are you peeking into?
팀장님한테 호칭이 지금
Don't talk to our team lead like... Just as Erza was about to give her stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject.
덧붙이자면 나와 여기 있는 마트는 실험실 앞에 있었네.
Ryoshu had a scar on her hand this whole time? To add to that, Martin here and I were in front of the laboratory when it occurred.
처음 시작은 바람 소리였지.
At first it began with the sound of a rushing wind.
공기를 타고 날아오는 소리가 들렸네.
Something large and heavy cleaving through the air. The kind of sound one should never come to expect from a department like ours. so full of delicate machinery and containment units.
제 바로 앞이었습니다. 저와 한 걸음 차이로 걷고 있었던 직원의 허리가 두동강이 났는데
It happened right before my eyes. Something snapped the employee who was walking only a step ahead of me in half.
순간적으로 그런 생각이 들었죠. 환상체가 탈출한 건가?
And the first thing that came to my mind was, did an abnormality breach containment?
하지만 정말 격리실에서 탈출이 일어난 것이었다면
But if such were the case, the alarm should have gone off.
알리사 씨가 말해준 것과 동일하네요.
So far, this tracks with what Miss Alyssa told us.
어떠한 전조 증상도 없이 습격이 일어났다고.
She said there wasn't any warnings at all before the attack.
자세히 보니 그건 환상체도 죄종도 뒤틀림도 아니고 거대한 칼집이었죠.
Once I got a better look at what it was, I realized that it was neither abnormality, pachytolum, nor a distortion. It was a massive scabbard.
그리고 칼집이 날아온 방향에는 칼집을 던진 것으로 추측되는 자가 태어난 표정으로.
When I looked toward where the scabbard came from, there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon,
책을 읽고 있었습니다.
reading a book like he was out on a stroll.
그 책은
And the book was
마티아스. 그놈의 안가품 장부겠군.
Matthias. He must have been reading his book of vengeance. A middle.
범지에 중지라.
First the thumb, now the middle. And she knows who that is.
수초 동안 멍하니 보고 있었는데 팀장님이 저를 잡아 끌었습니다.
I stared at him, still processing what had just happened, when Boss grabbed my arm and started running.
뒤를 다시 돌아보지는 못했어요.
I couldn't look back.
수십 명이 비명을 지르는 소리가 들렸지만
I heard screaming from dozens of people, but
필요 이상으로 설명이 길군 자네는.
you seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details.
이곳 방송 섹터 안까지 들어온 이후에서야 알리사 생각이 났어요.
Only after arriving here at the broadcast sector did I remember that Alyssa was still out there.
목숨이 위급할 때 뇌는 생존을 위해 최소한의 정보만 전달하네. 당연한 증상이지.
When one's life is at risk, the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It is only natural.
하지만 그 연구 계획서를 마지막으로 관리하던 건 저였으니까요, 팀장님.
But I was the last person that who handled that research proposal, boss. So he blames himself.
알리사도 원래는 발표실에 있었어야 했어요.
Alyssa should have been at the conference hall too, with us.
있잖아. 그런 걸 일일이 따지다가는 진짜 남아있는 게 없을 것 같거든.
Hey, listen, if you want to look back and nitpick at every little thing you did in the past, we're gonna be here forever.
너무 뻔한 위로 같긴 하지만 앞으로 무엇을 할 수 있을지부터 생각해도 늦지 않아.
I know it might sound like a bit of an empty platitude, but focus on what we can do right now. What we're going to do going forward, okay? You'll have time for regrets later. Good coming from you. But I hope you actually internalize that.
그렇네요.
I suppose so.
저희 팀장님을 한 차례 구해주시기까지 했는데 다른 사람도 아니고 제가
You did save my
여러분들을
boss
위해서는
once, so I guess it's only fair that I should have more faith in you people than anyone else.
그 또한 실험의 일환이었다고 반박하고 싶지만 시간이 없으니 넘어가도록 하지.
I would like to clarify that the saving was but a part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forego a more detailed explanation.
각자의 상황 설명은 끝난 것 같으니
Petty.
지금까지 확인된 정보를 공유해
Looks like we're all caught up then. Good. Now, let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD.
오늘 이곳 본사 지하에 있는 LCE 부서에 침입자들이 습격하였다.
Today, intruders attacked the LCE department situated in the basement of the HQ.
LCE 전 구역이 통제불능이 되었고 이곳을 제외한 모든 섹터가 각각 하나 혹은 둘의 습격자에 의해 무력화되었지.
We lost control of the entire LCE facility, and save for our current location, every sector has been neutralized by a single or a pair of intruders. Single or a pair?
정상적인 의사소통이 가능할 정도로 생존해 있는 인원은 이곳에 모인 숫자가 전부.
These are groups of 1 to 2. Any survivor who's conscious enough to communicate properly is already here.
그 이후에는 격리실까지 강제 개방되어 밖은 더욱 혼란스러운 상태고.
After the attack, every containment unit was forcibly unlocked, adding even more fuel to the fire.
사면 초가요. 발 디딜 곳을 찾는 일은 어디를 가든 쉽지가 않군.
We are beset by foes on every side. A search for a foothold is a difficult one indeed.
에이, 여기 감시 카메라만 전부 볼 수만 있어도 그놈들이 지금 어디에 있는지 정도는 볼 수 있을 텐데.
If only these surveillance cameras weren't busted, I'd be able to keep track of their whereabouts. So they're just roaming around. The thumb isn't here. We know at least somebody from the middle is. That still leaves ring and index.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고 시도 중일세. 의도적으로 끊어진 전력을 복구시키는 것을 마치 안경을 닦는 것처럼 쉽게 말하는군.
As I've repeated many times today, we are attempting to bring it back to operational status. You speak of restoring a sabotaged power grid like it's a task as simple as wiping one's glasses.
지금 가장 필요한 정보는 두 가지다.
More than anything, we need two pieces of information at the present.
침입자가 누구인가? 그리고 무엇을 위해 LC에 침입했는가?
1. Who are the attackers? 2. What objective brought them to the LCE?
우리가 마주한 자는 그저 명령받은 대로 사람을 죽이는 것에만 혈안이 되어 있었지.
The man we encountered seemed to have a one-track mind, squarely set on killing as ordered.
하지만 목적을 단순 습격 후 살인으로 두기에는 미심쩍은 점이 많다.
But there are far too many threads that point toward a motivation more complex than infiltrate the facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Moses' deduction aligned with Otis's. If the assailant's goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units.
침입자의 정체는 그래, 대략적이나마 유추할 단서가 모였다.
The intruders are... yes. I have enough evidence to at least get a general idea of whom they might be.
설명해보게.
Do elaborate.
붉은 시선을 붙잡았다던 엄지아비라고 불리는 자, 그리고 연구원들을 습격한 중지에 시체로 된 인형까지 미루어 보아 그 솜씨는 아마도 약지 쪽이겠지.
There's the thumb nurse father who's stalling the red gaze. Then there's the member of the middle who attacked the researchers. And we've seen evidence of the ring's involvement too, given the presence of the corpse mannequins.
최소로 잡아도 손가락 2개 이상의 조직이 혼재된 상황이라고 볼 수 있겠지.
At least 2 or more fingers are involved in this attack.
뭔지 흑운의 우두머리 짓을 한 것들도 이곳에.
The vile cur the Kurokomo clan serves are here.
허나 이상하군. 모제스 아씨, 손가락이라는 작자들은 서로를 척하는 자들이 아닌가?
Yet this is quite odd, Lady Moses. Are the fingers not hostile against one another?
손가락 걸기 따위로 치고받고 싸우지 않고서야 하물며 같은 목표로 움직인다니.
Those ilk have no business coming within even a sleeve's breadth of each other, save when compelled to attend assemblies such as the Finger Bow Bow, where they oft quarrel to no end.
그래. 그러니 역으로 판단하자면 꽤 중요한 목적이 있어서 각 손가락 간부꾼들이 특수하게 모였다 봐야겠지.
Correct, but consider this from the opposite perspective. There must be something of enough importance for the officers of each finger to put aside their differences and work hand in hand. That being our darling Ryoshu.
거미 혹은 거미집의 아비들.
Spiders, or the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders.
그들은 그렇게 불린다.
That's what they're called.
그리고 우리는 이미 그들이 펼쳐둔 거미줄에 걸린 상태지.
And we've just snared ourselves into the web they spun.
손가락은 서로의 영역을 침범하지 않기 위해 선을 그어둔다. 지금처럼 엉켜있는 일은 드물어.
The fingers rarely ever cross the line they've drawn between each other. The strange entanglement certainly is a deviation.
아비들이라. 그 칭호 의미 없이 붙여지진 않았을 테지.
Nurse fathers, was it? Seems like a terribly meaningful title to me.
거미집이란 곳은 무언가를 기르는군. 그것도 각 손가락의 간부급이 모여서 양육이라는 행위를 한다라.
then it can be presumed that the House of Spiders is a place to raise something, or someone. To have such high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture someone.
말이 안 되나 싶지만 그 목적이 범상치 않을 만큼 역설적으로 그들이 모일 당위성을 보충하는 건
One might think that it hardly makes any sense, and indeed, it doesn't. But what if their purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would, paradoxically, explain how they've come together.
리오슈라 했던가? 그곳과 얽혀 있는 것으로 보이는데
Ryoshu, is it? You seem inextricably tied to that place.
뭘 원, 아이.
아, 이건 뭘 원하시는지.
She just said, I know what you want. It's also kind of what I figured.
괜찮다. 줄여 말해도 파악할 수 있으니.
You can understand sangria.
하지만 나도 내가 아는 것을 토해낼 수가 없군.
But I can't tell you what I know, because
정보와 기억 전부 깨져 있겠지. 내게 보이는 것처럼.
it's all broken. The place, the memories attached to it. I can see how they've shattered.
모든 것을 기억해낼 필요는 없어. 내가 제일 궁금한 건 그 범상치 않은 목표다.
You don't have to
그건
recall
무엇인지
everything. All I
말할 수
need to know
있겠나?
is what that outrageous purpose is. What is it?
나
Me.
나를 무엇이든 베는 검으로 만들어내는 것.
To forge me into a blade that cuts through all.
그리고 나는
But I left that place
그곳을
behind.
빠져나왔다.
Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more?
아쉽지만 여기까지군 시계.
Shame, but that's all I have, Clock.
말하기 어렵다. 말할 수 있었어도 말하기 쉽지 않아.
I don't remember much more than that. Even if I did, it's not an easy thing to speak of. Ryoshu let out a protracted sigh just as Moses did earlier. The long exaltation of someone who clearly craved the puff of smoke to betray the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshu hasn't been smoking at all since we got here, or maybe since the truck.
시계. 저자가 말한 것처럼 그리고 네가 본 것처럼
Clock,
내 머리는 엉망진창이다.
like she said, and like what you've seen, my mind is a mess.
나 역시 내 스스로 궁금한 게 있지만
I have
알아낼 수
questions of my
없지.
own, but the answers elude me.
그러나 아까처럼 내 놈의 힌트로 뭔가 짜맞춰질 만도 하다는 생각이 들었다.
But maybe the pieces can be put together using your hints, like the one you gave me earlier.
그러니 같이 풀어내야 한다. 이 퍼즐 혹은 방탈출을.
So we have to solve this together. This puzzle. Or this game of escape room. Ryoshu muttered placidly.
거미집의 목표가 너라면 굳이 본사를 침입할 이유가 없을 거다.
If it is you the House of Spiders wants, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the HQ? Huh. As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked into her direction with mild amusement.
거미집을 빠져나왔다는 발언은 아마 탈출을 의미하겠지.
When you said you left the House of Spiders, I presume you meant you escaped it.
손가락 길이의 관계성을 고려했을 때 사이좋게 모여있을 위인들이 아닌데도 아비들은 너를 잃은 이후로도 거미집이란 단체를 유지했다.
Members of different fingers are hardly the kind of people to fraternize even on a good day. The alliance of sorts that they call the House of Spiders has persisted even after you departed, after your departure. At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for your return.
하지만 오늘의 행동들을 보아선 그렇게 인내심이 대단한 자들로 보이지도 않는다.
But given their behaviors today, they don't strike me as a particularly patient group as a whole.
이제야 모습을 드러냈다는 것이 수상하다는 거지. 저들이 절박했다면 벌써 움직여야 했을 거다.
In other words, I find it suspicious that they decided to act now. If they were desperate, they would have made the move long ago.
이건 때를 기다린 거라는 생각이 드는군.
That leads me to believe that they were waiting for the right time. Is it because... It lines up too closely to after when we dealt with Lei Heng. Well, we, as in Kong Ki. But that's only a vague assumption.
류슈, 너를 되찾든 그게 아니면
Because we've
뭔가가
ran into the middle a couple
지금이
times
저들이
before.
움직일 때가 된 셈이다.
Like, Ricardo's been on our ass for a while. But why specifically now, as the House of Spiders decided to close up around us? Whichever is their motive, Ryoshu, whether it is getting you back or doing something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가 이곳 본사 연구소로 올 수 있도록 길을 비켜줬어요.
The nurse father of the House of Spiders we encountered. She made way for us so that Ryoshu could come to the HQ research facility.
그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한 감정들은 하나같이 강렬했지만
She harbored such intense and complicated feelings for Ryoshu, but
그럼에도 류슈 씨를 죽이거나 데려가려는 듯한 행동은 조금도 보이지 않았던 것 같아요.
I don't think I got any sense that she was trying to kill or take Ryoshu with her.
아비들이 이곳에서 날 기다리고 있다고 한 걸 보면
But she said that the nurse fathers were waiting for me here.
나를 보러 온 건 맞다. 괴짜 탐정.
Clearly they're here to see me. Weirdo detective.
너 자꾸 말을... 야, 뭐야?
Alright, you. Hey, what's your problem?
진정하게 저들의 대화를 막지 않는 게 좋네.
Be calm, please. It's best that we do not interrupt their conversation.
필시, 저 논쟁 안에서 답을 떠올리겠지. 흐름을 끊지 않아야 할 것이네.
In intense dialogue, shall they find and draw out the answer? Let us not dare stem this course.
너를 자극하기 위해 거미집의 아비들이 습격했다는 추측은 합당하지만
It is a fair assumption that the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders has attacked this place to provoke you. However,
당장의 목적은 따로 있다는 생각을 지울 수가 없군.
I can't seem to shake the thought that they must have a distinct objective.
류슈라는 인물만을 노리고자 했다면 이곳과 지금이 적기는 아니잖나.
If they were indeed after Ryoshu and only Ryoshu, then choosing this specific time and place hardly seems to serve the purpose. The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once a sinner's turn ends, another begins, every single time, without failure. It's simply because it was her time. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe, without a shred of doubt, that it's her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began muttering a sequence of words.
림버스 컴퍼니, 거울, 유리창, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스, 수감자 류슈.
Limbus Company, the mirror, the glass window, the former L Corp, extracted ego, Enclefin, psychoments, abnormalities, monolith, sinner Ryoshu.
이곳 LCA 연구소에서 거미집의 목적이 될 수 있는 것은 그리 많지 않더군.
I can't think of too many things at the LCE research facility that could be what the House of Spiders is after.
당장 쓸 수 없는 정보를 모두 제외하면 추측할 수 있는 모든 목적 중
By
가장
process of
합당한
elimination, the only reasonable answer that can be deduced is as follows.
황금가지.
They're here for the golden bows.
결국 그런 결론이 나는 것인가?
So that's how it is. Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Ryoshu's past, to reach in and see what lies in there. But LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden bows. Hohenheim, where are the golden bows in this facility located?
관리자님께서 황금가지의 위치를 묻는군요.
Manager would like to know the location of the golden bows.
이곳의 실험실에 있네.
It's at the laboratory in this facility. Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hands on my head.
그래. 발표 내용에 대해서 말하지 않을 수가 없겠군.
I suppose there's no way around sharing the contents of our presentation. Hohenheim's answers surround me like a prolonged sigh.
그건 황금가지 실험 성과에 대한 발표였네.
It was a presentation regarding our progress in the Golden Bow experimentation.
그리고 그 발표가 공개될 수 있는 인원은 한정되어 있네. 지금 자네들 LCB는 포함되지 않았어.
And a limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that presentation does not include members of the LCB.
황금가지를 개고생해서 구해오는 건 우리.
I was right about to say it, and he said it for me. Aren't we the ones risking our necks out there to collect these bows? How come we're not allowed to?
보안의 범위를 결정하는 건 내가 아니네.
I am not the one who decides the scope of our security.
호헨하임 씨가 우려하는 바가 무엇인지는 알고 있습니다.
Hohenheim, your concern is understandable.
회사는 황금가지에 대한 정보의 공개를 엄중하게 제한하고 있으니까요.
The company maintains tight control over any information regarding the Golden Bows.
혹여 회사의 동의 없이 이 정보가 노출되었을 경우 어떤 조치가 내려올지는 현재로서 알 수 없습니다. 최악의 경우엔 기억 소거 절차까지도 감안해야 할 테죠.
There's no way to know at this moment what the consequences of leaking this information without the company's explicit consent might be. If the worst comes to worst, we may even be subject to a memory wipe procedure.
지금 같은 비상 상황에서 그딴 걱정부터 해야 한다니.
Unbelievable. We're stalled by some red tape at an exigent circumstance like this.
비밀스럽고 수상쩍은 회사에서 뭘 바라겠나?
What do you expect from a company practically built on secrecy and suspicion? Also fair.
그럼 감안한다고 생각하고 본론부터 말하지.
Anyway,
황금가지를
assuming the risks of divulging this information are understood and accepted by all parties present, let me get straight to the point. The Golden Bows, we were experimenting with grafting the retrieved bows onto one another.
가지를 접목한다는 것은 혹시
Grafting the bows, putting them together. Why?
한 그루의 나무로 만들겠다는 뜻인가?
Then was the purpose to combine the bows to form a singular tree?
연구자 앞에서는 두루뭉술하게 넘길 수도 없겠군.
Nothing slips by a fellow researcher, I suppose.
맞네.
Correct.
특수한 환경에서 황금가지를 배양시켜 묘목을 만드는 중이라네. 아직은 한 그루로 완전하게 접목시키지는 못했지만
We are incubating the golden bows under a very special environment to create a sapling. We haven't yet managed to graft them together into a proper tree, no, but that horizon is in sight.
그 실험의 성과를 사내의 주요 관계자들과 몇몇 팀에게 공개할 예정이었는데 이런 사고가 터져버렸건.
Today was the day that we were to share the success of the experiment with certain major characters and teams within the company. Until this happened.
황금가지는 실험실에 있더라.
The golden bows are at the laboratory.
그럼 실험실에서 황금가지를 먼저 찾아내 보호하는 게 급선무겠네요.
Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden bows.
하지만 섣불리 움직이기에는 이곳에 도사리는 적들이 너무 많지 않아? 본사랑 더 연락할 방법은 없는 거야?
But we can't just waltz out on our own when this whole place might be crawling with enemies, right? Is there any way we can get in touch with the HQ right now?
본사의 지원 요청은 들어갔나?
Did HQ even receive your support request?
1시간 전에 구조 신호를 보냈지만 명확하게 닿았을지는 알 수 없네. 송신기들은 전부 그들이 파괴해버려서 말이지.
We did send a rescue signal to HQ an hour ago. We have no way of knowing whether it was received. The attackers destroyed all of our outgoing transmitters earlier.
신호만 들어갔다면 LC에게 규격 외의 상황이 벌어졌다는 건 금방 파악했겠지.
And as long as they receive a signal, any signal, it shouldn't take long until they recognize the LCE is under attack by an overwhelming force.
LCA가 지원을 보냈다는 가정하에서 그들이 이곳까지 도착하는 데 걸리는 시간을 예상할 수 있나?
Assuming that the LCA has sent us support units, do we have an estimate of how long it would take for them to arrive?
현재 시설 곳곳에 산재한 폐쇄 경로를 지나오는 시간을 모두 감안해도
Even if they have to navigate around the inaccessible passages currently present in the facility,
10분 이내일 것입니다.
it should be no more than 10 minutes. So something is severely wrong.
10분이라면 이미 도착하고도 남았을 텐데.
10 minutes. Then they should have been here already.
신호를 받지 못했거나 엘리베이터가 중간에 작동을 멈춰 갇혔을 수도 있겠죠.
They have either failed to receive the transmission or the power outage has trapped the reinforcements in the elevators.
우리야 소드 씨가 설명해줘서 뒷문으로 들어올 수 있었지.
If it weren't for Assad bringing us to speed, we wouldn't have the thought of using the back door to come straight to this facility.
그러면 통제실에서 전력 분배기만 재부팅해줘도 해결될 것에.
If such is the case, then we need only reboot the power divider in the facility management room.
어이 척척 박사. 이 부서의 셧다운 상태를 복구시키려면 저 돌아다니는 뒤틀림이나 환상체들을 모조리 제압해야 하는 거지?
Hey, Mr. Big Brain. If we want to restore this department from a shutdown state, we gotta take out all the distortions and abnormalities sauntering about, right?
완벽히 복구하기 위해서는 그렇다고 봐야겠지. 이것은 복도의 환상체가 하나라도 탈출해 돌아다닌다면 다른 부서로 갈 수 있는 모든 통로가 차단되도록
In order to perfectly restore the facility, yes. This place has been designed to be quarantined from every other department if even a single abnormality has escaped to its hallways.
깊이 생각해봤자 뭐가 더 나오겠어? 환상체나 뒤틀림들이 무서운 거면 우리가 처리해줄게.
No use sitting around putting our heads together then, huh? Hey, if you guys are scared of some abnormality or distortion, leave it to us. We'll kick their butts.
무섭다고는 한마디도 안 했는데요.
Nobody said they're scared.
행동해야 하는 게 어떠냐는 말이죠.
I'm just saying we could benefit from practicing a bit of caution.
역시 전력 수리부터 하는 게 제일 현명할 수도 있네. 습격자들은 어둠 속에서 더 활기를 칠 테니 말이야.
It would be wisest to prioritize restoring power to the facility. It seems that these attackers are making effective use of the dark.
아무래도
See.
효율적인 작전 수행을 위해서는 인원 편제를 분할하는 편이 좋겠습니다, 관리자님.
Huh? Executive Manager, I'm of the opinion that we must split our forces in order to facilitate our operation, given the urgency of the situation.
우선순위만을 논하면서 시간을 낭비하기에는 상황이 썩 좋아 보이지 않는군요.
The situation looks rather pressing for us to sit here and waste time debating what to tackle first. Once I nod in agreement, Otis quickly took control of the situation.
지금부터 우리는 수색 정찰 및 탈출을 준비한다.
Listen up, men. We prepare for two things: reconnaissance and extraction.
뭐? 나가자고?
Extraction? You mean escape?
LCA 지원이 도착할 것이라고 가정한다면 그 타이밍에 맞춰 우리도 행동하는 편이 유리하다. 협공의 가능성이 높아지기 때문이지.
Assuming that the LCA support will arrive, it would serve us best to move in tandem with them to improve our chances of launching a joint attack with numerical advantage over our enemies.
또한 정황을 보아하니 이 위치에 너무 오래 숨어 있었다. 적은 계속해서 이곳을 들쑤시며 목표를 달성할 때까지 닥치는 대로 죽이는데 우리의 위치를 고정해 놓는 것은 죽을 확률만 늘리는 셈이다.
Also, we have to stay mobile. We've held this position for too long. Our enemies will methodically kill and comb through the entire facility until they find what they're looking for. The more we remain stationary, the more likely we are to encounter them, and that will only elevate the risk of total obliteration.
그건 말 되네. 하긴 쟤네들은 한 번 죽으면 끝이기도 하고.
Makes sense. Besides, the others here aren't like us. Once they get killed, it's over for them.
거기에 더해 황금가지 또한 적보다 먼저 회수해야 한다.
Another thing.
무엇을 하려고 하든 이
Don't forget that we have to
안에서는
reach the
해결할 수
golden
없다.
bows before our enemies do. Whichever we end up prioritizing, we won't get anything done by staying holed up in here.
그래. 그럼 우리가 다 같이 나간다 쳤을 때 제일 먼저 갈 장소는 어디인가? 자네
Very well,
말대로
then.
황금가지의 회수나 전력 복구
If we were all to leave this place at the same time, where should we prioritize? We have many pressing tasks, and as you have explained, golden bow retrieval, facility power,
전력을
restoration.
복구할 통제실과 실험실, 그리고 손상된 회로가 있는 복도는 전부
But the
멀리
facility
떨어져
management rooms to restore power to the facility, the laboratory, and the area with the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other.
팀을 나눈다.
We divide and conquer.
황금가지의 보호, 시설 전력의 복구, 환상체 제압을 통한 지원 통로 개척.
Securing the golden bows,
막중한
restoring
문제들을
power,
동시에
and
해결하기
suppressing
위해서는
abnormalities to clear a path for
각각에
the
걸맞은 팀들이
reinforcements.
배치되는 것이 낫겠지.
They are all equally important, and they must be resolved consummationally. I know I've seen that word before. And to do so, we must split up into squads based on our expertise.
그래, 뭐 찬성이야. 우리는 따로 행동하는 편이 더 편하기도 하고.
Yeah, alrighty. We work better as a separate unit anyway.
황금가지는 우리 LCB 부서가 찾도록 하지.
Of course we get the dangerous job.
이곳에 있는 관리자님께서는 근처에 황금가지가 있으면 바로 알아차릴 수 있는 능력을 갖추고 계시니.
The LCB will be in charge of securing golden bows, as our executive manager here has the ability to detect it wherever they are in proximity to one of them.
금속 탐지기 뭐 그런 기능인 건가?
Kind of like a metal detector?
그런
Dare
싸구려
you
같은
compare the
비유를.
executive manager to it?
촉박하니 지금만 넘어가지.
I'll let that one slide, given the urgency. She also has like a really cute parallel to Erza, but like it's definitely a lot more aligned with Moses.
그리고 환상체나 뒤틀림, 죄종들의 제압은 자네들.
Anyway,
LCD 부서에
we
부탁하고
would like to leave abnormality, distortion, and peccatolia suppression to the LCD.
좋아, 전문이지 그건.
It's totally a bread and butter.
이곳에 격리되어 있던 한상체나 뒤틀림 중에 까다로운 건 몇 종 정도 되지?
How many difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility?
벌초, 당신의 정도의 실력이면 어렵지 않게 제압할 수 있을 걸세. 하지만 그중 2종은 많이 까다로워.
Combatants of your prowess should have no trouble suppressing most of them, save for 2, however, that might pose some trouble. What are those 2?
실험실끼리 통신할 때 쓰던 초소형 무전기를 주겠네. 너무 멀면 신호가 닿지 않지만
Take these microcommunicators with you. You use these to communicate between laboratories. While it has limited range, it should be useful enough to relate the suppression tactic for each entity you come
좋아.
across.
통신도 갖출 수 있겠군.
Perfect, we've secured a means of communication.
마지막으로 전략 복구는 LCE 부서에 맡기도록 하지. 내부 시설에 대해서는 이곳의 인원 중 제일 익숙할 것 같으니.
As for restoring power to the facility, I would like to designate the task to the LCE personnel here. I presume you are best acquainted with the layout of this facility out of all of us. This is the first time that we've really kind of just let Otis genuinely... Like, no, we gave her the nod, and she is just genuinely directing everybody, like, in a really effective manner. This is also the most that we've actually, like, worked with the rest of the, with the other LC departments. Without them wanting to kill us. At least directly. A reasonable choice. Layout of this facility is more complicated than it might have first appeared to you.
전선들이 제대로 정리가 되지 않은 혼란한 상태를 저런 식으로 언급하기도 하더군요.
This is indeed one way to describe the abysmal cable management.
그건 엔트로피 증가 과정의 제한이라고 생각해 줬으면 좋겠군. 그리 보여도 안정한 상태에 있어.
Please consider it but a representation of the entropic escalation phenomenon. Just by the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us.
좋아. 이걸로 상황을 계속 공유하도록 하지.
Very well. Don't forget to keep each other updated.
잊고 싶던 연기 냄새가 자꾸만 스멀스멀 올라오는군.
The acrid stench of smoke I'd much rather leave buried in the past keeps coming back. What do you mean by that? Shirajo.
잊지 말게. 황금가지는 보존통에 들어있으니 함부로 대하지 말고.
Don't forget, the golden bows are kept within a preservation container. Take care when you handle it.
그래.
I love her little...
황금가지들 구해오느라 그렇게 고생을
I love her little
막대하잖아.
smile so much. Time for the fun segment. I am... Okay. We've been working our butts off to retrieve these shiny twigs too. We know enough about their worth not to throw them around willy-nilly. Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again.
그럼 실험실은 그쪽이고 통제실은
Alright, that's the way. And facility management room is... As I was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows.
뭐야?
What was that?
너 조심해!
There's a wall dropping down. Watch out, you guys! The corridor was thrown into complete chaos.
싱클레어 씨, 이곳으로 오세요.
Sinclair, this way.
안 돼. 거리가 너무 멀어요.
Can't, it's too far. Is everyone alright?
환상체 탈출에 대비해 설치된 격리 시스템이 작동된 것으로 보인다.
It would seem that a quarantine system designated for abnormality containment breaches has just been activated. Mersault, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotonous voice. Wait, so who got separated with who? And just as he said, when I looked around,
까딱하면 벽에 깔릴 뻔했어.
that was close. The wall nearly flattened us into pancakes.
간발의 차였구려.
We were but a breath away from disaster.
추악해.
Shabby thing.
불신앙이다.
What a waste of time. Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did.
그런데 유슈 씨는 어디에 계시는 건가요?
Waste of time. Where's Ryoshu, by the way?
관리자나리! 어디 있는가?
Don Quixote knocking on your door, screaming to get in. Sinclair and Don Quixote were were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall.
이렇게까지 완전히 단테님과 분리되어 본 적은 처음이네요.
I think this is the first time you've ever been so completely separated from Dante. Yeah.
그럼 이제 함부로 다치지도 못하겠네.
We can't even afford to get hurt.
주변에 환상체가 등장한 것 같진 않은데요.
I don't see any abnormalities around.
역시 차단벽의 제어권도 넘어간 것 같군요. 보란 듯이 저희를 나눠버렸습니다.
Now they've taken over the security walls too. They've effectively forced us to split
걱정
up.
마십시오, 관리자님. 사소한 차질일 뿐입니다. 이자들의 통솔은 제게 맡겨주시면 됩니다.
This is only a minor setback. Allow me to assume control of this unit for the time being.
곧바로 그런 말부터 하신다고요? 단테의 걱정부터.
That's the first thing you're worried about? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Dante?
난감하게 되었군.
This has grown to be quite the predicament. Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh.
팀장님, 괜찮으세요?
Are you alright, team leader?
다행히도 부상자는 없어 보이는 것.
I am. At least we have no injuries among us. After all that planning, we ended up getting separated in completely random teams. Sweet.
일단 나누어진 인원부터 파악하지.
Let's first check who we have on each side. Okay, it's me, Mersault, Gregor, Yisong here. Also Ryoshu. Also,
여기는 탐정님이랑 나랑 앵두 씨랑 그리고
we've got the detective, Miss Engdu, and me over here, and
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨,
Ishmael,
그리고
Rhodia,
오티스 씨가 계시네요.
and me. Otis too.
이쪽은 나와 마튼 군과 조수 군.
As for us, Martin, the assistant, LCE team members, and the rest.
분등이 무엇인가?
The rest? Of whom speakest thou?
자신보다 능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운 자들이 쓰는 의존 명사입니다.
Great. The two nerds are together, and they're gonna just keep yelling at each other. It is a phrase used by individuals who find it especially difficult to acknowledge their betters.
저랑 동 키오테 씨와 파우스트
Me,
씨가
Don
계시네요.
Quixote, and Faust. There's no chance we can get the security wall out of the way, even with our combined effort.
안 되는군요. 역시 마스터 카드 키로 강제 개방할 수 있어야.
The master key card doesn't work either. We should be able to override the lockdown, but even the LCE wasn't having any luck on their side.
약간의 변동이 생기긴 했지만 어쩔 수 없을 것 같군.
There's been a minor deviation, but it can't
작전대로
help.
간다.
But it can't be helped. Advance according to plan.
LCD를 포함한 이 인원은 시설 내에 돌아다니고 있는 것들을 순차적으로 제압한다.
This unit, the LCD included, will neutralize any hostiles within the facility, one threat at a time.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
We'll assist you with finding a trail as soon as we're done repairing the security cameras.
지금 말한 대로 LC 호헨하임이 포함된 팀은 통제실로 향해서 전력 복구에
Acknowledged. The
집중하고
LCE and Hohenheim team will secure the facility management room and prioritize restoring power.
관리자와 나머지 인원 있는 팀은 황금가제 확보를 위해 실험실로 향하는 것이 되겠군.
As for the executive manager's team, proceed to the laboratory for golden bow retrieval.
왜 나는 제압이야? 제일 힘든 건.
Figures I end up in the team doing the fighting. What a pain.
그럼 우리는 먼저 이동한다.
Yeah, everybody split off. Damn.
내가 앞장서도록 하지. 따라오도록.
I'll take the lead. The rest of you follow me. With that, Otis and the LCD team's footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
우리도 슬슬 이동하도록 하지. 사실 여기 있는 마튼군과 조수군만
We should get moving too.
통제실을 복구하는
Although I
정도는
think
아무
just Martin and my
문제가 없을 것
assistant here will be
같긴
enough to restore power to the facility management room.
전력 시설의 구조가 그리 체계적으로 되어 있진 않나 보군요. 이러한 통제불능의 상황까지
Jesus
대비하여
Christ. There seems to be a lack of proper structure in the generation and distribution of electricity here. It is regrettable that the facility lacks a backup mechanism to handle unforeseen emergencies of this sort. Faust, now is not.
내가 건물의 설계까지 도맡아 할 만큼 한가하지는 않았어서 말이네.
With the breadth of my responsibilities, it's only natural that I would have been too busy to be responsible for the facility's design. However, when viewed independently, the structure of the laboratory itself is.
고작 이런 일로 울상짓지 마시게나, 히스클리프군.
Heathcliff's in hell. Fret thyself not, so trifling a matter, young Heathcliff.
맞아요. 저희 셋이서 뭉친다면 어떤 일이든 아마
With the three of us together, we'll be able to overcome whatever obstacle gets in our way. Probably. The voices of Hohenheim and the other sinners are also slipped further away into the background. Should we get a move on too?
황금가지가 가까이 느껴지면 바로 말해줘, 관리자 양반.
Let us know if you sense the golden bow manager bad. Okay.
그러고 보니 흡연자 둘이 딱 여기에 모였군 그래.
The two smokers of the group ended up on the same team. What are the odds? Even though Ryoshu has not been smoking at all.
아니 다들 어떻게 담배도 안 태우고 이런 노동 환경을 버티는지 모르겠다니까.
I'll never know how the others manage to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff.
피운 시절은 있었다. 지속할 이유를 찾지 못하였을 뿐.
You smoked. There's a time where I partook, but I cannot find any reason to maintain a habit.
그래? 그래? 못 폈는데.
There was. What did you smoke?
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것 대부분을.
Most things that fall under the category of cigarette. You are French.
아니 난 1년 내내 다른
After a
생활
whole year of
생활이 뭐야?
watching you never walk out of line, I bet you was one hell of a straight-laced fella.
필요하다면 통상적인 올바르지 않은 일들을 가리지 않고 했다.
I partook in both categories of activities, those generally accepted as right and those accepted as wrong.
나는 구인의 시절 동료들의 권유로 면목음한 적은 있었네.
During my time among the old League of Nine literatures, I once had an opportunity to engage in a few hits of the substance at the behest of my fellows.
You sucked my baby boy. He's such a dork.
Soul's the kind of guy who's willing to try something at least once. He is. It's like, I don't feel strongly about it, but I'll try it.
그게 처음이자 마지막이었어. 다 같이 웃음을 터뜨렸지만 담배 자체가 유쾌하진 않았어.
That was the one and only time. Everyone burst into laughter, though I found no enjoyment in smoking itself.
처음에 다 그렇지. 매웠겠구먼 그래.
It's always the case for first-timers. Must have been pretty intense, huh?
류슈 양은 언제부터 권련을 애용하기 시작했는가?
When did you pick up smoking? What about you, Miss Ryoshu? When did you first start smoking cigarettes? Every pair of eyes searches Ryoshu's face. But she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. Does she not even remember? What we saw on her face was inexplicable exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrows.
글쎄,
Beats me.
어렸을 때부터 보고 자란 게 그것뿐이라.
I've always been surrounded by cigarette smoke ever since I was a brat.
아닌 게 더 이상하긴 한가.
Wouldn't have guessed that any other way.
이번이 류슈 씨 차례. 맞지?
It's your turn this time, isn't it? Gregor's aware. But also, Ryoshu's story, at least for that, holds up until, like, she was very consciously aware not to smoke around a child. Like, that was the one time that she really had a hard rule about it. And so far, we haven't seen her smoke literally at all since Nurse Father showed up. I'm so proud of that. I'm so proud of that. I am so proud of that. That was like such a stupid idea, and I'm like, I gotta make it work, and it's paying off. But thank you.
그래, 너무 노골적이어서 비웃음이 날 정도지.
Yeah, it's so damn obvious that it makes me scoff.
어떤가, 류슈야.
How do you feel, Miss Ryoshu?
과거를 마주해야 하는 기분이란.
Roswell coffee. And thank you for stopping by. And also, no problem working Saidaku. To be faced with the past that stands before you.
당연히.
Simple.
즐겁다.
It's exciting.
기다린 보람이 있어.
All that waiting finally paid off.
그러고 보니 류슈 씨는 아까부터 담배를
I noticed you haven't smoked one since this whole thing began, Ryoshu.
그래.
Right.
미리부터 연습 중이다.
Trying to get used to staying off of it. Is she gonna try and quit? Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck.
붉은 시선.
Oh my god.
당신에게만큼은 없을 줄 알았는데 말이야.
How is she still keeping up with him? Red gaze. Never thought you of all people would have one. You of all people would have one. Caught on basically, like she... I've endured long enough. She's really fucking hot. Like, I'm trying to be... fuck. I tried. She's ridiculously fucking hot. Like, it's unreal.
우습지 않아? 이 보잘것없는 짐덩어리 하나 빼앗겼다고 천하의 붉은 시선이
She's too hot.
보지 못하는 꼬라지가.
Everything about her is too hot, and like I can't pretend she's not. It's a locked-room scenario unless usually someone's cheating. Like, God damn it. It's fair that she's so fucking hot. Even the casual physical abuse, huh? If it was to me, I would thank her. But that is specifically in my case, not for Rio's shoes. Okay, I'm normal, at least for right now. Funny, isn't it? The mighty and powerful Red Gaze loses this tiny little bundle of liability from his clutch, and he's suddenly too scared to even swing his sword right.
그래도 이해하지 못하는 건 아니야. 버릴 수도 죽일 수도 없는 것을 원치 않게 떠맡은 적이 나도 있거든.
I've been failing at beating the allegations for years. I could never beat the allegations as hard as I want her to beat me. Anyway. Not that I don't understand. To have an unwanted burden you can't even push aside or kill off shoved into your care. I know what it's like all too well.
아니. 원했던 건 맞지만 그딴 짐덩어리일 줄 몰랐던 걸지도.
Well, I suppose I did want the little thing back then, but I never expected her to be such a nuisance. She's effectively Ryoshu's mom.
루치오가 조사해 온 걸 보면 딱히 이거랑 아무 관계도 아닌 남남인 것 같던데. 혹시 이게 필요한 이유라도 있는 건가?
Lucio's been digging around, and looks like you don't have any connection whatsoever to this half-pioneer. Could it be you've got a specific use for her?
목적 때문에 이러지도 저러지도 못하고 꾸역꾸역 가지고 다니는 걸 보니.
Explain that you need her for something. Explains why you're letting that deadweight tag along.
우리 티켓이나 저기 있는 교본처럼 거슬려 죽여버리고 싶어도 바라는 미래를 위해서
Perhaps she's like my ticket, or textbook over there. A pain in the ass you much rather kill off. But can't because you need it to make the future you long for come true. Valencia really perfecting the abusive mother who never wanted child role in this Canto about the complicated relationships between parent and child. Yeah. Because she's essentially Ryoshu's mom. And she can't understand why Virgilus would even just care about Karan. She never referred to Ryoshu by her name. Even Lei Hang, called her Yoshihide. Which is closer. Both of those are at least, referring to Ryoshu as a person. Not an object. Not something that gets her what she wants.
우리 꽤 공통점이 많나 봐. 응?
We sure have a lot in common, don't we? She also, the way that she refers to people, it's reminding me of the way that Ryoshu's been referring to at least, a couple people. Like white hair, kid, bus driver. She hasn't really been using people's names, despite them being important to her. Sure have a lot in common, don't we?
네가
You.
그렇게 쓸데없는 말을 계속 짓거리며 도발하는 이유는 알고 있다.
I know why you're provoking me with that pointless rambling.
그것들이 본사에서 수행하고 있는 임무, 그 작전이 완수되었다는 신호가 오기 전까지 내 발을 묶어두려는 거겠지.
Your friends are out on a mission, and you're making sure I don't get in their way till you get the all clear.
하지만 내 검이 니놈의 목에 닿지 않고 있다고 해서
However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throat.
네가 데리고 다니는 이 애송이의 목까지 안전한 게 아니라는 점을
Doesn't mean I won't collect your little lackey's head.
잊지 않았으면 좋겠군.
Keep that in mind.
재밌겠네. 한번 해봐.
This should be interesting. Do your worst.
내가 우리 티켓을 위해 만든 교본이 특색에게서 얼마나 버틸 수 있는지 나도 궁금하네.
I'm curious to see how long the textbook I so painstakingly crafted for my ticket would last against a color fixer, aren't you? Also, the whole I'm keeping the kid only because I think I can get something out of it is textbook abusive parent. Yeah, like, no. Like, he is like genuinely taking pride in the fact that like, no, I'm learning to be equal to you. No, you're not. That's not what she cares about. Her goal is to make you useful to teach Ryoshu. Outside of that, she doesn't care. He could hardly stand up against us. He had to run from us. He's not gonna handle the red gaze. A roseate desire. Slashing pride. Holy fuck. Slashing pride and wrath. Okay. This is a fun fight. I don't have like any slashing IDs for you. On your own? This is weird. I feel like all the things considered, Lei Hing wasn't actually that bad of a person. We don't know exactly what happened at that House of Spiders, but there's a reason why Ryoshu was like pissed. Why did it grab that? Ryoshu was a lot less composed when it came to dealing with Lei Hang than her mom even. So it makes me very curious what exactly was going on in that House of Spiders.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Warp Crew, sorry Greg, you're permabenched. Opposing side, but not inherently a scumbag or anything. He is probably just bad in his own ways, and I'm deathly curious to see what it is. She definitely hates everybody tied to the House of Spiders. From the pinky to the thumb. But something about Lei Hang specifically. I think Lei Hang might have been the one specifically who mangled her memories, which is why she got that debuff for fighting him. Mutilated memory. But you only see that if you bring her into that fight, and she's not mandatory for that. I was just lucky. You keep running into these mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers?
그래. 정확히는 약지압이 혼자다.
To be more specific, it's just the ring nurse father.
신체 파. 인간의 근육과 뼈로 수축과 이완을 이용하는 예술이다. 거기에 큐비즘도 조금 끼얹었나?
Corporism, an art movement that utilizes the interaction between human bones and muscles, and a contraction and elongation thereof, with a splash of cubist technique, it seems.
고약하군.
Nasty.
보이시오.
Observe closer. Do you see them?
저것들의 몸에 글씨가
Writings
적혀 있는 것 같소만.
covered in their bodies. These corpses were engraved with a wild scrawl of a message, carved with a blade. They began shuffling out us in an uncanny rhythm, entirely devoid of any semblance of will. Dearest,
사랑하는 우리 딸.
dearest daughter of ours, the ring, nurse father. I was concerned it was Ji-hoon for a second.
이 곡선을 주의 깊게 봐주세요.
Please pay close attention to the way the line curves.
갈비뼈라는 건 잘만 다듬으면 어떤 것보다 날카로운 칼이 되고 대퇴골은 어떤 것보다 단단한 둔기가 될 수 있습니다.
From ribs, we can make blades keener than any sword. From femurs, we can make bludgeons sturdier than any mace.
흉곽은 심장과 폐를 보호하기 위해 이렇게나 견고하고 아름다운 나치형이 되었죠.
The thoracic cage has taken this proposingly yet hard shape of an arch to keep the heart and lungs from harm.
이 몸의 아름다운 형태를 유지한 채로 몸이 지닌 태초의 정교한 가치를 망가뜨리지 않은 채로
Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpse. Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpus, and do not infringe upon its primeval precise value.
귀중한 악기를 다루듯이 만들어야 합니다.
This is the reverence with which the act of creation must be handled, just as musicians handle a priceless instrument.
만져보세요. 근육과 힘줄의 결을 따라 칼날이 잡히지 않나요?
Touch it, if you will. Do your fingertips feel the contour of a blade along the grains of musculature, its tendons and sinews? Yoshihide.
가장 살고 싶어 했던 놈의 뼈가 가장 죽이기 좋은 칼이 되었군.
The bones of the ones most desperate for life have become blade best fit to rape it.
그렇죠. 요시히데라면 이 진가를 알아차릴 줄 알았어요.
Indeed it has, hasn't it? I knew from the fathoms of my heart that you could appreciate the true value of this piece, Yoshihide.
그 어떤 것보다 정성을 기울여서 이 아이를 만들고 있답니다. 조금이라도 으스러지거나 균형이 안 맞는 뼈를 가지고 있으면
The care put into this piece, I have so painstakingly birthed into this world, is greater than that of any other work of mine. The smallest fracture or imbalance could instantly render it useless.
마침내 완성된다면 요시히데가 써주세요.
Once this piece is complete, dearest Yoshihide, I would like for you to wield it.
그러지.
I will.
그렇게나 노래 부르던 그 작품은 결국 완성을 못했나?
Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always ramble about, did he? Ryoshi muttered to herself. Interesting. The puppets did have marionette strings. These are just more...
이만하면 순항이죠.
Why? Why? Reset desire corrosion. Motherfucker. I am never free. I am never free.
랜담 사활을
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
It would be funny.
랜담 사활을 육천.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
I am never free from my prison.
자, 맞서보죠.
Wait.
우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도
Oh.
아니잖아요.
You inflict urge. Cool. More things to consistently worry about.
벤담이 사월을 건다.
They roll so consistently high. Or I'm just extraordinarily unlucky.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸. 저것들 좀 보세요.
8 enemies.
고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나 봐요. 해치, 꿈을 꾸러 가도록. 해치, 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Interesting how the housemaid.
조금 모르긴 했지만 제압은 성공적이었어.
Must be meant every
뭐,
clash is a coin
별건
toss.
아니었지.
True.
나대지 말고 내 뒤에 서 있어.
The chief butler Ryoshi was the one that is, or at least best suited for this for right now. Because Wrath and Slash.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
It's also such a weird team to try and make work.
끝내.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 효과적이네요.
베어내고.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I'm running out of turns. I gotta make this quick.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh my god.
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
If that first one hit tails, if the first one hit heads, I would have won.
꿈을 꾸러 가도.
깔끔하게 물었군.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
She's at least getting some of her memories back.
부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어. 이제 다른 쪽 집안일로
Sanguine
돌아가지.
artistry. We're still in this.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
It's going to be this group until the end of this section, isn't it?
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론
That's a lot of fucking blade. Tear and rip. They couldn't do the other one.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
This
전투
sucks.
응대에 나선.
To keep that. Get the first information. Honestly, genuinely, yeah. No, because it's like really. No, I find it genuinely like fun. it's nice thinking, oh, I have to use these specific 3 to 4 centers together that I otherwise never really have on team together. Like, you have to get creative. Because if you don't, you will just die. Yes, I'm struggling here. Please. Oh my god, she still got staggered after this. Your squad size is the first way to get people to rethink common, such as mindlessly running the last season meta team.
우리 부서에 아직도 겁쟁이가 남아 있었나 봐. 그 괴물 새끼들에게 홀리는 건
Getting hit by that guy feels like one of the worst things in the world, but at the same time it's also just like incredibly funny of just like the little dude just comes out and says I'm here too and explodes on you. It's like, don't forget me.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
Boom.
제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Skull and rib cage. Should lose HP for it. I'm not saying you're wrong. But have you considered the comedic value of just having a little guy on the field who's running over to kill you? There we go.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
영원한 참으로.
Another one bites the dust ass trauma. They do explode too.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Also, I don't think I've used like Bamboo Hat Kim Mersault for like anything story related in over a year, maybe?
전투응대에 나선다. 인간을 준비하고 꿈을 꾸러가도록.
Too long. It's actually sheer heart attack. It's close enough. It also had a spell motif.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
Kill.
전투응대에 나선다.
Should be super effective versus these guys. This also gives me to use one of my favorite E-song ideas.
오, 머리 좋다 단체. 방금 완전 좋았어.
저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는.
전투응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어. 이제 다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
I'm gonna be super upset if I run out of like energy like right before the end.
엘리베이터가 작동하고 있다.
The elevator ahead is operational. I have enough energy for literally one more fight by the time that I'm done with this. Unless I use something to refill or like get a box somehow. I knew I should have been stockpiling this, but I used them because I wanted EXP tickets. God damn it. I can see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. If powers return to the elevators.
호에나임군이 통제실에 성공적으로 도착했나 보구려.
The lunacy refresh. No, I don't want to. Well, no, I already have like, I have enough for like a spark, so I'm fine. Theoretically I could, but I'm not going to do that. Could only mean that Hohenheim has arrived at the facility management room. That, I love that sound effect so much. Once the elevator doors open, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. Holy shit. Okay. I thought they were firing at us instantly. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movements, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. Thank you. I did need a water.
Come on.
I had to hold the water in my mouth for so long.
Come on.
I had to hold the water in my mouth for so long because I was so scared. Scared I was gonna spit it out when I heard the posture. Yes, because I can take a sip. And I know the difference between a sip and a swig. Wow. Pavlov. There we go. Thank you, I needed that because my lips were dry anyway. Christ. The way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition. I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease.
LCA 특작팀이라 했나?
LCA Special Operations Unit, was it? I sure know how to clean a room. Testing. Come in. You alright, mate?
아이 깜짝이야. 아이 조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까 소리는 지르지 말자고 히스클리프 씨.
No need to shout into the mic, Heathcliff. We can hear you just fine.
미안하군. 조수근이 워낙 성질이 급해서.
Apologies. My assistant's temperament leads on a much more impatient side.
남자 오티스의 추측이 맞았네. 우리는 지금 통제실에 와 있고 여기 있는 단말기로 복도 상황을 볼 수 있는데. 화질은 영 좋지 않지만 이쪽 구역에 말이지.
Senator Otis's conjecture was correct. After arriving at the facility management room, we have been observing the hallways through the device here. The video's feed quality, well, leaves much to be desired, but
LCA가 도착했다네.
the LCA has arrived at the sector.
우리 눈앞에도 보인다.
I also like that Gregor is very. He's been like a lot more prominent, at least in this Canto for like a bit. Especially being the radio man, because like no, of course he would have the experience with it. Can confirm on this end as well. We have visual on the LCA units past the lockdown shutters.
방금 내가 한 것은 자네들 앞을 가로막는 차단벽 하나를 열어준 게 다라니. 다른 부서로 이어지는 내부 승강기를 복구하는 것과는 아무 연관이 없지.
But all I've managed so far is to remove one security wall in your path. It has nothing to do with restoring the internal elevators leading to other departments.
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을 안전한 곳으로 올려보낼 수 있는 것인가?
Whichever may be the case, does that mean that the wounded can now be transported to safety?
그렇지는 않더군. 모종의 기술을 이용해 내려보냈지만 다시 올라가려면 시설을 복구해야 한다네.
Not quite. While they managed to send the LCA down here via unknown means, the entire facility has been restored, has to be restored in order to return upstairs. So, we only have partial power, not everything's back yet.
그래도 다행이군. 구역별로 투입된 듯하니 다른 자들도 도움을 받을 수 있겠어.
It is indeed a relief, however. It seems that the agents have been deployed to each sector. They should be able to secure the rest of the survivors.
연구와 관련 없는 살상 기술과 전투에 그다지 흥미를 느끼진 못했네요. 주워 들은 바로는 저들이 도시 내에서도 알아주는 전투 집단이라더군.
Though I've never been one to be interested in the art of killing and battling, particularly those even without a tangential relation to research, I have heard that there are rather formidable combat forces even by the standards of the city as a whole.
정면.
Eyes forward. The lights flickered and index. Three LCA agents who were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without as much as a scream. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a pick. Then after several more flickers, it took on a familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Rhodia's own.
생김새 원호장으로 보아 ACA의 정찰 작전에 특화된 팀이군요.
Judging by their appearance and gear, it's likely that they're the LCA's reconnaissance specialized unit.
원호스 회수 때 나타났던 팀과 같은 계열로 보입니다.
Most likely in the same vein as the team that arrived in a monolith retrieval mission. Are they not seeing what is happening?
아니, 그렇다 해도 저 정도로 숙련된 부대를 혼자서.
Recon team or not, how did the intruder manage to wipe out such a well-trained team all on his own?
호hen하임관, 듣고 있는가?
Hohenheim, do you hear us?
들린다네. 이쪽은 아직이냐만 그쪽은 벌써 제압이 끝난 건가?
How do they not see what is happening? Has the LCA taken care of the situation already in your end?
절대 복도로 나가지 마시게.
You mustn't step foot out into the hallway.
왜 그런가? 아, 단말로 확인해보니 방금 LCA 대원들이 환상체 하나를 완벽히 제압했더군. 저 까다로운 환상체를 몇 분 만에 제압하다니. 이건 관찰 기록에도 다
Why might that be? I've just watched the LCA agents take down the abnormality with quite impressive precision. To suppress such a tricky entity in mere minutes, fascinating. This calls for an additional comment on its observation log. They are not seeing.
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은 전멸했다.
The LCA reinforcements sent to our sector. They're all dead. What?
해방된 야전 상황이었다면 정찰 때만으로도 LCA가 패배하진 않았을 것입니다.
For this battle fought in an open field, even the LCA's reconnaissance team alone would have sufficed to avoid defeat. However,
거미줄에 걸려 있다는 사실을 잊으면 적골이 나지.
this is what happens to prey who forget they've been snared in the spider's web.
저들은 자신들이 지극히 유리한 곳으로 먹잇감을 끌어들인다. 개방, 탁 트인 공간.
They'll never fight on even ground, always drawing their prey to locations where they have the absolute advantage. They wouldn't have lost in an open field, you say.
가정조차 의미가 없다.
It's meaningless to speculate over what will never happen.
봐라. 먹잇감이 자신이 가장 잘 사냥할 수 있는 무대로
Look.
직접 걸어 들어가지 않나.
His prey ensure their demise by walking into his hunting ground. They were instantly eviscerated. What Alyssa had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us. His sharp-dressed shoes lazily clopping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances around the glossy surface of his white mask. He returns a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then, his lips part soundlessly, mouthing a sentence, word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
딸, 훈련은 어땠어?
Hey, sweetheart. How did your training go?
똑같아. 지루해.
Same old, dull and boring.
아빠, 팔에 상처가 났는데 직접 입힌 거야?
Dad, that wound on your arm. Did you do that to yourself?
아, 맞아. 나이프로 내 팔을 관통시키면서 상대를 38번 찔러야 했거든.
Yes, I had to stab my opponent with a knife 38 times through my own arm.
20번째부터는 정말 아프더구나.
The 20th stab was where it really began to hurt.
그거 알아, 딸? 자결통은 찹쌀통보다 100배는 더 고통스럽다고 하더라.
They say that the pain of burning hurts at least 100 times worse than the pain of getting stabbed. Did you know that?
그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐 불은 사용하지 마.
So when you have to take care of someone, I hope you won't use fire.
그들이 고통에 몸부림치면서 너만을 저주하며 지옥으로 떨어질 텐데.
Lest their death be slow, and their dying breaths curse your name on their long descent to hell.
적어도 마지막엔 그들에게 더 나은 주마등을 안겨줘야 하지 않겠니?
Don't they deserve to watch their lives flash before their eyes in relative peace?
알았어.
Okay.
가까이 와보렴. 얼굴에 긁힌 상처가 있구나.
Come closer. You've got a scratch on your cheek. It feels weird to say it. She looks weirdly cute. Not like Ezra cute, or like cute in the way of like Rodian, or even some of like the stuff for Faust and Ishmael. She's fairly... It's so different. Her sword's still here.
발렌티나의 수업 중에 생긴 거겠지? 그는 너무 과격해. 상처의 개수가 곧 훈련의 척도와 비례한다고 생각하는 자야.
It happened during Valencia's class, didn't it? Her methods are simply too violent. She's the kind of teacher who uses the number of scars as a measurement of training intensity and effectiveness.
흉이 안 지게 잘 치료해야지.
Let's go take care of that wound so it doesn't scar, okay?
그러던가.
Whatever.
아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면 관리자님께서 위험...
If what LCE has taught us through the transmission is true, then the executive manager's in danger.
오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요.
I'm just as concerned as you are, Otis, but
당장 우리 쪽도 만만치 않은 상황인 것
I'm
같아.
not exactly out of the woods yet either.
그건 복구된 CCTV 화면인가?
Security camera's feed's working again?
네, 이 앞을 비추고 있어요.
Yeah, look. It's pointed right in front of our door, but
자네도 와서 보게. 내 기억이 틀리지 않다면 이런 복식을 한 자는
come see. If my memory fails me not, then this man's attire suggests he is.
중지?
Holy fuck. They're wiping out the LCA. Your chains are on your foot?
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는 사람도 이렇게 당했나 보네. 이건 거의 죽이다 못해 사람을 부서뜨리고 있는데?
I guess we now know what happened to the LCA in the other sector. Eesh, this guy's practically tearing people apart.
뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것 같기도 하고 소리가 잘 들리진 않는데.
Is he shouting something? I can't quite hear what he's saying through the feed.
요시히데. 요시히데라고 계속 외치고 있군.
He is shouting Yoshihide repeatedly so.
그리고
웃고도 있어.
As he fills the silence between them with a boisterous guffaw.
입을 크게 벌리고 몸까지 들썩이며 무엇이 그리도 즐거운
Face split
것인지
into a wide grin, body convulsing with laughter. But joy does this madman find in this carnage.
지금 사람이 저만큼 날아간 거야? 발로 찬 것뿐인데?
It's an insanely powerful kick, flinging the guy all the way to the other side of the hallway.
선명한 화면은 아니지만 다리는 의체일까?
The footage is pretty blurry, but do you think he's got a prosthetic leg?
아닌가? 강화 문신을 몸이 전부 뒤덮일 때까지 받으면 저런 모양이 될 수도 있을 것 같고.
Maybe not. I guess a leg covered completely in augmentation tattoos could look something like that.
울 아빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나.
Are you looking at Papa's mighty bear claw? Why was that entirely in my left channel? When did you get in here? You're cute, but I'm terrified.
누구야?
Who the heck are you?
나는 키라라고 해.
I'm Kira.
기척도 없이. 종원, 전투 준비.
Subtlety is not the middle's MO. How did you get into this room?
아니야. 너희 우리 아빠 보고 있는 거 아니야?
You guys got it all wrong. You're watching my papa work, aren't you?
방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고.
She also has sharp teeth. Don't mind me, okay? I'm not gonna pick a fight with you guys.
그런 중요한 일을 하는 거라면 내가 대기 타줘야지. 응, 마저 감사해.
Just hang around here while you guys get the important stuff done. Carry on and watch him work.
아빠라고? 저 사람이?
That guy's your dad?
맞아. 진짜 yor라게 멋지지.
Isn't he like super badass?
너네 방금 봤어? 저 기술 있잖아. 완전 간지인 것 같지 않아?
Did you guys see that? Gosh, that tech's straight up fire. It's so dope.
나도 따라하려고 하는데도 잘 안 된다니까.
I've been trying to recreate that myself, but it's not the same, you know?
어떻게 저런 강속구로 복도 끝까지 처박히게 하지?
How's he doing that? Totally folded that guy up and tossed him like a baseball all the way to the other end of the hallway. Jesus Christ.
학살을 마치 놀이나 경기 따위로 취급하는가?
To treat a massacre is no different from a game or sport.
불쾌하기 그지없는 무례배로군.
What a contemptible scoundrel you make.
너 그런 쪽이야? 재밌다.
So you're that kind of character, huh? Sick.
나도 좋아해. 일주일 전에 나왔던 빗줄기 속 검객 최신하에 등장하는 캐릭터가 그런 말투 쓰잖아. 비 엄청 오는데 삿갓을 싹 들치면서.
A huge fan of him too. Didn't you read the latest issue of the Cloudburst Blade? There's this new character who talks just like you do. Like, lifting his bamboo hat, he goes...
뭐야? 너도 모르는 거야? 그 작품?
Wait, you don't know the Cloudburst Blade?
주위에 계속 추천하는 중인데 아무도 호응을 안 해. 한 놈은 맨날 훈련만 해대고 한 놈은 집 거미랑만 조잘거리고 한 놈은 자꾸 혼자 싸돌아다니고 나머지 하나는 뭐라는 줄 알아? 논리적으로 말이 안 되는 게 너무 많대. 그게 제대로 된 감상이냐고. 왜 만화책에 그런 걸 따져? 걔랑은 아무튼 처음부터 끝까지 안 맞는다니까.
She's cute, but my blood is completely ran cold. I'm more terrified than I find her cute. I've been trying to sell it to everyone I know, but no one's interested. One of them's obsessed with training all day. One of them talks about her sword all day. One of them just wanders around all over the place all day, and the other one, you know what she said? I think the story indulges in far too many logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? Like, bro, who wastes their time nitpicking about what makes sense and what doesn't when reading a comic book? Gosh, I didn't think I'd ever vibe with that girl. I don't think I'll ever vibe with that girl.
아무튼 그거 본 사람 있으면 손 들어볼래? 나랑 3시간 아니 4시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
Anywho, has anyone here actually read the Cloudburst Blade? If you did, well, if I may have but 4 of your hours, good sir.
그만.
Enough.
가짜는 헛소리로 구슬려질 정도로 우리는 모르지 않다.
If you thought you could distract us with your nonsensical prattling, think again.
아까부터 화면에 잡히는 게 없어요. 오티스, 저 사람이 자기가 말한 대로 중지아비의 제자라면.
Fuck. Otis, I don't see the middle nurse father on the feed anymore. If she's his apprentice, then.
어이, 딸내미! 근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니 뭐 이렇게 멀리 왔어?
Hey kiddo, what are you doing all the way out here? Haven't I asked you not to wander too far?
돌겠군.
무정이 더 들어오지 않는 건.
Oh, everything's going bad. Everything's going really, really bad really quickly. No more transmissions. They've all gone quiet.
대복에 이스마일군, 오티스군. 왜 아무도 대답이 없는 겐가?
Young Ishmael, young Otis, we're out down there and respond.
느낌이 좋지 않네요. 관리자님도 떨어져 있는 상황에서 서로
This is
무슨
bad. We don't even have the
모르고.
manager with us. We're all in the dark.
아무래도 시설 복구를 서둘러야겠네. 차단벽 제어권만 들어온다면
We must make haste and restore the facility to its operational capacity. The sooner we obtain access to the security wall controls, the sooner we can coordinate with each other.
마침 이 근처에도 소실된 회로 하나. 아, 바로 이 방에.
That's horrific. Genuinely horrific. As luck would have it, we should be able to locate one of the lost pieces of circuitry in this room.
이것은 약지 조직원이 지나간 흔적이
These
보이는군요.
remains. The ring has made its mark here.
야, 그렇게 빤히 쳐다볼 필요는 없어.
Boy, don't force yourself to look so hard at them.
아니, 역겨움이라는 감정은 내게 큰 영향을 주지 못하네.
No. Disgust as an emotion holds very little sway over me.
다만,
It's just that.
팀장님,
Boss,
일일이 누구의 얼굴인지 따라하지 마세요.
don't look at their faces and try to tell who's who.
그래. 무심코 한눈을 팔아.
Right. I lost my focus for a moment there.
계속하지.
Let us carry on.
뭐, 할 말이라도 있나?
Christ. What? Is there anything you wish to say to me?
드물게도 파우스트 역시 호엔하임의 말에 동의하고 있다는 생각이 드는군요.
This is highly irregular, but it seems that Faust also expresses agreement with Hohenheim.
뭘?
Agree with what?
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구시켜야 한다는 것을 말입니다.
That we must restore the facility. That we must restore the facility with as much haste as we can employ. That is, I don't have my boxes. That is a lot. That's terrifying. Things are dire. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I need... Oh. Because you're in... Interesting. They just won't tell you the location. That's cool. Okay, because I just need 5 minutes for this. And to mentally recover. I'm gonna take like a short 5-minute break to get the energy back. Because I assume, one, doing this is a mob fight. Assumedly. And then hoping that the next chapter, that the next one is like a story node. Wow, that took a bit out of me. Last note for part 1 is 18. Okay, wait. Okay, it is 18. For some reason I thought that was 19. I'm also going to assume that that's a fight. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna give this like 5 minutes so I can like get up and actually like eat something. I'll do this and then yeah, I'll get to wow, okay, 18. This has been the most terrified I've genuinely been playing this in a long time. Like story-wise. Like no, these stakes are actually kind of high. Yeah, wow, okay. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or less than that. Yeah, yeah, like 3 minutes. I'll be back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yep, I am still streaming, Effie. Hi, I will be back in 3 minutes to get... I need water and food. Huh. story happened. That's, or is happening, I guess, is an appropriate way of putting it. God. Okay. Genuinely the most freaked out the game has had me in a while. There's a reason why I love playing this game. The story is so good. Okay. I've had my chance to think. Oh. No, I was witnessing horrors. Like, cause like we've heard of, and like we've heard of the Ring, and like the way that they see art and the way that they do things like that, like for a while. And I know that Leviathan goes into it a little bit more, but like seeing something like that, which had to have been done within the last hour of them there, like hour and a half of them there. It's insane. Okay. Wrath and Pride. Still. And also ads are gonna start in like 3 minutes. That gives me a chance to figure some of this out. Wrath and Pride. Ugh. That makes me deeply concerned with the just what the fuck were they doing at the House of Spiders? What the fuck were they doing?
입장을 알리는 음악 소리.
Also, that stuff that he was using with the transforming weapons, like that has to be Atelier Logic stuff. That has to be. Like, that is the exact same thing that, like, that's the exact same thing that the Black Silence was using with, like, with his gloves. Like, this is Start of the City. Speak. It's really good story. It's really good story. This is very firmly Start of the City levels of like danger and problems. Like, and that only makes me more curious about that theoretical downgrade that Ryoshu got. Because it was brought up during the checkup that she's like a fragment of what she used to be able to do. And she's still never used her Odachi. But she's had it with her for a long, long time. Okay. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage, greeting Ryoshu on the other side of the security wall. We have no other choice but to make our way forward toward the lab.
류슈야, 답하기 싫은 물음이라 하면 비껴보내어도 괜찮네만.
Miss Ryoshu, perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer. And if indeed it is, do feel free to let it float past.
아비란 자들과는 어떤 사이였는가?
But what is your connection to these so-called nurse fathers?
단순히 그대와 악연으로 물든
Your relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in mere bad blood.
방금 전 그대의 표정은 조금.
And in a change of your countenance, I sensed a flash of something almost imperceptible.
모든 조각이 맞물려진 것은 아니지만
I haven't put all the pieces together just yet, but
그들은 말 그대로
they were
아비.
nurse fathers.
나라는 검을 펴려낸 내 아비들이었다.
My fathers who forged the sword that I am. Hate these fucking
우리 부서의
things.
직원 숫자가 월등히 적은 것에는 다 이유가 있지만 뭐 그만큼 탁월하다는 뜻도 된다는 점을
전투
명심해
응대에
주면
나서.
좋겠어.
I'll also admit, this Canto's been going in a complete other direction than I expected.
자네 고기라도 먹은 것처럼
Like, I
기운이
expected
솟잖아.
way more. Well, no, I can't say that because, like, immediately. But, like, now I'm even more curious and, like, terrified where her daughter comes into this. Not good. That's 2 staggers.
죽지도 않는 것들이 겁을 집어먹다니 역겹군.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Little rubber.
버러지 같은 놈들.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Look at it go. I can't stand it. I can't take it seriously.
나이스. 하나 제꼈다.
Like, these are horrible manifestations and, like, terrible things to do to a human corpse. But, like, the little guy. The little guy. It's like, I'm decorative too.
끝내. 정수하리.
I would have been pissed if that staggered me.
정수하리.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
Nurse fathers.
얘들 상태가 너무 안 좋은 걸.
Probably part 1, probably something worse down the line. Oh, absolutely. Because, like, not even to, like...
전투 응대에 나선.
Like, no. Like, this is the ring's handiwork.
검을 끌어가도
But we have not seen the ring nurse father themselves.
남길 말은 없겠지.
We've seen the thumb, we've seen Valencia, we've seen the middle, we've seen the middle's apprentice,
더
and
싸울
we've
수
seen
없으면
the
걸리적거리지
index.
말고 비켜. 거기서 계속 서 있으면
처분 탄원이 날아올 테니.
벤다면 사활을 건다.
Rest well, Effie. He was in a blurred flashback, but we haven't seen him in here. And that makes me more concerned. Gotten rid of all the flesh on his forearms and hands.
바람도 딱 좋네.
Yeah. Of all the fingers, I think for right now, the ring still terrifies me the most. Like, I understand, oh my god, I understand the thumb enough. Especially when it comes to like their politics and whatever. Their politicking, I'll say. Index, fully aware. The ring, every new bit of detail and information that I get makes me either more queasy or more directly like angry at them.
이 정도면 엔젤라님에게도 증명할 수 있을 거야. 이 일에 토끼 따위의 힘은 필요하지 않다는
Like, it's a really effective way of building a sense of dread.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
He needs to reload. She's going to die. Not if she staggers.
저걸 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고
Is he,
웃겨놨지만
why are you pointing a sword at her like that? She did nothing to
다시
you.
재생하겠지.
You saw she's on your team.
부서지고 파괴되어도 다시 교체되는 것처럼.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어. 이제 다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
Cigarettes and a nurse father. EX stage clear. Okay. Oh yeah, because I got a couple of the daily ones done. There's only a module. There's not even a... There's not a box. Am I really going to be stopped? No. It's fine. It's whatever. That's the first time I've ever actually had to use the refill. What? Listen, I had a bunch of boxes and I was using them before for very stupid shit. And I don't even get to know what this one's weak to. I'm ready and willing to restart if need be. You use slashing, don't you? You do. You also use blunt. I think I'd rather use you for this right now. Does she have anything that builds? Fourth match flame. Pride. It would be Edgar, family chief butler.
불꽃을
Alright.
드리겠소.
다 온 것 같군. 실험실.
Looks like we're here. It's the lab.
LCD나 LCE 쪽은 아까의 무전을 끝으로 더 이상 연락이 없어.
The LCD and LCE haven't reached out. Haven't reached out again since the last transmission.
좋지 않은 일에 휘말린 게 아니길 바라오만.
I can only hope that no misfortune befell them. I can hope too.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져?
Manager
한
Bud,
가지 말이야.
you picking up anything?
저들이 혹시 먼저
I mean the
가져가기로
golden
됐다면
bow. Those people got to it before us. Not yet. I don't think they did. It's still in there.
그래. 그나마 불행 중 다행이라 해야 하나?
So, every good trap needs bait. I don't think they care about the golden bows. But they know that we would have been concerned about it. And why we were led this way. I guess I should be glad we still have a chance. Gregor mumbled on in a gloomy tone.
보에나 임씨가 이 소식을 들으면
Onheim will be relieved to hear this. We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. Some massacre. If the assailants were indeed after the golden bows, what could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu?
이 앞에 나딕다 못해 지긋지긋한 향이 나고 있다.
There's this stench coming from up ahead.
Come on.
A sickeningly familiar one. I do have water, thank you. I'm gonna have to be sitting up straight for this. Hang on. Even in the cloying darkness of the unit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place.
냄새라고 해봤자 류슈 씨의 담배 냄새 말고
You smell something. I don't smell anything other than your cig. Who is smoking her brand?
그렇네.
Oh yeah.
당신
You've not been smoking for a
담배를 안
hot
태우고
minute.
있었지.
Only silence welcomed us in this lab. We couldn't hear any breathing. But there it was without a doubt. The stink of cigarettes. And a chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our finger on.
그곳에서 나올 때
When I left that place,
나는 누군가를 경멸하고 있었다.
I remember feeling a strong contempt for someone.
분명
It had to have been. Ryoshu started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though. It seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at the moment.
지의 성, 마지막까지 당신은
The Huey Star, you.
나를 괴롭게 할 생각뿐이었던 거야. 그렇지?
All along you've wanted to make me suffer to the bitter end, haven't you?
나 때문에? 그건 내가 할 말이지, 요시히데.
What audacity. You think I'm the one making you suffer, Yoshihide?
네 존재가 지금까지 내 모든 앞길을 막고 있다는 거 알고 있지?
You do realize that you've always been the one obstacle in my life, don't you?
그러니까 이래야 공평하잖아.
This is the only way for us to get even.
요시히데, 나에게는 들려와.
It never stops.
녹슬고 무거운 족쇄 소리가 달그락 달그락.
The sound of the fetter around my feet, rusted and heavy, how it clinks and rattles. In that vision of the past, Ryoshi raised her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In a split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshi clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Ryoshi pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. But she spat out more than just a bloody chunk of flesh. A guffawed hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. With a deep, ragged breath, Ryoshi let the sword fall from her grip. She sits rooted in her spot, staring at the flailing figure with a look of pure confusion. E S O T P E T A.
과거의 악취가 만연하는군.
Insidious stench of the past in the air. And right now, right before Ryoshi's eyes. What? The vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushing the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshi had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who had been keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshi without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escape between her lips.
나는 나의 5 아비로 인해 이 세상에서 가장 소중한 걸 놓고 왔다.
Because of my 5 fathers, I had to leave behind the single most important thing in this world.
그러니까
That is why
되찾아와야 한다.
I must take it back.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워, 류슈.
Happy to see you again, Ryoshi. I mean it.
라고 주인님께서 말씀을 전하라 하셨어.
Such were the words my master bade me to relay.
소지아비.
The pinky nurse father.
주인님께선 이 비천한 자에게 따로 바람이 없으시니
From the pinky to the thumb. As my master expects not from my insignificant self.
자연지사 소생은 정막히 녹슬어가는 검과 같아.
I am but a blade rusting amid the quiet turn of
내일이
nature,
허망하였사옵니다.
doomed to ever endure the dullness of todays and the emptiness of morrows.
그 무렵 그대가 거미씨를 따라 이리
And
오시니
there within, owing to your pursuit of the spider's thread,
이렇게 주인님의 뜻을 재차 받들 기회를 얻었죠.
I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will.
혀가 길군. 비켜라.
Another talker. Piss off. As her apprentice approaches us, Ryoshi's nurse father slowly stepped away, toward where the container of golden bows lay nested, emanating a soft glow.
준비가 끝났사옵니다.
What the fuck are you?
것을 잊진 않으셨겠죠.
The preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the plan. What is that sword? It reminds me of Zwei Ishmael's. Where the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. What the?
기술이 접목된 무구라기엔 상당히 투박해 보이는구려.
The armament looks a little too crude to be a piece of gear imbued with advanced technology.
싱클레어 군의 집. 그 지하에서 보았던 고문 기구와도 닮은 것 같소.
It looks akin to the torture device we had previously seen in the basement of Sinclair's home.
살도, 피도, 뼈도 드러내지 않고 상대하겠다.
No flesh, no blood, no bones to show. In a fight?
내게 보여줄 예술치곤 미학의 격이 떨어지는데.
For an artwork meant for my eyes, its aesthetics are lacking in class.
이런 상황에서의 침묵은 아름답지 않다고 그자에게 배우지 못했나?
Keeping your mouth shut even in a moment like this. Did he not teach you? There's no beauty to be found in it.
그자 약자 아비는 어디에 있지?
I want him here. Where's the ring, nurse father? The armored figure answered Ryoshi's question with a swing of her huge sword. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bow. Let's fend them all off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군 시계.
They're starting to pick up the rudiments of aesthetics, Clock.
단 얘가 무엇인지 보여주지.
Watch as I demonstrate the meaning of AOS.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
Moonlit Azure Blade. Plus 1% damage on every crit hit for every stack. Gain 5 shield for every stack. So he has 500? No, 250. Oh, you gain a fuck ton of poise. Wait, you're only defending. Gain 8 poise. If the skill slot using the skill is the main target of an attack skill, gain 4 fewer poise potency with this effect. You have to attack the... Okay. The skill slot using the skill is the main attack on a 2-4 potency. Training to inherit the name of a star. After attack end skill, you deal number of slash coins that hit critically times 10 slash damage against each target. Cool. Deal number of slash coins that hit critically times 10 slash damage to each target. And unbreakable coins can also crit when cracked. Grace, and clash against targets that aren't Ryoshi, clash power -2. Take -20% damage from targets other than Ryoshi. If this target has Moonlit Azure Blade, and it does, SP does not drop below 0. If it was below 0, recover to 0. Convert any SP damage taken into gloom damage. So you're at base rolling 50-50. This unit's poise is capped at 25. Any excess poise potency gained past 25 will be converted to Moonlit. What is this? Yeah, no, that's honestly kind of smart. As a pure balance thing of just like, yeah, no, you don't get to, you don't get to tank the SP any lower. Holy shit. Wait, she has a red...
말까봐 떠올려요.
우리 부서의 직원 숫자가 월등히 적은 것에는 다
Stench of
이유가
times
있지만
pass. Skill slot +1.
그만큼
Deal plus 10%
탁월하다는
damage to the House
뜻도
of Spider
된다는
enemies.
점을
When staggered,
명심해주면
immediately
좋겠어.
recover. Cannot retreat. Alright. Okay, so the dangerous skills everybody else should clash with, but like, in terms of like actually hitting him. Both of those are out the reissue. This is already not starting great. Let's throw the fire. I have to suffer. I can't use Superbia.
과격감.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
One's ineffective against you. Good to know.
전력으로 상대해봐.
I'll just burn you to death then.
우리 부서의 직원 숫자가 월등히 적은 것에는 다 이유가 있지만 뭐 그만큼 탁월하다는 뜻도 된다는 점을 명심해주면 좋겠어.
Nuts. Alright. I'll get Absolute Resonance. Because favored. Trying to see if there's one that I'd just rather. Less resonance.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해.
That's a gimmick.
잘했다는 칭찬은
Blade of Mine may not rival the original style, yet its form is impeccably mimicked. Plus time for every moonlit. Aha! Okay, so that's +2. I don't like this, but this is all that I can really do.
전투응대에 나선다.
You're sturdy.
이 구석구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
What is your win condition?
죽지도 않으면서 오래 고통을 느끼는 괴물 새끼들. 너희들이 겁쟁이는 아니어야 할 거야. 머뭇거리다가
I just need to make sure that the moonlit azure is as low as possible, and that I'm not getting hit by things that raise his poise. Otherwise, he's just gonna keep getting more moonlit. Lose one stack, one hit. So yeah, I just need to routinely keep hitting him. Lose 1 point. Ooh, wait, I actually do need to win these. Barely won that.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
You're the Ring's apprentice. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, that's why your thing's an Iron Maiden. Okay. It's charged. Motherfucker. Use a hit by attack before using a powerful attack. Gain 1 impacted rattle armor. I need to keep hitting her consistently. Take 30%. Take 30% HP less and SP damage from burns and gain 30%. With damage threshold raised by a third. So status effects deal less to her. Insert. If the unit isn't staggered, gain 2 protection and defense level up. Shield HP to 10% of this unit's current HP. Every time the unit uses repressed flash to go in this encounter, gain 1 fewer protection, 5 fewer defense up, and reduce. Okay. Uses repressed flash. Iron Maiden spikes. If the unit isn't staggered when hit by the last coin of attacker, activate the following. Deal pierce damage by 20% of said coin's damage to inflict 2 bleed. Nightmare. Okay, that's why you're getting so many more turns now. And you have to keep up the offense on both of them. Oh, I really like this. And if by attack skills inflict +1 bleed. Okay, so you're trading that back and forth. This is a lot. This track is a bop, though. I do this for resonance. 1, 2, 3. Crazy. We're beast hung out before Yoshi in terms of damage. Why are you guarding?
자, 맞서보죠.
Your
우리들에게
SP's at negative.
값파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
That's one. That's off of each of these. She needs to take damage. I need her to get rattled. Overheat. We are, in fact, making it out of this one. Crushable counter. Lose. Who are you targeting with that? Mare. Alright, fine. She needs to attack though. Let's see how this works.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Stagger. Worked pretty well. Your humble self has now served. Shall retreat. Coward.
전탄 격발.
이제 남은 시간이 없어. 당장 눈앞의 희생을 신경 쓰지 마. 괴물들이 바깥으로 나가는 순간 직원들의 목숨 하나하나가 대수일 것 같아? 해야 할 걸 하자고, 관리자.
Gabber, I love you, but please shut up. During the attack, this unit has the skill equipped, gain the following effects. When hit by attack skills before using this skill, gain 1 impact of rattle armor. Use that after using her press flash, lose the effect and become staggered until next turn. Once per enemy skill, including EO skills. Does not trigger the pact of Iron Maiden Spike. Alright, so hammer her.
화격검. 이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
That's one.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
2. 3.
끝내. 전소하리.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아?
Oh, that dropped straight down to 0. My bones are the frame, my flesh is the stuffing. The art of exterior.
우리 부서의 직원 숫자가
To the
월등히
audience to
적은
stand
것은
before them in
다
such
이유가
crude
있지만
form.
뭐 그만큼 탁월하다는 뜻도 된다는 점을
I almost
명심했으면
want to call her
좋겠어.
cute. Almost. I need her dead first.
전투응대에 나선다.
저거 뭐 하려는 거지?
Why did you end to turn early? No touching fascia. She's clean for display only. Multiply damage from Iron Maiden spikes, pass it by 20. What? Wait, what? Why does a defense skill have a gimmick? This effect cannot be disabled by offsetting the skill. When hit by attacks, inflict +1 bleed count against the attacker, including eco skills. Right. At 60% HP, recover from stagger and end turn. I'm sorry, that's not gonna stop me from beating you to death.
언제까지 버티는 거냐고. 천탄 격발.
Oh, that's significant.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Oh no, you're pretty. Oh no, you're hot.
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고 소생이 누누이 말하지 않았사옵니까?
Refrain from any deviations from the plan. Has my humbled self neglected to impress upon this matter many times.
보여? 파시아도 두근거리기 시작했어.
Fascias begun to pulsate.
오랜만에 보는 떨림이야. 파시아에게 대화 정도는 시켜줄 수 있지 않겠니?
I haven't seen Fascia tremble like this in a long time, in a long while. I don't give her some time to chat.
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출은 이번 계획에 있지 않사옵니다.
This plan involves no outward expression of such selfish desires.
맥박을 놓치며 달아오르는 살결을 구경만 하는 그런 계획.
The plan that involves only the observation of the warming, rotting flesh while our own heart beats slow.
파시아는 거슬리나 봐. 힘줄이 팽팽해졌어.
That plan isn't to Fascia's liking. Her tendons have tightened. Fascia's whoever's in your blade.
주인된 자들의 뜻에 따르기 위해서는 이런 흔한 장단에는 초연해지셔야
Yet we must
합니다.
learn to remain tranquil before these common beats if we are to adhere to the wills of those who are our masters.
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을 수 없는 아이에 대해 늘 궁금했었는데
I've always been so curious of the maestro's child, forever
소형
lost.
정도는 준비해볼 수 있지
Not
않겠어?
let us at least prepare a maquillette.
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도 모르는 망나니에게 가지를 한번 칠 필요가 있겠군요.
It's become apparent that this glorified executioner does not know her place. Clearly, it is about time her branches are pruned. With that, the man who stood in our way leaped toward the pulsating great sword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
다행이라고 말해야 할지. 저들끼리 싸우느라 정신이 없는 것 같구려.
He was mad. This may be our stroke of fortune. It seems that in the chaos, our presence has slipped their minds. The golden bow? feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves in my mind. I turned toward the spot from which the sensation surged forth. And saw Ryoshu standing there. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have had me believe that she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare was the veiled figure who'd been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshi's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragment of memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights.
황금가지는 찾았어? 이 틈을
Have you found a golden pose? We must... No. They were too late. I felt a dull pain in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden bows that should have been there were gone, or remained in their place. Were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshu smoked, piled like a thick layer of dust.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그
And that's
귀중한
it for
영혼의
right
수에
now.
들어맞았고
That's a rad fight. I really like that.
회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
Oh, and now this is starting to rotate through again. Interesting. The different fingers. Yeah, no, that was a cool fight. I really like when they kind of force you to do different things.
고치가 늘었나. 저 안에 머저리들을 구해줄
Interesting
생각은
that
조금도 없다.
Edgar family
감상이 물렀다.
chief butler
저놈은
is the one that's doing so well for this.
설명하기 복잡하군. 내 놈들의 버러지만도 못한 공격으론 도움조차 되지 않으니까 저택으로 돌아가서 남은 청소나 끝내. 저건
No, we waited torturous 5 days. It's not that long. But like, no, this was a great start. This was a great start to the Canto. I'm so enthralled. No, I genuinely can't wait. Canto without drastically changing my team comp. Usually there tends to be like 1 to 2 certain fights that like end up being not a lot necessarily, but like they throw you off. Where they throw you off where it's just like I kind of want to do you want to do something, but then it's just like, hey, that thing that was working the entire time, nope. Here, it got completely thrown around. So I got 5 days to be 2.5 content, 2.9 contos. Not only, no. You have technically like 2 weeks. You have like 2 weeks because the other Canto, the other part of the Canto is going to be like later. Because then we'll get the middle section and then we'll get the last section later. That reminded me very briefly. Holy shit. This picture keeps changing. Okay, I wasn't gonna get that. That was every EX on the row? On the way. These three are mean. These 3 are mean, and they're just right in the middle of this. That is a nightmare. That's fucked up. Yeah, no, I'm really liking the start of this Canto. My Ryoshi bias completely aside, no, I really look forward to more. I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait. Either way, I'm going to raid into Freya, and I'm going to actually go get something to eat, because I I've essentially been doing this all day, because I woke up really late, because I was really tired. But yeah, no, god damn, that's great. Malahatia players, what do you mean I can't use Lord Hongwa? Malfaust. That's honestly, no, that is like good. Like, that is a good way to answer like those questions, like, okay, how do we stop people from just using the quote-unquote most powerful units in a game? Instead, you make them think. You make them use other characters or other units. Like, and it's like, okay, because what's a good way of putting this? Like, yeah, just use Hongwan units. I never got the Otis. I can now get the Otis this season and like fix that for filler. Just like, yeah, always use the most powerful units. And it's like, no, we're gonna take away more than half of your sinners. We're gonna throw a bunch in who don't really have like literally any cohesion, like cohesive units between them. The most that you're getting out of like Yisong and Ryoshu would be N-Corp. Which theoretically could work. No, but not really the Pride. But also most of the enemies were weak to slashing. So you're also not really getting that with here either. So like you use a Mao on your own or Edgar Family Chief Butler. Result doesn't really have like a lot that kind of overlaps with them aside from like Warp. Gregor, my Gregor has never been like cohesive with literally anybody. It's like, no, I played around Burn and I played around like Ryoshu having to be on the team. I like that idea. Odd one out is actually Greg. Gregor has been like consistently the odd one on my teams. I never like for the longest time, legitimately, like the only two like SSR units I had were Twin Hooks and G-Corp. Like I just never got the other Gregors. Last season was when I really got a lot more of the Gregor units, so I can actually do stuff with him. But no, I really like this Canto. I like those tricky abnormality fights that like you actually have to think a lot more. Because they play a lot closer to abnormality fights in Ruina. Like, no, I really like that. I like that it kind of pushes you into being more interesting with your team comps because, yeah, there's not really gonna have, like, they're not gonna not latch onto, but like they're not gonna synergize as neatly. So you have to be a little bit more creative. And doing that for a boss fight like that, where like you have to have Ryoshu doing certain things, other characters have more benefits at doing other different things. Like, no, it's really fun. It's a way of making the game difficult without just being, hey, unbreakable coin, and you take 30% more damage, because fuck you. There was a player I was watching earlier who thought Fey Lantern was the same. Used the Heishos and promptly lost. You need to read. Like, that's why like I got set off instantly when it's like, oh, we ran into these things before. We ran into them in the mirror dungeons, and I'm like, wait, why are three of my units charmed? That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. What do you mean 3 of my units are charmed? Something's wrong. No, I like that. I really like that. I like that curveball. You actually have to think about it. I got to the note segment for the fight and immediately restarted in solo. Like, I like this a lot. Happened to me. I clicked the observation logs. Also smart. Genuinely. Like, genuinely, if you see the observation log and you're like, nothing here is overlapping. That's weird. This should be filled out. I fought this thing 100 times in Mirror Dungeon. Some players thought the notes were for flavor. What? I guess, like, I have a bias because, like, my mentality of just like, oh, this is LobCorp. We're back in LobCorp. Or we're in, like, effectively what is a LobCorp situation. So I was thinking, okay, I have to treat these like the observation logs or the notes from Lobotomy Corporation. You just have to kind of, like, intuit a lot. Not necessarily intuit, but, like, you have to be willing to kind of meet the game where it wants you to. Some of these players haven't played LobCorp or Ruin It, so they're not used to being slapped around by curveballs. Yeah, I am. And that's why, like, that's why, legitimately, that's why a lot of the story is, like, my favorite part of the game. I like being able to, I like playing through and running into those curveballs where it's just like, hey, use only 4 of your centers. On top of that, here's some bullshit gimmick that you need to figure out on your first time through. It's fun. To me, that's the fun part of the game. I don't play this for the power trip. I play it for fights that make me feel like I'm on the edge of my seat, nearly getting my like teeth kicked in. And still like making it out.
버틀러의 진짜 즐거움은 심야 경비 임무에 있으니까.
And it is only like that for Project Moon games. I can't do Rage games, but I can do Project Moon games because it serves a narrative purpose. And it's cool and it's fun and I think it's really neat. But yeah, no, I'm excited to keep going with this. I'll probably try to do it on Thursday. Next Thursday.
Rather cute, aren't you?
Like, God, that was so much fun. Hi, Computer Geek. Genuinely super fun. Also, I get to be a little bit happy about the fact that I get through like so much of this stuff first time, no problem. Not necessarily no problem, but I get to get through it first time because like I think a little bit. I get to think a little bit. Sometimes I look for victims for my Ruin It mod list that reduces the campaign, shifts the difficulty focus, and actually deck building and turn-by-turn tactics. A lot of players get bodied because they default to old practices. Yeah, I like that a lot about Limbus Company. It is so hard in my brain. It is so hard because I want to say like Lobotomy Corp or Limbus Company when I'm talking about one of the others because the letters are the same and because they're both by Project Moon. I don't know why it just like trips me up. But yeah, no, it's fun. Like, it's fun coming up with new plans and new ideas. That's why I've never really been a meta player. Like, no, I like coming up with my own team comps and coming up with my own win conditions and like, okay, if that doesn't work, then what can I do to figure it out? Like, of course, having Lord of Hongwan is like cool and fun. Like, no, it feels nice to have these types of teams, but being creative feels the most fun to me. That's why I like doing it. That's why I like playing this game. That's why I like playing the story. Because the story, especially cutting edge story, forces you to be creative and be interesting. But yeah, I'm going to go eat because I haven't eaten all day. This is tons of fun. I'm going to be streaming it next week for the next part of the Canto. I'll probably start a lot earlier because I'm not going to be streaming for 12 hours prior. And yeah, let's raid into Freya because she just started her stream. So yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. This Canto is going to be good. This Canto is gonna be really good, and that's not just my Ryoshi bias coming in. But yeah. Whoops. Unfortunately, the atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in a cute dragon girl's hands. So yeah. Have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this, and take care. Later.